Hey everyone, it's Johnny from Nurse Hub, and welcome to your lesson on determining meaning using word parts. I hope you enjoy. Now let's begin with the focus of our lesson. And the focus is words. Now, words are really common to us. We see them when we read, we hear them when we listen, we say them when we speak. But what we may not know is words have different parts. And understanding how these parts work can help us to define words that we may not know offhand. Now, there are three different types of word parts, and they all have different jobs. There are the affixes, which are prefixes and suffixes, and then we also have root words, which we'll go over individually in the next slide. Again, understanding these parts and how they work can help us to define words we may not know offhand, both in our work, in our lives, and during the test. So let's get started with root words. Now, root words are the basis of our entire word study. They are a basic word with no prefix or suffix added to it, so they just kind of stand on their own. Now, some root words are able to stand on their own as individual words, but some need a little help. For instance, the root that means water is the word hyge. By adding the suffix ate to our root word hyge, we get the word hydrate, meaning to absorb water. Like when you take a big gulp out of a glass of water, you're now hydrated. By adding the prefix D to our root suffix combo, we get the word dehydrate, meaning unable to or needing to absorb water. So from these additions to our root word, it changes the meaning of our root word, which simply just means water. Next, let's see how affixes, both suffixes and prefixes, work. Let's start with prefixes, which go before root words. A prefix is a word added before the root word. For instance, the prefix pre, as in prefix, literally means before. By placing this prefix before a root word like game, we get a brand new word like pregame, meaning before the game. Other common prefixes include inter, sub, un, and even more. These and many other prefixes help us to create meaning by adding them to root words. Next, we have suffixes, which go after our root words. For instance, an example of a suffix is or, meaning someone who. By placing the suffix after a root word like train, we get a brand new word, trainer, meaning someone who trains others. Other common suffixes include AC, like accuracy, ance or ence, like interference, ism, shun, and more. These also help to create meaning by interfacing with prefixes and our root words. It's Johnny here, and welcome to your lesson on the meaning of prefixes. As a reminder, prefixes are affixes that go before the root word to change or alter its meaning. For instance, adding the prefix pre to the word game creates the word pregame, meaning before the game. Therefore, pre means before. Now, in prefix type questions on the TEAS exam, they're going to ask you questions in two different ways. They're going to ask some questions without any context at all. They're just going to simply ask, what is the meaning of this following prefix? And you'll be expected to answer. However, in some questions, they're going to give you additional context. That could be in the form of a sentence, phrase, or word using our target prefix. We'll take a look at examples and strategies for each type of question. Now, there are really two ways to prepare and study for prefix type questions on the TEAS exam. Option number one is to study and memorize the prefixes. We have put a helpful list and flashcards as an attachment to this lesson to help you study and memorize. This is going to be supremely helpful because if you recognize it, you can simply just define it and move on. It's going to be your most cost effective and time effective. And it's going to be most helpful in questions without those context clues. Option number two is plugging the prefix into words that you may already be familiar with. As an example, if you're asked to define the prefix inter, you can place it in a word you're familiar with, like interact or interpret. Let's take a look at that word interact. To act is to take action or do something. If you're acting on a stage, you're taking action or doing something on that stage. Interact is when you are talking with others. Therefore, inter means with others. By using a combination of these two strategies, we're able to tackle prefix questions. In our first question, we're going to look at a question with no context clues. In this question, they ask the following. Which of the following is the meaning of the prefix micro? A, across, B, small, C, middle, or D, one, singular. Now, there are two ways to approach this question. Number one is obviously if you know what micro means, you can plug in the answer and move on to the next one. Now, that takes some study and memorization. Second option is to plug this prefix into words you're already familiar with. In this case, you would look at any other word that you know that contains that prefix micro. That could be the word microorganism or microscope. What you would want to do is extract that prefix micro. Think about what the relationship between a regular organism and a microorganism is to determine the meaning of that prefix micro. But with both of these strategies in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. First answer was A, across. Now, the prefix for across is trans, like in the word transport or transportation. It means to carry something across. Answer option B is small. The prefix for small is micro, and that's our correct answer. If you got it, good job. Answer option for C is middle. The prefix for middle is the prefix meso, like in the word mesoderm, which refers to the middle germ layer of skin. And our last option is one or singular. Now, that's a prefix for mono, like in the word monotone, which means sounding exactly the same. So, for instance, if I only talked like this with one tone, that would be monotone. Now, let's take a look at our second sample question. This time, we're given context clues in the form of a sentence. Let's read it together. He walked 1 kilometer until he found a gas station. Here's our question for this. Which of the following phrases defines the word kilometer based on the meaning of the prefix kilo? Is it A, 1/10 of a meter, B, 10 meters, C, 1,000 meters, or D, 100 meters? Now first, we're given an excellent view of just how root words and prefixes interact to form new words. For kilometer, meter is our root word. Kilo, our prefix, is added to the beginning, and that forms our word kilometer. Also, in this question, we're given the sentence, he walked 1 kilometer until he found a gas station, which reassures us that we're looking for a distance here. Now also, if we were really stuck, but we understood the metric system, we could use deductive reasoning to really cross off that 1/10 of a meter. Let's continue and take a look at our answer options and analysis. 1/10 of a meter is a small step, and that would not be a walk to a gas station. B, 10 meters is a decameter. Deca is a prefix that means 10. That'd be a few steps. C, 1,000 meters is a kilometer. Kilo is a prefix that means 1,000, and this is our correct answer. If you got that one, great work. Finally, D, 100 meters is a hectometer. Hecto is a prefix that means 100. If you ever ran track and field, hectometer is that straightaway on the track and field. So let's take a look at a couple more examples. Which of the following is the meaning of the prefix mortis? Is it A, round, B, single or alone, C, death, or D, life? Now, without context clues, we may either study and memorize this term, or we may plug it into words we may know, like a mortician. Let's take a look at our answer options. For A, round, the prefix for round is circumference, like the distance around a circle is the circumference of that circle. That's not our correct answer. The prefix for single or alone, option B, is mono. If you're monolingual, then you only know one language. C is death. The prefix for death is mortis. That is the correct answer. A mortician is somebody that works with dead bodies. Finally, D, the prefix for life is bio, as in biology, which is the study of life. Let's take another look at another one without context clues. The question is, which of the following is the meaning of the prefix auto? A, self, B, before, C, alike, or D, against opposite? Now, my thought process in this question here is to use that word and plug it into one that I already know. I think of an automatic car, one that simply just goes from park to reverse to neutral to drive. Now, I have some friends that drive manuals, and they do a lot of work while they're driving, while I simply shift into drive. That's an automatic car. I think of that as something that works on itself. So let's take a look at our answer options. A, the prefix for self is auto. That's the correct answer, as in the automatic car, or an autonomous robot, one that works on its own. B, the prefix for before is pre, like a pretest, an assessment you take before the test to practice. C, the prefix for like is homo, like homogeneous, which means having all the same characteristics. And finally, D, against opposite, the prefix for that is contra or contro, depending on the word, like contradict or controversy, which means to say something that's the opposite. So in our third sample question, instead of looking for the definition of the prefix, we're instead looking for the meaning of the word that contains that prefix. Let's read the question and find out a little more. Based on the meaning of the prefix a or an, what is the meaning of the word amoral? Is it A, before morals, B, between morals, C, with morals, or D, without or lacking morals? So how do you approach this question? If you look, each of the answer options contains that word morals. So we can knock that out immediately. Instead, we're going to focus on those words before morals. So that would be A, before, B, between, C, with, or D, without or lacking. And at this point, we are simply just looking at that prefix again of a or an. Now, of course, using our two strategies, if we've already memorized these prefixes and know the prefix for a or an in that definition, we can simply plug that in and move forward. But if not, we may need to supply ourselves with some words that we know that feature that prefix of a or an. For instance, anemic works, also a word like atheist. So let's move on and we'll dive into our answer options. Our first option was A, before morals. Now, the prefix that means before is anti or pre. So words that mean before morals would be anti-moral or pre-moral. These aren't commonly utilized English terms, so we'll move on. B, between morals. The prefix that means between is inter. For instance, interact. There's no real word for intermorals or intermorality, so let's move on from there. C, with morals. Now, with morals is simply just morals or morality. There's no real word to say something with morals. Something with morals is simply just having morals. So it doesn't change our definition. Finally, without or lacking morals. The prefixes a or an mean without. So somebody without morals is amoral. This is our correct answer. If you got it, great work. So our practice question number 4 has context clues. In this one, we're looking for the definition of a prefix using this sentence. We got a sneak preview of the show on Thursday. It looks riveting. Which of the following defines the prefix pre based on the meaning of the word preview? Is it A, after, B, before, C, a summary of, or D, down, off, away from? So here, of course, if you have your definition of pre, simply just plug that in and move forward. But in this one, the sentence also gives us a lot of great information here. We got a sneak preview of the show on Thursday. If something is a sneak and a sneak preview, we think of something that might have happened perhaps before the show's release date. Because you wouldn't get a sneak review. Nobody's going to be like, hey, come here. I want to show you my review before it comes out. That often doesn't happen. So sometimes you can actually use a sentence to help understand the question. Let's move on to our answers and see if that works out. First option was A, or after. The prefix for after is post, like a postseason or a post view. We would look at that as a review in most English terms, which happens after the season's over or after the show is over, after we've already experienced something. That's the opposite of our answer. So let's move forward. B is before. The prefix for before is pre, like the word prefix, like the word preview. This is our correct answer. If you got it, nice going. C, a summary of. The prefix for a summary of is over, like overview, kind of like how this lesson is an overview of looking at prefixes, meaning taking a quick look of an entire story, plot line, or in this case, test prep. Finally, down, off, away from. That is the prefix for D, like devalue, meaning to take away or bring down the value of. So here you can see our strategy of taking a look at that sentence really did play out for us. Let's move on. All right, so let's take a look at practice question number 5. This time, again, we're given context clues in the form of a sentence. Robert was worried about the abnormal bump on his arm. So Robert sees a bump. It looks abnormal. He's worried about it. The key words there are worried and abnormal there. We can kind of picture the sentence kind of coming out in front of us. Which of the following defines the prefix ab based on the meaning of the word abnormal? A, beyond, past, or by. B, apart or away from. C, life, or D, put into or cover with. Okay, so if we already understand the word normal is something that regularly happens, right? We're not going to put something into or cover it up, so we can easily just cross off D there. Normal with life, that's not something we're going to necessarily be worried about with a bump on our arm, so we can cross that one off as well. That leaves us with 2 real answers here. A, beyond, past, or by. Like, hey, this bump is beyond normal. It's past normal. Should probably go check this out, see if it's a broken bone. Or B, apart or away from normal. That, yeah, this looks apart from normal. Like this is abnormal. It's not something that should be happening here because we're worried about it. So by reading the sentence on this one, we're able to cross off and use process of elimination on 2 of our answers, which now gives us a much better chance of getting this question correct. Now from there, if we understand the prefix AB from our flashcards or from our studying guides, we can simply just choose the right one and move on. If not, we might be able to look at some other words that we can put that prefix into. But nonetheless, let's look over our answer options again. Let's look at our first option, beyond, past, or by. Beyond, past, or by is the definition of the prefix for para, as in the word paranormal, which means something that goes beyond understanding. So that's where the difference between beyond and outside of kind of come in. Paranormal would be like almost like a ghost story that we'd see close to Halloween or a scary film. Be apart or away from, that's the definition of our prefix AB, and that's our correct answer. You got that one? Great job. C, life. Life is a definition of the prefix for bio, like in the word biography, a story of somebody's life. Graphy meaning writing or story. Finally, D, put into or cover with. That is the definition for EN, N, like enclose, meaning to put something in a casing or enclosure. Like enclose is a letter if you're opening up a package. Finally, we have our last practice question of this lesson. This time, we're also given a sentence. The organism can't be seen by the naked eye, measuring at less than 7 microns in length. Which of the following defines the word micron, based on the meaning of the prefix micro? Is it A, a large unit of measure, B, a small unit of measure, C, a single unit of measure, or D, length of measure? Now here again, we're able to use this sentence to really help us out here. The organism can't be seen by the naked eye. That means if it's on a table in front of me and I look down at it, I am not going to be able to see it no matter how close I get to my table. That means, by nature, it's not large, because if it's large, we'd be able to see it with our own eye. That means we need something to look at, like with a microscope. So we know that that unit is small. So we can instantly just simply cross off A, large unit of measure there. And that leaves us with those 3 options. Now, of course, we could use, if we knew prefix micro, microscope, something that makes small things really, really large, we could really use our deductive reasoning to come to this question and come to the answer. So let's move on to our answer options on this one. A is a large unit of measure. We already cross one off with our process of elimination, but it's the definition of the prefix for macro. Most likely it's used with macroeconomics or even macro photography, which is making small things seem really, really large. B, a small unit of measure. Small is a definition of the prefix micro, and that's our correct answer. C, a single unit of measure. Single is a definition of the prefix for mono, like in monochromatic, that would be like a black and white photo, something that's only one color. And finally, D, length of measure. There are no prefixes for the word length. It would more just be like a meter or an actual unit of measure. So B is our correct answer. And if you got that one, good for you. You should give yourself a round of applause. Hey there, it's Johnny from Nurse Hub, and welcome to your lesson on the meaning of suffixes. So let's first begin with what is a suffix? Now, we learned about this in our first lesson, but it's always great to review. A suffix is an affix that goes after a root word to change or alter its meaning. For instance, adding the suffix in the word freedom changes it from free to the state of being free. In this case, the definition of dom, D-O-M, that suffix, is the state of being. For suffix-type questions, the test assesses the skill in 3 different ways. The first is asking for suffix meaning without any context at all, simply what is the definition of this suffix. Others are looking at identification of suffix meaning with some context included. That could either be in the form of a sentence or included with that root word with the suffix. We can see how the suffix and the root word interact to create new meaning. Finally, we can look at identification of a full word, which are different word parts, either root words or prefixes and root words with that suffix attached, with context, which could either be a sentence or associated words. Our approach and how we answer each question is going 100% to depend on the information given during the question. Let's take a look at our first sample question. Which of the following is the meanings of the suffix ectomy? Is it A, study of, B, surgical removal of, C, state or quality, or D, blood condition? So for this question type, we're being asked for the suffix meaning with no context clues. We're not given a word or a sentence to help us out. There are 2 ways to approach a question like this. We could first study and memorize the suffix meanings. But don't worry, you don't have to do this on your own. We've created a helpful list and even flashcards to help you. They're attached to this lesson. Our second option is to plug the suffix into a word that we may already be familiar with. For instance, we'll use a medical term this time, like an appendectomy. An appendectomy, when somebody removes, a medical professional removes the appendix from a patient. That might give us a little hint of this question. So let's move on to our answer explanations. There's our question again. We're looking for the meaning of the suffix ectomy. A is the study of. The suffix for the study of is ology, like sociology is the study of people and groups. Biology is the study of life. So that's not our answer. So we'll move on. B, surgical removal of. Ding, ding, ding. The suffix for surgical removal of is ectomy. That's our correct answer. You got that one? Great job. C, state or quality. The suffix for state or quality is ate or ate, like affectionate, which is a state of showing love or affection. Finally, D, a blood condition. The suffix for blood condition is emia, like anemia, meaning lack of blood. Now let's take a look at our second sample question for our TEAS exam. This time we're given context clues in the form of a sentence. Let's read it together. The poor baby bird was helpless, and Danny brought him home. Which of the following defines the suffix less as used in the word helpless in the sentence above? Is it A, something that, B, capable of, C, unable to or failure to, or D, having the qualities of? Now, with these context clues, both the word and the sentence, we get some great opportunities here. The first is to see just how a root word, in this case help, and a suffix, for this word less, work together to form a brand new word, helpless. For this question, we're also given a sentence. The poor bird was helpless and Danny brought him home. With these two things to help, we can start to get an idea before looking at our answer options. We can see exactly why the baby bird was helpless and why the baby bird needed help from an outside source. That can give us a little bit of a context clue of exactly what that suffix less means. Also, we can replace the suffix or the root word in helpless to help us figure out exactly what that suffix less means. For instance, we can know the word helpful or helper. What's the difference between those words and helpless? Or we can do just the opposite. Words like hopeless, try to figure out what the common denominator is between hopeless and helpless. What makes those two words connect? And that can help us to get an idea of our word. Nonetheless, let's take a look at our answer options. There's our question again. We're looking for the suffix less. Option A was something that, as a definition of a suffix. Something that is a suffix er or as in helper. Now, Danny was the helper there, so we'll move on. B is capable of. Capable of is the suffix able, such as in the word helpable. Like if you were to help somebody, you would be helpable. You're able to give that help. That's not our answer, so let's move forward. C, unable to or failure to. That's our right answer. That baby bird was unable to and had a failure to help himself. That's why Danny had to help. Unable to or failure to is a definition of the suffix less, and that's our correct response. Finally, D, having the qualities of. Having the qualities of is full, as in helpful. Very similar. Having the qualities of and capable of are very, very similar in this context. So now that we've answered a couple of sample questions, how exactly do we study and prepare for these types of questions? Let's take a deeper look. Option 1 is to study and memorize suffixes and their meanings. Now, this is going to be most helpful in questions without any context clues, because there's nothing to really go off of, like words or sentences to help us out. But don't worry, we've created a helpful list and flashcards on our blog and actually attached to this lesson as well to give you a helping hand. Option number 2 is plugging the suffix into words that you may already be familiar with. For instance, if we're asked to define the common suffix ist, ist, you can place it in a word that you may already know, like chemist or artist. By analyzing how the suffix ist changes or alters the meaning of chem or art, you can deductively reason what that suffix means. For instance, art is a creative activity resulting in the production of paintings, drawings, and more, something we enjoy. But an artist is someone who creates art. Therefore, ist means someone who. For instance, a chemist is somebody that creates chemicals. By using a combination of these two strategies, we're able to tackle suffix type questions. So let's take a look at some more examples. Our first question has no context clues. Which of the following is the meaning of the suffix full, F-U-L? Is it A, action, process, or state? B, very small, one who, that, or which, or D, full of? Now, without context clues, they're asking for the simple definition with nothing to help us out. So here we can try two of our strategies. The first is to study or memorize the suffix. If we know it, we can simply just choose that answer and move on. Or we can use our second option, plugging this suffix, F-U-L, into words we already know, like plentiful, bountiful, awful, etc. What makes bountiful? Taking bounty, bount, and full, what makes that bountiful? If we know what the word plenty means, how does plenty interact with plentiful? What's the difference there? What are the similarities? And how does that connect with our answer options? By using some deductive reasoning, we can come up with our answer. But nonetheless, let's move on. There's our question again, and let's go over each answer option. A, action, process, or state, is the suffix ance, like in the word assistance. That's not our answer, so let's move on. The suffix for very small is cule or ling, like in the terms molecule or sapling. That's not our answer. C, one who, that, or which. The suffix for that is ist, like in dentist. Finally, D, full of. The suffix for full of is full, like those words plentiful or bountiful. And that's our correct answer. So again, for these ones without context clues, it's best to simply study and know those suffixes. So in our second sample question, we're given no context clues yet again. Which of the following is the meaning of the suffix tude, T-U-D-E? Is it A, in the direction of, B, state or condition of, C, law, or D, causing or making? Again, this question is without any context clues, so we can only really use two of our strategies. The first is to study or memorize the suffixes. If we understand what that suffix TUD is from our helpful flashcards or lists that are included in this lesson, then we can simply just choose that answer and move on. The second is to create context on our own. If the question's not going to give us context, we can create it ourselves. That would be plugging it into words, such as attitude, platitude, altitude, etc. Now, a lot of our roots are built off the Romance language, so if you know alt from the Spanish word alto, that might help you out just a tiny bit. Nonetheless, let's move on to our answer options and dig in a little deeper. Our first answer option is in the direction of. The suffix for in the direction of is word, like in the word eastward or westward or onward. That's not our answer, so we'll move on from there. B is the state or condition of. The suffix for the state or condition of is tude. That's our correct answer. Alto, which means tall in Spanish, is simply just something that is high up. It's very, very tall, like a mountaintop. Altitude is a state or condition of being high up. So when you get altitude sickness, that is sickness from the altitude or the state or condition of being high up in the air. C is law. The suffix for law is nami, like how autonomy is to rule oneself. Auto from our prefix lesson, meaning oneself on its own. Finally, D, causing or making, is a suffix for ive, I-V-E, as used in the word exhaustive. Something that's exhaustive, something that causes or makes you exhausted. So a quick note about suffixes meaning the state, condition of, or quality. Simply put, there's a lot of them. We have age and ence and c, all the ions, ity and ty, meant, nest, ship, tude, and There's a whole list of them there. Now, each suffix is only used with certain word parts, like manage, efficiency. These words all mean state, condition of, or quality. So it's best to just memorize all of them and which root words they match up with. But I promise you, the test, in my experience, will not try to trick you with multiple answer options with the same exact definition. They simply just would not do that to you. That would be way too tricky. So moving on to our third question. So for question 3, we switch it up a little. This time we're given some context clues. We both get a word and a sentence in this one. So let's take a look. The field of neurology is constantly changing as we learn more. Which of the following defines the suffix logy, L-O-G-Y, as used in the word neurology in the sentence above? A, relating to, suited for, capable of. B, system, manner, condition, or characteristic. C, making or causing. Or D, the study, science, and theory of. So here we're given a mountain of context clues. We both get that word, neurology, and the sentence to give us a helping hand. And with that, we're given a brand new strategy to tackle this type of question. Let's go over our first two to review. The first is obviously to study and memorize your suffixes. If you already know what L-O-G-Y means, you can simply plug that answer in and move on. The second is to create new words or use the word that's already available to you to try to define exactly what L-O-G-Y or logy means. Words like psychology, pathology, or the word in the sentence, neurology. These can all be very, very helpful. If you know what a neurologist does or a psychologist does, if you can find that difference between neurology and a neurologist, that might be very, very helpful for you. And finally, we can use context clues from the sentence that's in our question. The field of neurology is constantly changing as we learn more. For me, learn is a focus word there. Learn is something that is very, very unique to this question. We haven't seen any other sentence with that word learn in there. So we can devise that neurology is something that we learn, because if it's changing as we learn, that means you need to learn to be in that field. One of those might be something you learn. Let's take a look at our answers. Our first option is relating to, suited for, or capable of. This is the definition of the suffix "ile," such as in the word juvenile. Our second option is the system, manner, condition, or characteristic. That's the definition of ism, as used in the word realism. Again, the condition of being real is realism. C, making or causing, is a suffix definition of fic, F-I-C, like in the word scientific. Something that's scientific is making or causing science or scientific discoveries. Finally, D, the study, science, or theory of. That is the definition of logy, L-O-G-Y, and that is our correct answer. If you got that one right, great job. Now, circling back to that sentence, the field of neurology is constantly changing as we learn more. If we look at learn as our operative word there, what's something we learn? We don't learn making or causing. Well, we perhaps could, but it's going to be pretty rare. We can learn the system, manner, condition, or characteristics of, but that's not going to be constantly changing. Relating to, suited for, or capable of, we're definitely not going to learn that as a field. But a science, a theory, that's something we would definitely learn in class, and that's why that is the correct answer. So for question number 4, we have another one with context clues in the same sort of format, both a word and a sentence. The thought of interviewing for my dream job is making me so nervous. Which of the following defines the suffix us, O-U-S, as used in the word nervous in the sentence above? Is it A, like, apt, or tending to? B, full of or having? C, nature of or quality of? Or D, state of, act, process, or rank? So here we can use those same 3 strategies we use for our other context clues questions to really start to dive in and create a strategy to answer this question. Of course, we can study and memorize our suffixes, but also we can plug the suffix into words we already know. Words like anonymous, fabulous, disastrous, or the word in our sentence, nervous. Nerve and us, what is the connection between those? And finally, we can use our context clues from the sentence to really give us a helping hand. The thought of interviewing for my dream job is making me so nervous. What does nervous mean in the context of this sentence? We know what it is to have nerves. We know what our nerves do in our body, but what does it mean to be nervous? With those things in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. A, like, apt, or tending to, is a definition of the suffix some, such as the word worrisome. Making me worrisome would work in that sentence, but that's not our answer. So let's move on. Full of or having, that's our correct answer. It's a definition of OUS, us. That was our target suffix. C, nature or quality of. That's a suffix definition of ite, like in the word dynamite. Finally, state, act, process, or rank is a suffix definition of URE, like literature. That is really the rank and process of being literate. It's how you test it. Books, magazines, things like that. So looking at our question again, the thought of interviewing for my dream job is making me so nervous. That is full of or having nerves. That's how you can use that sentence to really help you to understand that question. Sample question number 5 also has context clues in the same format. The event will face cancellation if tickets are not sold. Which of the following defines the suffix tion, shun, as used in the word cancellation in the sentence above? A, order, condition, or quality. B, a thing connected with or belonging to. C, act, result, or state of, or D, origin, nature, or resembling. So here we have the same three strategies because we're very much given the same question type. Study and memorization is still on the table. Also is plugging the suffix into words we already know. For this one, it could be superstition, position, hydration, or cancellation. And finally, using our context clues from that sentence. The event will face cancellation. Cancellation, that sounds like canceled, so it will be canceled if tickets are not sold. So in that sentence, what does cancellation mean? If we understand that, we can understand our question. So let's move to the answers. A, order, condition, or quality. That's a definition of the suffix hood, such as the word adulthood or childhood. That's the condition or quality of being an adult or a child. That has nothing to do with the cancellation. So let's move on to the next one. A thing connected with or belonging to. That's a definition of id or ide, such as the word fluid. That is belonging to something that is fluid, right? So something that moves, viscous. See, act, result, or state of. That is a suffix definition of tion, and that's our correct answer. It's the act of being canceled. It's the result or state of something being canceled that creates a cancellation. And finally, D, origin, nature, or resembling. That's a suffix definition of ish, as used in the word childish. If somebody's being childish, they're resembling a child. Their nature is that of being a child. So, let's do a quick review with everything we've learned today. First, a suffix goes at the end of a root word, and it changes or alters its meaning. 2, you definitely want to study and memorize these, but we have those flashcards and lists to help you as an attachment and on our blog. 3, you definitely want to use your context clues. Plug the suffix into words you're already familiar with, or use the examples and the word examples to give you a helping hand.
It's Johnny from Nurse Hub. I hope you're having the best day ever so far. Your lesson is in determining meaning using context clues.
So first, I want to welcome you. And before we get started, let's just go over a few things. First, our goals and objectives. At the end of today's lesson, you're going to be able to use strategies to correctly define and identify difficult or tricky words in a passage using context clues. These strategies include using word parts, antonyms and synonyms, definitions and explanations, examples, analogies, and appositives. Here's some key vocabulary for today. First is context clues. These are signs or hints found that can be used to find the meaning of some new or unknown words. Word parts, which are the prefixes, roots, and suffixes that create the meaning of words. Synonyms and antonyms, which are words that mean the same as our target word, or antonyms, which are words that mean the opposite of our target word. And finally, definitions or explanations, which is a statement of meaning of a word. So, if you're ready, let's get this started. So what's our purpose here? Why are we learning this at all? When we read, it's natural to come across words that you may not immediately know, and that's perfectly okay. Usually, we're able to look up on our smartphone or type them in on the computer to look them up. What happens when our smartphone and our computer is not available? That's where using context clues comes into play. It allows us to use the words in the passage as evidence to find the tricky word's meaning. Essentially, it's using the words in a passage as hints to that word's meaning. Let's look at an example. Here, we're going to be looking for the green word, which is pronounced idyllic. It was an idyllic day for a picnic, as it was sunny, warm, and without a cloud in the sky. So with this sentence, we have no clue what the word idyllic means, right? But we do have some context clues. We have the word day, so we know it's describing the day, right? Because that's an adjective for that word day. And we know that the day was sunny, warm, and without a cloud in the sky. So from this small sentence, we have all of these clues about what idyllic means, that we know that it means a sunny, warm, day without a cloud in the sky. It's a day that you just want to be out there and enjoy this picnic. So using context clues lets us investigate the meaning of a word using the information in front of us, which in this case, idyllic means extremely happy, peaceful, or picturesque. Sunny, warm, no clouds. That sounds like a day I want to take a picture of using those context clues to understand that word idyllic. There are so many different approaches for all kinds of sentence structures and words. And it's really going to depend on what the sentence is giving us to determine what sort of approach we're going to take. So we're going to break down each part with an example. So synonyms and antonyms are two separate things, but then they mean opposites. So synonyms are words or phrases that mean exactly or nearly the same as another word in the sentence. And antonyms are the opposite. They mean exactly or nearly the opposite as our target word. So here we have an example. He committed larceny, the defendant screamed. He stole from me. Here we're looking for the word larceny. Now here, if you notice afterwards, it says he stole from me. So we know larceny means to steal. Here we have another example. Be careful walking. It's rather treacherous. I'm waiting until the sidewalks are safe and the snow is gone. So here we're looking for the word treacherous. And what are our context clues? Safe and the snow is gone. So here, that second one is an antonym because treacherous is the opposite of safe. So your goal is to find the clues in a sentence to give meaning to the word. You have to kind of act as a detective or an investigator in this case. So when do we use synonyms and antonyms? When the passage uses a second clause, usually set off by a comma, that works to define our tricky word. Then it's our job to find out whether that statement works as a synonym or an antonym. So if the patient was a conundrum and the doctor just couldn't solve the puzzle, we know conundrum means a puzzle, right? That's a synonym. The lawn was manicured, unlike the house which desperately needed maintenance. Here, because it has the word unlike there, we know that it is the opposite of desperately needing maintenance, which means it's very well taken care of. And this is an antonym. So let's dive into a question, right? I'm really worried that the patient is becoming malnourished. He hasn't eaten properly in weeks. So the question, which of the following best defines the word malnourished based on its use in the passage? Suffering from a lack of proper nutrition? B, overfed? C, high cholesterol? Or D, a fast metabolism? So how do we approach a question like this? First, we're going to read the question, looking at our word that we're trying to define. In this case, malnourished. And then we're going to use our strategies. In this case, we're finding a synonym statement, right? I'm worried that the patient is becoming malnourished. He hasn't eaten properly in weeks. It's not saying it's the opposite of. We're not looking for an antonym. We're looking for a synonym here. We're looking for words or statements that mean the same thing. And then finally, we're going to use a process elimination to help our decision, right? So we know it's not overfed because it says he hasn't eaten properly in weeks. And we know it's not high cholesterol because he hasn't eaten properly for weeks. And we know it's not a fast metabolism. So in this case, it is using that term, he hasn't eaten properly in weeks. We're looking for suffering from a lack of proper nutrition. Let's go into our next strategy, definitions and explanations. Definitions and explanations are when a part of the passage works to define or give the exact meaning of a tricky word. Here we have an example. The man has an alias, a name that he used just temporarily. Here we're looking for the word alias, and afterwards it's set off by its literal definition, a name that he just used temporarily. It's a name that sometimes like a spy would use or a common thief. The joke was trite or overused, but it still got a few laughs from the crowd. Here, the word trite, the definition of the word trite is right afterwards. Overused. It's cliche. Your goal here is to find the clues in the sentence to give a meaning to that word. So what's the best time to use these? The best time to use an explanation and definition is when the passage has a part that acts as a definition or explanation of our target word. The wording is rarely exact as you'd find in the sentence, but it can still be really helpful. Punctuality was one of the fundamental values or morals of the group. Here, the definition is fundamental values or morals. They mean the same exact thing or close to. The wing of the hospital is defunct, so it's not being used anymore. Defunct means not being used. So as you can see, in these sort of situations, we have the exact explanation or definition of that word. So let's take a look at a TEAS type question. The soldier was a maverick. He liked to be and work alone. The question, which of the following best defines the word maverick based on its use in the passage? So here we have a person that takes part in a conversation, B, a natural leader, C, someone who exhibits independence in thought and action, or D, someone who works in groups. So how do we approach a question like this? Same exact thing as before. First, we're going to read the passage and the question. What word are we defining? Here, we're looking for that word maverick. Then we're going to use one of our strategies. In this case, finding the definition or explanation. And finally, we're going to use a process elimination to help our decision. So, where's our definition and explanation here? Yes, he liked to be and work alone. So which of our samples fits along with that? Or in this case, using the process elimination, doesn't? Well, not someone who takes part in a conversation, because it says this soldier likes to be and work alone. To be in a conversation, you need to talk to people. And that also knocks off D, which is someone who works in groups. So here we have B and C. Do you think it's a natural leader or someone who exhibits independence in thought and action? Yes, if you like to be and work alone, that means you're independent by yourself. Kind of like the independent clause, right? That clause that doesn't need anything else to be a sentence on its own. So a maverick is someone who exhibits independence in thought and action. How do we find that? With the definition or explanation. Great job so far. Let's move on to word parts. So sometimes we can use context clues that are within the word itself by utilizing our word parts. If you don't remember, word parts are our prefixes, root words, and suffixes. Prefixes are the part before the root word, hence that word pre. Could also be anti, inter, non, un, among others. Root words are our basic words without prefixes or suffixes added, like astro, which is of the stars, cardio, of the heart, bio, derma, hydro, and some more. And suffixes are the part after the root word. Ending with ER, OR, ACY, ANCE or ENCE, ISM, ology, OLOGY, among others. So if we have this word bicycling, right, we can break this up into bi, meaning two, cycle, which means wheel or rotation, and ing, which is the process of doing something. So we know it's riding a two-wheel cycle. If you need more help with this, we have an entire series of lessons breaking down prefixes, root words, and suffixes, also how they work together, all in Nurse Hub. So go back through. I did the lessons for you, and you can be all set up, ready to go. But when do we use word parts? Ultimately, we use this strategy as a last resort. It's when we can't determine the meaning from clues within the sentence. So ultimately, you want to try the other strategies, synonyms and antonyms, definitions and explanations first, and then use word parts if those don't work for you. So let's jump into a question. Because of the patient's prior history with arrhythmia, the doctor ordered an echocardiogram to get a closer look. So which of the following best defines the word echocardiogram based on its use in the passage? Is it the scan of a brain, test of the brain, a scan of the heart, or a test of the heart? So how do we approach this question? So first, we're going to read the question, knowing that we got to define the word echocardiogram. That's our target word here. And then we're going to break down that word echocardiogram. Well, I know cardio is of the heart. So that automatically knocks out 2. So we can knock off A and B there. So then you want to use the process of elimination to help your decision. Yes, it's a scan of the heart, right? That's where we're going to get to that word gram as well, which is a scan, right? So echocardiogram is a scan of the heart because we don't know anything else from that passage, right? We could probably, if we knew what an arrhythmia is, we know that that's a heart condition if you had that sort of background in medical terminology or anatomy and physiology. So we would know then it's of a heart, but also we could get that from echocardiogram of the word parts, right? So use this one when all else fails. So we're going to dive into some questions. What are our strategies for success? First, we want to identify our needs. You want to read the question to find the target word, and then you want to read the passage to find it in that sentence or passage, because sometimes they can be more than one sentence. Then you want to look for our context clues, remembering our strategies. Remember to first dive into synonyms and antonyms, and then definitions and explanations, and then finally word parts if all else fails. And then finally, you want to read each answer option, and especially, and it's really important for this one, use that process elimination to help. If you can just cross off one or two answers that you know are not correct, it goes a long way for these question types. Are you ready? Of course you are. Let's dive into our first question. The art exhibit was avant-garde. It was unlike anything ever seen before. Which of the following best defines the word avant-garde based on its use in the passage? Is it A, counterfeit or copied, B, work of little to no value, C, not original or done before, or D, radically new or original? Let's walk through our strategies. So how do we approach the question? First, we want to read the question and find our target word. So our target word is avant-garde. That's the word that we're looking for. And then we want to find it in the passage or sentence. So let's read our sentence again. The art exhibit was avant-garde. It was unlike anything ever seen before. So now we want to look for our context clues. Remember our strategies. So here we're going to be looking at it was unlike anything ever seen before. That is the meaning or definition of avant-garde. So we know it's not perfect, so let's read each answer option using the process of elimination to help. We'll do this one together. Counterfeit or copied? Well, if it was unlike anything ever seen before, it couldn't be copied because that would make it sort of unoriginal. So let's cancel that one out. Cross off A. B is work of little to no value. There's nothing about that in the sentence. It just says it was unlike anything ever seen before. I could never see something before and it could still be really valuable, so that doesn't make any sense. C is not original or done before. This says the absolute opposite, and we're not looking for a synonym clue here. We're kind of looking for a definition, but radically new or original. That one sticks with me. What do you think? All right, ready to take a look at our answer options? Let's dive in. But first, counterfeit or copied. The context clue in the sentence is it was unlike anything ever seen before. Something's copied, it's definitely been seen before. So this one doesn't work. B is work of little to no value. With our context clues, whether something has been seen before has no connection with the quality of the work. So this one doesn't work either. C is not original or done before. This one's so close if you're looking for an antonym clue. But if we've never seen it, like it says in the sentence, it's probably original or new. And that leaves us with D, radically new or original. This is the one. By using it was unlike anything ever seen before as a context clue, it clearly connects with radically new or original. It's something that nobody's ever seen. It's so new. It's the correct answer. What a work of art by you. Great job. Let's take a look at our second question. The political candidate wasn't shy at all. In fact, she had loads of charisma. Which of the following best describes the word charisma based on its use in the passage? Is it A, fashionable or dresses well? B, a quality that enables you to influence others? C, not likable or rude? Or D, very shy or reserved? So this question and this passage is very different, but our strategies stay the same. How do we approach a question? So first, we want to read the question to find our target word, which is charisma. And then we want to find it in the sentence or passage, which is the last word there. She had loads of charisma. Now we want to look for the context clues. Remembering our strategies. Well, I'm kind of keying in on wasn't shy at all. That word wasn't is really important there. That shows that it's the opposite of shy, right? So here we're looking for the opposite of shy. She had loads of charisma. So here we're looking for an antonym statement. And then finally, we want to read each answer options using the process of elimination to help. Well, let's at least cross off one, and then I'll let you cross off the others on your own. Fashionable dress as well. That first answer option A, there's nothing about fashion in there. To have fashion is not the opposite of being shy. So cross that one off. Can you cross off any others? Do you think you know the answer? Let's take a look. Or first, we already crossed off, it's fashionable or dress as well. The context clue for the sentence is the political candidate wasn't shy at all. And it works for an antonym for the word charisma. It's got nothing to do with fashion sense, so this one doesn't work. Yes, B, a quality that enables you to influence others. By not being shy, this political candidate has charisma or the ability to influence others. They're going to get out there and talk and inspire their people. That's the meaning of charisma. So this is the correct answer. If you got this one, very nicely done. Maybe a future in politics for you. C, not likable or rude. Being unlikable would also be a poor quality for a candidate, and it's also not the antonym or the opposite of shy. Opposite of shy is not to be rude. And finally, D, very shy or reserved. This would so work if it was a synonym clue, but it's an antonym clue. So this one also is incorrect. So B is our correct answer. Now here is our last sample question. Pulmonary issues can include asthma, bronchitis, or other breathing issues. Which of the following best defines the word pulmonary based on its use in the passage? Is it A, related to the legs, B, to the brain, C, to the lungs, or D, to the heart? So let's walk through our strategies again. How do we approach a question? First, we want to read the question to find our target word. What word are we looking to define here? Yes, pulmonary. And now you want to find it in the sentence or passage. Here it's in the very first word. Pulmonary issues can include asthma, bronchitis, or other breathing issues. So next, where are our context clues here? Yes, here we have 3. Asthma, bronchitis, or other breathing issues. So for asthma and bronchitis, we'd have to kind of know our medical terminology, which you might, and if you do, use it, right? Use everything to your advantage. But also that word breathing issues, that helps us out a ton as well. So here we're looking for some definition or explanation work. Now finally, we want to read each answer option using the process elimination to help. So with that asthma, bronchitis, or other breathing issues, which organ do those fit? Do you think you got the right answer? Let's take a look. So our first answer option is related to the legs. So for the sentence, we're looking at those conditions, bronchitis, asthma, breathing issues, and none of those involve the legs. So this one doesn't work. B, related to the brain, these also don't involve our brain. So this one's incorrect as well. But C, related to the lungs. All of these context clues relate with the ability to breathe. And that's a function of the lungs. Great work. And finally, D, even though the heart's really close to the lungs as far as body positioning concerns, these do not involve or work the heart. So let's put our skills to the test with a bonus round. You think you're ready? Let's get after it. A bunch of sentences here. The medical case was an enigma. That's our target word. Not even the best doctors could solve it. Is an enigma a mysterious puzzle or an easy problem to understand? Well, if not even the best doctors could solve it, it is a mysterious puzzle. If you don't conquer your fears for the first time, you have to try again. Does conquer mean to win or beat or to lose them? Well, if we have to try again, and if it says don't, that means we didn't win or beat it. That's our correct answer. Finally, the hospital administrator presided over the wing. Nothing was happening on his watch. Does preside over mean to watch over or to avoid? What do you think? Yeah, so nothing happening over his watch. To preside over is to watch over.
Welcome to Troublesome Word Pairs. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to identify the correct word from a troublesome word pair or trio to make a sentence correct. Nurses are responsible for documenting patient care, observations, and assessments. Misusing troublesome word pairs in written documentation can lead to inaccuracies and misrepresentations when other healthcare professionals review the records, the distribution of medicine, and patient education. Here are some key points about this skill. Troublesome word pairs or trios refers to a pair or trio of words that are commonly used incorrectly. The words can sound similar to one another, and the words are often confused with one another. We're going to hop into some examples. Throughout the rest of this lesson, you'll be familiarized with common troublesome word pairs and trios. Lay, L-A-Y. means to put something down. If something is being physically put down, you would use the verb lay. For example, I didn't want to lay my blanket on the wet grass. Lie, L-I-E, means to assume a horizontal position. Lie describes the action of someone or something becoming horizontal. For example, she went to lie down after dinner. Lay and lie are often misused and confused with each other. Let's look at another example. Fewer is used with countable nouns. Countable nouns are things that you can actually count with numbers. For example, I drank fewer cups of water than Annalise. The word less, however, is used with uncountable nouns. Uncountable nouns can be nouns that are things measured in a different way. For example, I drank less water than Annalise. Here's our first trio. There, Thy''re. There is a contraction of the words they and are, meaning you can use this word instead of saying the words they are. For example, they're going to the party tomorrow. Second there, Their. This version of there is the third person possessive noun. You can use their to show that someone has ownership of something. For example, the kids played with their toys. And finally, the third there is There. There can be used as an adverb to refer to a location. The flowers are over there. It can also be used as a pronoun that is usually used to introduce a word or a clause. For example, there is something strange going on. We have another trio, 2, 2, and 2. The first two, too, is an adverb that means excessive or also. For example, the teacher wanted to have her picture taken too. Or, I think it is too hot outside for a picnic today. The next two is two. This two is a number and adjective used to describe a specific number of something. For example, I am so hungry I could eat 2 whole pies right now. And the last two, to, is a preposition that means toward or until. So for example, they walked over to the ice cream stand, or the ice cream shop is open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now we have the word pair who and whom. Who, W-H-O, is used as a subject of a sentence. If subject pronouns he or she would be used to answer the question, then who should be used. For example, who delivered the package would be answered as she or he delivered the package. Whom, W-H-O-M, is used as an object of a verb or preposition. If the object pronouns him and her would be used to answer the question, then whom should be used. For example, if asked, whom should I ask about the missing letter? The answer would be, you should ask him or her. Now we have a tricky one, its and its. The first one, IT''S, is a contraction of it is. The word its can be used in place of the words it is in a sentence. If you can replace its, IT''S, with it is, then you have used the correct word. For example, he said it's, IT''S, going to be cloudy later. That works because what the sentence is also saying is he said it is going to be cloudy later. The next one, its, ITS, notice, no apostrophe, is a possessive pronoun. This word, its, is used to show ownership over something. So for example, did you give the dog its bone? It shows that the bone belongs to the dog. No apostrophe here. Next up is whose and whose. The first form, WHO''S, is a contraction that means who is or who has. If you could replace the word with who is or who has, then whose, WHO''S, should be used. For example, is David the one whose, WHO''S, going to the store? David is the one who is going to the store. Whose, WHOSE, is a possessive pronoun that shows ownership of something. If the possessive pronouns, such as his or hers, would be used to answer the question, then whose, WHOSE, should be used. For example, whose breakfast is that? It is hers or his. So in this case, we would use whose, WHOSE. Next troublesome word pair is that and which. That is used with defining clauses. If removing the clause, the description, changes the overall meaning of the sentence, then you would put that in front of it. For example, my dress that has pockets is at the dry cleaners. Here's another sub-hint. If there are no commas on either side of the clause, which is the description, use that. Which is used with non-defining clauses. If the clause or the description can be removed without changing the meaning of the sentence, then you would put which in front of it. So for example, my dress, which has pockets, is at the dry cleaners. Here's another nurse sub hint. If there are commas on either side of the clause, the description, use which. Another hint. Which is not used to describe people. Next, we have badly and bad. Badly, B-A-D-L-Y, is used to modify or describe an action, such as, she was hurt badly during the accident. Whereas bad, B-A-D, is used to modify or describe a noun, such as, I am having a bad day. We have then and than. Let's start with then, T-H-E-N. Most of the time, then functions as an adverb to describe, but it can also function as an adjective, happening at a specified time, or a noun, that time. For example, we are going to the store and then over to the park. Or, my mother gets off work at 6, so we won't eat before then. However, than is spelled T-H-A-N, and it is a conjunction that is used to introduce the second half of a comparison. It also introduces a choice that is not preferred when compared to the other. For example, our neighbor's new bird is larger than a cat. Or, I'd rather go to the beach than to the park. Great work here. Last troublesome word pair. Well and good. Well is used to modify or describe an action, such as, I am doing well today, or she swims well. While good is used to modify or describe a noun, such as, I am having a good day, or she is a good swimmer. Now that we understand the fundamentals, let's dive into some more examples. Head over to the next lesson for guided practice. Welcome to Lesson 2. It's time to take a look at some more examples in context. Let's get to it. Here's an example. This is the format that you will likely see on your exam, minus the multiple choice. Which sentence is grammatically correct? I want to go over there, T-H-E-I-R, after I finish eating. Or I left my bag over there, T-H-E-R-E, after I got home. I left my bag over there after I got home is correct. The word there, T-H-E-R-E, is an adverb used to describe a location. In this sentence, there is describing the location of the bag. There, T-H-E-I-R, is a possessive noun that is used to show possession of something. There's no form of possession or ownership in this sentence, so it is incorrect. Let's try another example. You're, Y-O-U, apostrophe R-E, allowed to take as many slices as you want. You're, Y-O-U-R, going to take a left at the corner. You're allowed to take as many slices as you want is correct. YOU apostrophe RE means you are. So, you are allowed to take as many slices as you want is correct. You're going to take a left at the corner is incorrect. YOUR is possessive and refers to a person. This does not make sense in the context of the sentence. Now let's try one that's a bit more difficult. This is a commonly confused word. Amber is an athlete who enjoys swimming. Whom ate my sandwich? Amber is an athlete who enjoys swimming is correct. Who, WHO, is used as the subject of a sentence. If subject pronouns such as he or she would be used to answer the question, then who should be used. She is an athlete who enjoys swimming is grammatically correct. This is an easy way to check yourself with who and whom. In order to be grammatically correct, whom ate my sandwich, WHOM, should actually read who, WHO, ate my sandwich. He or she ate my sandwich would be the answer, so the word who is needed instead of whom. Now head on over to the next lesson for some independent practice. Welcome to Lesson 3. Let's dive into some independent practice. You're going to see 9 example questions in this lesson. Please pause the video here and attempt to answer the question. Press play when you're done and ready to move forward. Lay, L-A-Y, is the only correct word choice. Lay means to put something down. The person is physically putting down the clothes. Therefore, we use the verb lay. Now let's take a look at why these other answer choices are incorrect. Lie and lying. The verb lie means to assume a horizontal position. In this case, someone is physically putting the clothes down. They are not assuming a horizontal position on their own. Therefore, these answers are incorrect. Laying. Using the word laying is the wrong verb tense. Saying I made sure to laying is grammatically incorrect. Pause the video here and attempt to answer the question. Press play when you're done. Less is used when referring to uncountable nouns. Soda is an uncountable noun. An uncountable noun is a noun that cannot be counted using numbers. Now let's take a look at why these other answer choices are incorrect. Little is not used to compare things. In this sentence, we are comparing the amount of soda she drank before to the amount that she drinks now. Therefore, little cannot be used. Fewer is used when referring to countable nouns. Soda is not a countable noun. Therefore, fewer is incorrect. And the least refers to the smallest amount of something when comparing 3 or more things. There are only 2 things being compared in this sentence, so the least is incorrect. Here's another. Pause the video here and attempt to answer the question. Please press play when you're done. Answer choice A is correct. This is the only sentence that correctly uses there and there. There, T-H-E-I-R, is a third-person possessive noun. In this sentence, there shows possession of the friends. There, T-H-E-Y apostrophe R-E, is a contraction of the words they and are. In this sentence, there is telling us that they are sick. Now let's take a look at why these other answer choices are incorrect. The red highlights show the incorrect usages in each sentence. Remember, there, T-H-E-Y apostrophe R-E, is a contraction of the words they and are, meaning that you could use this word instead of saying the words they are. There, T-H-E-I-R, is a third-person possessive noun. And there, T-H-E-R-E, can be used as an adverb to refer to a location. Pause the video here and attempt to answer this question. Press play when you're ready to move forward. I was sad to hear my sister couldn't come too. This is the only sentence where to, or to is used correctly. We use the word to, T-O-O, as an adverb that can mean excessive or also. In this sentence, the speaker was sad to hear that their sister couldn't also come with them. Now, let's take a look at why these other answer choices are incorrect. The 3 boys ate too much ice cream at dinner. The word TWO refers to a certain number of things. In this sentence, the correct word would be TOO, to show that they ate an excess of ice cream. My brother told me he was walking to the baseball game. The word to, TOO, means excessive or also. In this sentence, the correct word would be to show that the brother is walking toward the baseball game. I forgot that my mother needed 2 lemonades and not 3. The word to, means toward or until. In this sentence, the correct word would be to, TWO, to show that the speaker is referring to a specific number of lemonades. Here's another. Pause the video here and attempt to answer the question. Press play when you're done. Whom, WHOM, is the only word that makes this sentence correct. Whom is an object pronoun. Remember the trick of plugging in object pronouns, such as him or her, to answer the question. You received the flowers from him or her. Now let's take a look at why these other answer choices are incorrect. Who, WHO, is used as the subject of a sentence. If the subject pronoun is he or she, we would use who. In this sentence, we could not say we received the flowers from he or she, therefore who, WHO, is incorrect. Whose, WHO''s, is a contraction of the word who and is. You could not say, from who is did you receive the flowers? So it is incorrect. Which, WHICH. This does not refer to a person, so it's incorrect. Please pause the video here and attempt to answer the question. Press play when you're ready to move forward. Who's going to tell me whose shoes these are? This is the only sentence that correctly uses whose and whose. Whose, WHO''s, means who is. We are asking who is going to tell, so this use of whose is correct. Whose, WHOSE, is a possessive noun. In this sentence, we are asking who is the owner of the shoes. Therefore, whose is correct in this part of the sentence. Now we're going to take a look at why the other answer choices are incorrect. All of these sentences use whose or whose incorrectly. The examples of the incorrect words are highlighted in each sentence. Pause the video here and attempt to answer the question. Please press play when you're ready to move forward. Which, WHICH, is the correct word for the blank. In this sentence, the commas give you a clue about the correct answer. When there is a comma on either side of the clause, the description, we typically use which to introduce it. Now, let's take a look at why these other answer choices are incorrect. That, in this sentence, the clause or the description is not essential to the understanding of the sentence, so that would not be used. Also, that is not typically used to introduce a clause that is between 2 commas. Who. In this sentence, the clause, the description, refers to a thing, a car, not a person, so who would not be used. Where is used to refer to a place or location, so it would not be used in this sentence. 2 more questions. Pause the video here and attempt to answer. When you're ready, press play to move forward. Than is the only word that makes this sentence grammatically correct. Than, THAN, is used to introduce the second half of a comparison, which is the amount of tomatoes growing now versus the amount she had anticipated in this example. Now we can take a look at why the other answer choices are incorrect. Then, THEN. Most of the time, then functions as an adverb to describe, but it can also function as an adjective, happening at the same time, or a noun, that time. Since the sentence is comparing two things, then would not be used. That and which. These words are not used to show half of a comparison, so they are incorrect. Last question. Pause the video here and attempt to answer. Press play when you're done. Did you do well on your science test? Is the correct answer. Well is used to describe an action. In this sentence, the action well is describing do. This is the only sentence that correctly uses good or well. Now, let's take a look at why the other answer choices are incorrect. These answers are incorrect because they do not use well to describe an action or good to describe a noun.
Hello, and welcome to your lesson on identifying correct spelling and identifying misspelled words to help with your TEAS exam. My name's Johnny from Nurse Hub. So first, I want to welcome you, and let's go over our goals for today. Now, our goal is that at the end of today's lesson, you're going to be able to use strategies. We actually have 6 of them here, and different spelling rules to identify correctly and incorrectly spelled words. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, so let's get started. So why is this important? Why are we learning this at all? Well, when we write to communicate with the world. We want to share our ideas, showcase our research, or connect with others, and we do so through our writing. When we write, we want to make sure that we can connect to the widest possible audience, and for them to trust us for the amazing work that we produce. Therefore, correct spelling is essential. However, there are a lot of different spelling rules, but don't worry, we'll do it together. Let's get started. So here's our approach for today. The English language is really tricky, and it has many different rules for spelling that can make things difficult. So we're going to break down each one rule by rule. Let's get started with word parts. So our first rule is word parts, and word parts can correctly identify misspelled words. Now, word parts are split into 3 different subcategories. We have our prefixes, our root words, and our suffixes. Prefixes are the part before the root word. These are things like pre, anti, inter, among others. Next, we have our root words, and root words are our basic words that don't have any prefixes or suffixes added. We usually add those later on. These are things like astro, cardio for the heart, bio meaning life, derma meaning skin, hydro meaning water, among others. And finally, suffixes are the parts after the root word. The ending or, the ending acy, ance or ence, ism, ology, among others. So when we have a word like bicycling, the act of riding a bike, we have 3 separate word parts. We have our prefix bi, meaning to, cycle, our root word, meaning like a circular or a rotation. And then we have really our action here, ing, our suffix. Together, that puts together the word bicycling. Now, if you need some more refresher on this, we have an entire series of lessons on prefixes, root words, and suffixes on our Nurse Hub page. Feel free to go and check those out. So let's go over a TEAS type question, and let's break down our word parts even further. Our question is, which of the following words is spelled correctly? We have transported, transborted, transported, transported. And now, how do we approach this question? First, we want to read the question and the answer options, just as we did prior. And then we want to identify one of our strategies. In this case, we're breaking down word parts. And then finally, we want to use a process elimination, and this is really, really important. This is going to help our decision. Finding out which ones aren't spelled correctly, crossing those off, and moving on. So here we have the word transported. That's what we're looking for. And it's split up into 3 parts. We have our prefix, trans, port, which means to move something, and ed as our suffix, meaning past tense. Now, 3 of these have ed, our ending. Now, with d, the ending id, we can kind of cross that one off right away. And if you notice, we are transporting something. Port. So there, we can get rid of B, and then we're left with either transported A or transported C. And C is our correct answer. How do we get there? By breaking down our word parts. Now, part of this is just simply memorization, knowing your word parts and identifying the pieces of words that then go together. Our next spelling rule is I before E. The I before E rule states that if you put I in a word before the E when they're together, so the I goes before the E. Now let's take a look at some examples. We have achieve, there, I before E. Chief, also I, then E. Yield, believe, and peace all have the same IE. Now, of course, because this is the English language, we're going to have some exceptions to this rule because the English language is a little bit tricky. Our exception one is except after C. So you might have heard the saying before, I before E except after C. When C is just before the I and the E, we're actually going to flip it to be E and I, such as ceiling, receipt, and receive. Notice how all those right before our EI or IE vowel combination, this is actually moving to an EI because of that C in front of it. Our second exception are words without the EE sound. So in achieve, chief, those vowel sounds make an E sound. On these following ones, beige, height, neighbor, and science, these all end in sort of an A sound. Beige, height, neighbor. Because they don't have that hard E sound, we're actually going to move that to an EI as well. So if you notice beige, height, neighbor, science, those all have the IE. Science is also a double one because it also has the C in there as well, if you can notice. Exception 3 are some words just don't follow the rules. Words like seize, weird, and caffeine all have that hard E, and they also don't end in they don't begin with a C right before the E and the I. So they're a little tricky because they still use that EI in the middle there. Notice how seize, weird, and caffeine are irregular words here. So let's put this in action, our I before E rule. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? We have cashier, E and then I. Cashier, I and then E. Cashier, E and the I and the K in front of it. And finally, we have the I and the E and the K in the front in the form of cashier. So again, our approach here is going to be the same. We're going to read the question, the answer options. Now we're going to identify one of our spelling rules. And because I'm seeing the E and the I there, I'm thinking this is a little bit of an I before E rule. Then finally, we want to use a process elimination to help our decision. Now, here, if you look at it, we have two sort of parts here, right? We have the E and the I rule, or the I and the E rule. Which ones have the I before the E? Yes, B and D both have that I and the E. Now, the biggest thing here that we want to take a look at as well is looking at our roots. Now, cashiers are somebody that work at a cash register, meaning that they are working with cash. Therefore, B, cashier with that C is the correct answer. We have cash and the I-E-R. So a little bit of word parts, a little bit I before E. Now, our next spelling rule is changing the Y to an I. For any word that ends in a consonant that's a non-vowel plus Y, we're going to change the Y to an I if adding a suffix, which is the ending part there, or creating a plural. Here are some examples. Here we have story, turns into stories, C-I-E, then S. Busy turns into busier, I-E-R. Puppy turns into puppies with I-E-S. Try turns into tries, I-E-S again, and apply to applied, I-E-D. Now, like the I before the E rule, there are some exceptions to this rule as well. Exception 1 is that for some A plus Y rules, you're going to change the Y to an I. Day becomes daily, and pay becomes paid, A-I-D. Our second exception is sometimes IE endings are going to change to Y, so a little bit of the opposite here. Die becomes dying. Tie becomes tying. Then finally, exception 3, when adding an S to a Y ending, we're going to change it to IES. So apply equals applies, supply, supplies, and story into stories. So let's take a look at our Y to an I. Which of the following is spelled correctly? Angrier, 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 or angrier. So we know our word here. It's angrier, but we're taking a look at our endings. So take a look at those last 3 or 4 letters. A ends in Y-E-R. B ends in Y-I-E-R. C ends in E-I-R. And D ends in I-E-R. So how do we approach this question? Well, same way, where you've read the question, the answer options, but now we're going to be using the Y into an I spelling rule. And finally, let's cross off any that don't fit. So I'm looking right away at A. I'm looking at that Y-E-R, and I'm like, that's not right. Let's cross off that one. And also, let's cross off B as well, because that also has that Y. We know that Y changes to an I. So now we're looking at the C versus D. Yes, the Y turns into an I, so it's going to be I-E-R, which is D. Angry turns into angrier. Very, very well done. Now, our next spelling rule, we have the silent E. Silent E spelling rule is just that. There are words that end in E, but we don't hear it as we pronounce it. So words like drive, courage, ace, come, hype, and evoke, we don't hear the E in those. We don't say drivey or couragey or asi. No, we say ace, courage, and drive. So that I, we do not hear. Now, this silent E rule is going to work in multiple different ways, including making a short vowel sound into a long vowel. So here we have the word cod, which is a fish, that turns into code when we end the E. So that short vowel sound, cod, turns into code, that long vowel sound, when we add the E. Same thing with win, short vowel sound, turns into wine when we add our E. Sometimes it makes some other vowel sounds. So we have cat into a long vowel sound, again, cage. Now, our other one is each syllable in a word needs a vowel. So in a word like Bible, Bible, 2 separate syllables, we need the E there because Bible without the E just doesn't work in the English language. We have no words that really look like that. And also, English words don't often end in V or U. They're just really rare. So words like true and receive also get that silent E, even though we don't hear it. Finally, it helps a single word not to sound like plural words. So moose, as in a cow, moose, or moose, the animal. Let's go over our silent E rule in a question. Which of the following is spelled correctly? Here we have the word calculate. The first one has no E. Our second has an E. Our third is a K without the E. And our fourth has no E as well, and it's K-A-L-K instead of the C in the middle. So how do we approach this question? Well, the same exact way. We're going to read the question and the answer options. And in this case, we're going to use our silent E rule, trying to identify that silent E because it's calculate, 8, long vowel sound. And finally, let's use the process of elimination. Well, this one's pretty simple, right? We have 3 endings without an E, and only one has one, and that's calculate. So there is our correct answer. So our next spelling rule are the double consonants. When adding a suffix, ed, ing, er, est, among others, to a word that ends in a consonant, so a non-vowel, we often double that final consonant before adding the suffix. Now that sounds confusing, but let's break it down. So we have 3 examples here. We have stop, turns into stopping. Notice we have that double consonant there. We double the P there. Same thing with dip into dipped, or grab into grabbing. Notice we have those double consonants there. But here are some rules to consider. We're going to double the last consonant for multi-syllable. That means more than one syllable. So we have a word like dipped, stressed syllable, but not when it's unstressed. So compelled to compelling, and listen into listening. So if you notice, compelled kind of stays the same, and listen, we also keep that N there. And also, we do not double the consonant when it ends in NG, LK, NK, or ST. So a word like milk, we're going to keep that 1K. We're not going to double it. So it becomes just milked with one K. And finally, outside of suffixes, you're going to pay attention to the vowel sound. Spider is much different than rubber, okay? So let's go over double consonants. Which of the following is spelled correctly? Clipped, cliped with one P, clipped with two L's, or clipped with two L's, two P's. So we're going to approach this question just the same way, except we're going to use a double consonant rule. Now here we have two that have our double consonant rule. Well, actually three. We have A has two P's, C has the two L's, and D has two L's and two P's. Now remember, we only add it to our last part if we're adding the suffix. Here we have ed at the end, so we're definitely adding a suffix. So let's use a process elimination. Cross off all the other ones that do not work. Which one utilizes the double consonant rule the best? Yes, clipped. The word clip is going to turn into clipped. Why are C and D wrong? Because they doubled the wrong consonant. Instead of doubling the P, they doubled the double L, and then in D, they also went double L, double P. So now we have plural suffixes. When we make a noun that ends in S, in X, in Z, in SH or CH, and we make it a plural, we're going to use the ending ES. So rich becomes riches, six becomes sixes, beach into beaches, diminish diminishes, and bus into buses. Now, you can hear it in the pronunciation of these terms. You might have heard it when I was pronouncing them before, because you might hear the difference between dog and dogs. We're just adding the S there. Between box and boxes. Notice how it says "es" at the end. We do not say dogges, we say dogs. Box turns into boxes. So if you hear the "is" at the end, right, beaches, diminishes, that's going to have the ES most likely at the end. Another rule to consider is when the word ends in F or FE, we sometimes change the plural ending to VES. So elf becomes elves, life becomes lives, self becomes selves, and shelf becomes shelves. So let's take a look at our ES endings. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? Washes, W-A-S-H-S, washes with an S-E-S ending, C, washes with an ES ending, and D, washes with a double consonant S-S-H-E-S. So we're going to approach this question the same way, except we're going to look for that ES ending. Now, we're going to use a process elimination to help our decision. So which one utilizes our root word wash with the plural ES? Yes, option C does, because wash turns into washes. Notice B, we have that extra S after our root word wash. And for D, they're doubling that middle consonant for really no purpose there. So we're about to approach 4 practice questions. But how do we approach them? First, we'll identify our needs. We're going to read the question and the answer options just as we do with every other type of question. And then here's the tricky part. You want to identify one of our 6 rules. Try out the rule, keep in mind the exceptions. And sometimes it's a little bit of a trial and error. You might be like, I might want to use word parts. Wait, this is an I before E rule. All right, so just kind of mix and match them, see how they fit. And finally, and this is so important, use a process elimination to help your decision. Let's give it a shot. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? Here we have the word achieved spelled in 4 different ways. Go ahead and review those now. Notice A and B both have EED at the end. C and D do not. And also notice we have our I and the E there. So let's walk through our strategies. First, we read the question and the answer options. Go ahead and do so again now. Next, we want to identify one of our spelling rules. Which one are we using here? Yes, it's the I before E rule. That's the one we're using for this question. And then we want to apply it. We want to use a process elimination to help your decision. Let's do this first one together. A little metacognition, right? So I'm looking through, I know I'm looking for that word achieved, right? I'm looking at A and B, and I'm like, I know I don't double that consonant E at the end. I don't say achieved. right? It's not achieved, right? So I'm going to cross off A and B there. So that leaves me with C and D. And now I'm looking at the I before E rule. Now, I see that C right after A, right? But it also has an H there. In the I before E rule, except after C, that exception only works if the C is directly before it. So we're actually going to use I before E there. So do you think you got the right answer? I think you do too. Let's take a look at our answer options. So A has that double EED, and although this word ends in a vowel, we don't double it for the ED suffix. In addition, the I and the E are in the right order. It goes EI, so that one is not right. This one does the same thing with EED, but it does follow the I before E rule, so that one's a little closer. Now, C, those are the ones we're kind of going back and forth with. But the problem here is that the E is before the I, and this one follows the I before E rule. Even though that C is there, that H negates the C in that rule. So we have achieved I before E. This is the one. Great work. So next, same question, which of the following is spelled correctly? And we have a bunch of different iterations of stories. We have stories, EYS, stories, IES, stories, EIS, and stories, YS. So how do we approach a question? Well, we read the question in the answer options. We're looking for the correctly spelled word of stories. But which one of our spelling rules are we using here? Yes, this one is the Y to an I rule with a plural. Now let's use the process of elimination to help our decision. Well, it's the Y to an I rule, so A doesn't work. Are there any others that don't work here? Yes, D we can also cross off because we know that Y goes away. Stories, we add the I. Now that puts us between B and C. Do you think you have the right answer? Let's find out. So A we already crossed off. Now, we often add IES to a word that ends in Y. So in this case, it's incorrect because this adds EYS instead. Stories, B is our correct answer. Because we're adding IES to make the story a plural word. This is the correct spelling for stories. Great work. C was really close, but also doesn't follow the I before E rule. And it needs to even in the ending. And finally, stories, if we did not have the rule of IES, that Y to an I rule, this would have been correct. So this was a close one. Now we have our third question. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? Because, BECAUSE, because without the E. C has because, BECUASE. And finally, D is because, BCAUSE. So let's walk through our strategies again. Well, we read the question and the answer options. Now, which rule are we going to try out? Yes, this one we're going to use our word parts. We're going to put together a prefix and a root word. So let's use the process of elimination. Well, I can recognize the word cause there, right? A cause is the reason why we do something, right? Probable cause. Now, which one has cause spelled correctly? Let's use process of elimination here, right? D definitely doesn't work, right? Because I've never seen a word that just has it's because, 2 syllables. And remember, we rarely have that one letter syllable. So let's get rid of B there, a D there. The because without the E, that one doesn't make sense. What about those other 3 though? Do you think you got the right answer? Do you think you have the correct spelling of because? Let's try it. It's A. Because are 2 separate parts here. By combining the prefix be with the root word cause, we get the word because, and it's spelled correctly. Good job. Now this one, it's that root word cause. It's missing the E, so this one doesn't work. Because this one flips the U and the A in the root word cause. Now, this just comes down to sort of strict memory and repetition, knowing that this word does not have the U and then the A. And finally, because it's a problem with the prefix be like we talked about before. So next we have the word courage. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? Courage, C-O-R-A-G-E. Courage, C-O-U-R-A-G. Courage, C-O-U-R-A-G-E. Or D, courage, C-O-R-A-G. Now let's walk through our strategies. And this is a tough one, but I'll let you try it on your own. It's our last one, by the way. So we read the question, the answer options. Which rule do you think it uses? Yes, this one we're going to break it down by root word and our word parts, but also for this one, we're also going to use the silent E, right? So this is a double word one. Now, because I gave you those two rules, right? Word parts, so find some word parts that work for you. Again, I would probably try to focus on that root word. And then also the silent E, let's use a process elimination, try to help our decision. Go ahead and do that now. All right, do you think you got it? You ready to test your skills? Correct spelling skills? Let's take a look at our answer options. So A, it spells courage, but we're dealing with the silent U and the silent E here, right? This option's missing the silent U in that word. Courage, this one kind of spells corrag, right? In this option, we have the silent U, but we're missing the silent E. But C is the correct answer. This has a silent U and the E, right? Courage, right? We're looking for that root word rage there as well. This wasn't a simple one. And finally, we have this one kind of spells corag. This one's missing both silent letters. Think you're ready for a speed round? Of course you are. Let's get some bonus points. Rose or rose? Does it have the E or without the E? Yes, silent E at the end. Very, very good. Absence or absence. Now here, we're looking at that S there. Yes, absence has A-B-S-E-N-C-E. Finally or finally. Remember your spelling rules. Yes, this one requires the double L. And finally, friend or friend. Look at that I-E. Which one's right? Yes, I before E takes the cake on that one. Good job. Now we have possess or possess. Look at that middle S there. Is it singled or doubled? Yes, that is a double consonant, double S word. Now this one's the word branches. Which one's spelled correctly? Remember, listen to the pronunciation. Branches. Yes, that one has our ES ending. Branches, not branches. Another I before E. This is a tricky one. Weird or weird. Remember our exceptions. Yes, this was one of our really weird words from before, one of our strange ones, abnormal. This one has the E and then the I. It breaks all of our rules, I know. Finally, different or different. Look at that double F there. Yes, this one requires the double consonant. We have a whole other question type to look at involving our spelling rules. Well, we've been working on choosing the correctly spelled word out of a list of 4 that looked very similar. They've been standing on their own. They're all 4 different versions of the same exact word. Our next questions in identifying misspelled words are going to ask you to identify the misspelled word in a sentence, which requires the same basic skills, but a little bit of a different approach. So let's take a look at that approach now. Here's what we've been doing lately. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? And here we have 4 different forms of decision, right? With D as our right answer. But look at how identifying misspelled words is connected. We have a sentence here. The nurse had to make many decisions for the patient's care, but was well prepared. And then it asks us the following question. Which of the following words is misspelled in the sentence above? And we have 4 options that are all different words. We have the word nurse, decisions, patience, and prepared. And for here, we're going to look at what makes these different. So here we're looking for the misspelled word as opposed to the correctly spelled words. We're kind of looking the opposite for before. And then we're going to read the sentence in the context. Here we get to see all of these 4 words, nurse, decisions, patients, and prepared, are all in the sentence. And finally, we have 4 very different words as our answer options. And in this case, same exact answer, well, different spelling. We have decisions as our misspelled word. There it is right there in the sentence. So how do we approach these questions? What makes them different? Well, we're still going to read the question and the answer option for the misspelled word. Then we're going to read through the sentence, and we're going to stop at each target word there. And then, just like before, we're going to remember our spelling strategies and then use the process-elimination to help our decision. Let's dive in to our TEAS sample questions. So here's our question. Which of the following words is misspelled in the sentence above? We have doctor, adversity, position, and deserved. So let's walk through our strategies. How do we approach this question? Well, we read the question and the answer options. Now we want to read through the sentence, stopping at each target word. The doctor, that's A, had to face a lot of adversity, that's B, to get to his position, that's C, and they deserved, answer D, their accomplishments. Now we want to remember our spelling strategies, using the process-elimination to help your decision. So here, we're going to go through and we're going to try to find out which word is misspelled. So doctor, I'm pretty familiar with that word. And deserved, well, I know, so A is right, so I can cross that off. For D, deserved is a past tense of deserved, and they add the ed at the end, so that's right. So in between B and C, adversity and position. Do either of those words look familiar to you? Which one's spelled incorrectly? Let's take a look. The doctor is spelled correctly here. It's a word we're pretty familiar with, right? We could break down the word parts if we needed to. But adversity is the misspelled word. In this option, the root word vers is misspelled to include a C instead of that S. This is the correct, well, incorrectly spelled answer, but it's right for us. Great work. For position spelled correctly, and even though it sounds like shun, that T-I-O-N is correct in the English spelling. And finally, we have deserved, and deserved is also spelled correctly. Here, we have our next one. Which of the following words is misspelled in the sentence above? We have students, collaborate, shared, or solution. Let's walk through our strategies again. So we read the question and the answer options. So now let's read through our sentence, stopping at each target word so we can see it in context. The students, answer A, were asked to collaborate, answer B, on the problem and come to a shared, answer C, solution, answer D. Now, let's take a look at our spelling strategies. So I'm really looking at B, C, and D here. And using the process-elimination, I know students is correct, right? And I know the word share, adding D at the end to make it ED as our suffix, past tense, that's correct as well. So again, now I'm between collaborate and solution. And I'll tell you what's going to help here. Little hint. Remember our silent E rule? Do you have it down in your camera roll, in your flashcards there? That silent E rule might come in handy. Do you think you know the answer? Let's take a look. So student is spelled correctly, right? Adding the S to student to make a plural. But collaborate. The issue here is that silent E is missing at the end of collaborate, right? 8, long vowel sound, needs a silent E. This is the misspelled word. Great work. Now shared, we have share, adding ED at the end to make it past tense. That's spelled correctly. Now solution, same one as in the first question. T-I-O-N makes that shun sound, and this one's spelled correctly. So now we have our next one. Which of the following words is misspelled in the sentence above? A is although, B, fervently, C, attended, or D, fortuitous. Let's walk through our strategies for this question type. We read through the question and the answer options, looking at A, B, C, and D. So now let's read through our sentence, stopping at our target words. Although, answer A, the student worked hard studied fervently, answer B, and attended, answer C, every extra help session, the 100% on her tests was rather fortuitous, answer D. Now here, I'll tell you, we're going to be using a pretty common, not super common, suffix word ending for this answer. So use a process elimination. Which one doesn't work here? Give you a little help. I know attend means to go to something. Attended is the past tense, adding ed at the end. That one's right. Fervently as well, that ly is a very common suffix, so I know that one's correct as well. So between although and fortuitous, which one do you think? Let's take a look. A, although it's spelled correctly there. Even though it kind of sounds weird with that long O, although, with that UGH, that is our correct spelling. Fervently has that common ending ly, and that is spelled correctly as well. Attended, the past tense of attend, is also spelled correctly, but fortuitous, it has a couple issues here. It switches the I and the U, right, in the middle there, and also is missing the O in the suffix. This is the misspelled word. Did you know it? Or did you just guess it right? It was a little fortuitous. Either way, great work. So last one here. Which of the following words is misspelled in the sentence above? Lecture, engaging, found, or mundane? So how to approach this question? So we read the question and the answer options, but now I want you to try it. Read through the sentence, stop in each target word. Go ahead and do that now. Now, remember your spelling strategies and use the process elimination to help your decision between lecture, engaging, found, and mundane. All right, do you think you got it? Let's give it a shot. A is lecture, and lecture here is spelled correctly. Engaging has the very common ending, common suffix ing, and this one's also spelled correctly. It means to be interested. Found is a very common word in the English language. This one's also spelled correctly. But mundane has that long vowel A at the end, and so it needs that silent E. You got it right. Without it, it would just be mundane, and that doesn't make any sense at all. You think you're ready for one more speed round? Of course you are. Let's go. For our first one, I called the doctor's office to say I'll be running late, but that I was still coming. Which word is misspelled here? Yes, with a double M, coming is misspelled. I asked for medical documentation as proof, but they wouldn't provide it. Which word's misspelled here? Yes, even though it sounds correct, UFE is not our correct ending. Instead, it is PROOF, spells proof. Proof is a misspelled word in this sentence. The patient arrived with some unusual and weird symptoms. It was difficult to diagnose them. Remember our I before E and our exemptions. Yes, it's weird again. Weird, W-E-I-R-D. It's a common one that people mix up all the time. And finally, D. Keep on studying, and remember to take a look at our commonly misspelled words. You'll do great on the TEAS exam. Which word is spelled incorrectly? Yeah, you're not going to do grat. You're going to do great, and I know you will, because you've been studying so hard.
It's Johnny from Nurse Hub. Today's lesson is all about end punctuation. Get after it.
Our goal for today, it's to know when to use our end punctuation and which type of end punctuation to use, as there are three primary end punctuation marks. There are periods, question marks, and exclamation points. On your TEAS exam, you're going to be asked a variety of questions regarding end punctuation and their uses. So let's get started. Let's first start by defining some terms. Punctuation marks are symbols that we use to combine, to separate, or to end sentences and clarify their meaning. In other lessons, we've used commas, semicolons, colons, and punctuation points to make sentences clearer. These end punctuation are marks that are used to complete or to finish a sentence, and they have their own rules and best use cases. We're going to dive in one by one to give you all the tools you need to succeed in all of these different types of end punctuation marks. Let's get started with periods. So first, what is a period? It looks like this. It's really just a dot. And we use periods to end sentences in different ways. We can use them in sentences that give readers a fact or an opinion. We use them in sentences that make requests, that tell us something, or that give us some advice. Or we use them in questions that isn't actually a question. These are called indirect questions. We'll get to those a little later. And don't worry, we're going to dive into each type of these sentences individually. So let's get started. So the first use case is using a period to end a sentence. Here's a sentence right here. Our next meeting will be on Thursday in the conference room. Period goes right at the end. Indirect questions. Indirect questions are asking for information or a response, but it's not really a question. I wonder if anyone's grabbing something for lunch. Now the question would be, is anyone grabbing anything for lunch? But I wonder if anyone's grabbing something for lunch is not a question, it's an indirect question. This one gets a period. Our next piece of punctuation is a question mark. Here's what they look like. We use question marks to end sentences that are a direct question, such as, what are you doing on Saturday? I know you had car trouble. Did you ever get it fixed? Or a question like, when is your birthday? Mine's in January. However, sometimes it gets a little bit more complicated than that. So let's dive a little deeper. And that brings us to a question. But how do you tell if it is a question? Now I want you to read the title of this slide out loud to yourself again. Do you notice how your voice goes up a little bit at the end? But how do you tell if it's a question? Just like it does in the end of that last sentence, as long as it is asking something and also takes that little vocal rise at the end, then it is a question. So let's try it with a couple. How late are you staying out tonight? It's a question requires a question mark. Where did you get that shirt? Another question, asking for information, and our voice changes at the end. Last one, I wonder how much this costs. See how our voice does not go up at the end? This one is just simply wondering. It's not asking. How much does this cost would be asking for information. And this one requires a question mark. And this brings us to our question types. We have direct questions and we have indirect questions. Let's start by looking at direct. It's a question that can be answered. It's looking for information. These could be yes or no questions like, do you want dinner tonight? Could be something with question words like who, what, when, where, why, or how. What's in seasoning salt? Or it could be a choice question, giving the reader an either or. Do you want pizza for lunch or dinner? Now this differs with indirect questions. Indirect questions are a question embedded inside a statement or a sentence. They're worded like statements and not questions. And how can we tell? You should read them out loud. Now you might have to do that really quietly or silently to yourself in your test taking scenario, but nonetheless, you should check whether your voice goes up during reading it. In our questions, it sounds like, do you want pizza for lunch or dinner? Has a whimsical sing-songiness to it. Compared to our statement, I wonder when the show begins. That sounds like a statement as opposed to, when does the show begin? That different reading and that reading out loud is really going to help you to determine the difference between direct questions and indirect questions. And the biggest difference between these, direct questions use a question mark to end the sentence, and indirect questions, they just use a period. So keep that in mind when we're answering our questions later. So we're going to play a little game with this. I have a bunch of sentences here. Some of them are direct questions, some of them are indirect questions. You're going to tell me, is it a direct or an indirect question? Let's get started. First one, the real question is what's on the menu tonight? That is an indirect question. It's a statement. We don't read it with our voice raised up at the end. And does that get a period or a question mark? You're right. Indirect questions require a period at the end. Let's start with our next one. What's on the menu tonight? Do you know that's a direct or an indirect question? That one is a direct question. And what direct questions get at the end? That's right, a question mark. How did Jeremy's test go last Friday? Yes, that is a direct question. It's asking directly how his test went last Friday. Hope it went well. Does it get a question mark or a period? Yes, another question mark. Again, direct questions, question marks, indirect questions, periods. And finally, I wonder how his test went on Friday. Yes, that is an indirect question. It's a statement and requires a period. You get all those right. Great job. The key is all in how we read the sentence for each of these. On our statements, our voice stays pretty monotone. It stays with one tone, one timbre. With the questions, our voice kind of goes up at the end because it's asking a statement. What's on the menu tonight? Therefore, it requires a question mark. So our next piece of punctuation is the exclamation point. They look like this, a little similar to the question mark, except it's just straighter at the top instead of that curved at the top. And we use exclamation points to end sentences that are emphatic in some way. We're either excited or we're angry. We're usually shouting. So a sentence like, what are you doing over there? Sort of a statement that has some urgency over it, usually because if I'm saying that, usually somebody's in danger. You almost hit me with your car. I'm going to be pretty upset if I'm riding my bicycle or running on the street. Don't do that. It's dangerous. All of these things are emphatic in some way. There's something that has urgency behind it, something that just needs to get out and is oftentimes shouted, therefore requires an exclamation point. So we know as readers to read them with that emphatic response. But that's enough shouting for now. Let's dig into these a little bit more, shall we? So here are some common uses of exclamation points. We always use them at the end of a sentence. Can't believe how big your dog is now. It used to be so small. Sometimes we can use them at the end of a quote mid-sentence. Stop doing that, Stephanie yelled at her brother, who just wouldn't stop staring. Because Stephanie was yelling, the exclamation point goes inside the quotation marks. Don't worry, we have a whole lesson with quotes in our lesson booklet. Or as part of a title or work. Essentially, if the title has an exclamation point, whether it's a song lyric or a movie or a book title, then you're going to use it in your writing as well. So I've compiled a helpful list for deciding on punctuation. You could screenshot this or come back to it later. Our first piece of punctuation is the question mark. A couple questions for yourself. Is it asking for information? When you read it out loud to yourself, does your voice go up a little at the end in the middle? If so, it requires that question mark. Exclamation points. Are you shouting, or is the person who's saying the quote shouting? And is it an urgent command or directive? If it's either of those things, it's going to require that exclamation point. And finally, we come to periods. In reality, periods are a catch-all. When it doesn't require a question mark or an exclamation point and it's ending a sentence, it's going to use a period. Usually they're for statements or commands. And remember that indirect questions that aren't really questions, they're more statements, they're questions within a statement. Our voice doesn't change at the end of those, and those are also going to require our period. We're about to jump into some questions. TEAS type questions, sample questions to give you a helping hand. We're going to dive into them together. But how do we approach these questions? We have some strategies for success. First is to identify the end punctuation required. Is it an emphatic response, which will require an exclamation point? Is it a question mark, which would be for a direct question? Remember, read for that rise in tone and voice. Or is it a period, which is our most common, which are for statements or commands, or indirect questions? Once you identify that end punctuation, you'll be able to answer the sentence completely. So let's give it a shot with some sample questions. Here's our first one. Here we have a statement with a blank in it. So it's going to say, I really wanted to go for a walk, but the weather doesn't blank. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? A has look great with a question mark. B has the same sentence with an exclamation point. C has it with a question mark and a period together. And D has it just with a period. So for this question, we have a sentence. I really wanted to go for a walk, but the weather doesn't look great, with a fill in the blank as our answer options. So let's walk through our strategies for this question type. Identify the punctuation needed. Is it an emphatic statement? Is it something that has urgency behind it? Is it a question mark? Is it asking for information? Or is it a period? Take a look for a second before we dive into our answer options. Think you're ready? Let's dive in. So our first answer option has a question mark. Now, this sentence is not asking for a question, and readers keep a steady tone, so a question mark is not needed or used for this answer. B is an exclamation point. Now, I could see how you could use an exclamation point, but it's not really an emphatic statement. It's not something that's going to put us in danger. It's not something that it has any sense of urgency. It's simply just that they're not going for a walk later on. C has a question mark and a period. And these are not going to be used together in any sort of situation ever, so don't worry about it. You'll never see them. And finally, we have a period at the end. This is a declarative sentence. It's declaring some sort of information. The weather's not looking great, not going out for a walk, and therefore requires a period at the end. If you got this one right, nicely done. So here we have another fill in the blank. Make sure you study before taking blank. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? The test with a question mark, the test with an exclamation point, the test with a question mark and a period again, or the test with a period. So our strategies don't change, so let's take a look again. Identify the punctuation needed. Is it an exclamation point? Is it an emphatic, urgent statement? Is it putting somebody in danger? Is it a question mark? Remembering our direct versus indirect questions? Or is it a period? Read the sentence one more time, and then we'll move on to the answer options. Awesome. Let's move on to our answer options. So our first has the test with a question mark. Now, this sentence is not asking a question, and as a reader, when you heard my voice, I kept a steady tone throughout, so a question mark is not needed or used. B is the test with an exclamation point. Now, making sure you study before taking the test is not a life or death situation, and it seems like the test isn't coming up tomorrow. It's not like our professor or our friend or our peer shouting it, so exclamation point's not going to be used here. Again, with C, this one's really to trip you up, right? It has a question mark and a period together, which you will not see in the English language. So that leaves D with a period. Again, it's an imperative statement, simply just telling us, hey, before taking the test, you should study, and it requires a period at the end. Another correct answer. Great work by you. So here's our next sample question. It's a little bit trickier. Here's our sentence. I already asked Joe if he could help me move on Saturday. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? On Saturday with a blank, on Saturday with a question mark, on Saturday with an exclamation point, or on Saturday with a period. So here again, we're filling in the blank, and our strategies are going to stay the same. And our only thing we're looking at here is identifying the punctuation that is needed. Does it need an exclamation point? A question mark, and remember in this one, I really want you to focus on that direct versus indirect questions. We have that question word, if. We have the word ask there, which is usually associated with a question, but is it a question or is it a statement? And finally, a period as our catch-all. Let's take a look at this one very, very closely. Think you're ready to move on? Let's jump into our answer options. So our first has no end punctuation. And we need some sort of punctuation mark, either a period, a question, or an exclamation point to mark the end of the sentence. So unfortunately, that first one, we just cross it off. B, I could totally see, right? Has a question mark, and we're asking if Joe's going to help us move on Saturday. If you read the sentence again, though, you're going to notice that we do not have a rise in our tone at the end of the sentence. You could actually rewind back and hear that my voice does not go up like it's a question. So this is not a direct question at all. In reality, is an indirect question. Now, see, we're not going to scream about asking somebody to help us move. We're not shouting it across the street, so exclamation point's not needed. And that leaves us with the period. On Saturday, period, our answer option D. And that is our correct response, because this is an indirect question. It's a statement that is asking for information, but it's a question mark within a statement, and it is an indirect question, and therefore requires a period. I'm new to the city. Do you know how to get to the nearest blank? And again, same question. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Our answer options are library with no punctuation, library with a question mark, library with an exclamation point, or library with a period. So our sentence is, I'm new to the city. Do you know how to get to the nearest library? So let's walk through our strategies for this question type. All we have to do is identify the punctuation needed. An exclamation point, a question mark, or a period. What do you think? So looking at our answer options, our first one has no end punctuation. And we need end punctuation to end a sentence. So we can cross that one off, process elimination. We're doing great. B, the question mark. This is a direct question. Do you know how to get to the library? It's asking for information, and it has that rise in tone. And it requires a question mark at the end. So this is our correct answer. If you got this one, go you. We've had a lot with periods, snuck in one with a question mark. Great work. C is with the library. And we wouldn't scream or be empathetic with this sort of sentence. We're just looking for the library. It's not really an emergency. And also, it requires a question mark because we're asking for information. And same thing with our period here. We're asking for information here. We have that rise in tone. And if this was an indirect question mark as a statement, it would be right. But if you read it one more time, you'll see that rise in voice. Do you know how to get to the library? Therefore, direct question requires a question mark. So we have our last one. I can't believe it. It was such a huge surprise. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Surprise with no punctuation, surprise with a question mark, surprise with an exclamation point, or surprise with a period. So here, same exact setup, and therefore, same strategies. All we have to do is identify the punctuation needed. Is it with an exclamation point? Is it an emphatic statement? Is it a question mark, like we just saw with how to get to the library? Or is it a period, some sort of statement? Let's dive into our answer options. Our first has no punctuation. And we already know we can cross that one off. We need punctuation to end a sentence. B has a question mark. The sentence is not a direct question. It's not asking for information. So a question mark is not needed. C, surprise. A surprise is something that's so excited. This person is just got to the party, saw everybody there with the candles. If it was a birthday, very, very exciting. And this is an emphatic statement. It requires an exclamation point, and it definitely fits here. If you got this one right, well done. Finally, because it requires that exclamation point, it does not require a period. And if this was a standard sentence, whether it was declarative or imperative, it would be the correct choice, but we're a little excited. So we're going to yell this one. It requires an exclamation point.
Hi, everyone. It's Johnny from Nurse Hub, and welcome to your lesson on using commas with introductory words to help with your TEAS exam. Now, this is one of many lessons on comma usage. Now, we use commas all the time. We use them in numbers over 1,000. We use them to separate items into a list, like my shopping list for today. I needed eggs, cheese, and bread at the store. Or to indicate or show a small break, or to join parts together in a sentence, just like in this sentence here. And we can use that for words, clauses, or ideas. Now, on the TEAS exam, we are asked a variety of questions regarding commas. So we will review each one of these question types in these lessons. First, we will learn how to use commas with introductory words. Now let's stop for a second. Do you see what I did there? That sentence had an introductory word. Let's read it again. First, we will learn how to use commas with introductory words. Do you hear that pause after the word first? That's where the comma goes. Now, introductory words are just that. They're words that are used to introduce ideas within a sentence. Some samples or examples could be well, yes, no, why, hello, hey, however, although, first, second, meanwhile, and many more. But how do we know if there should be a comma after an introductory word? The first step is we need to determine if the sentence uses an introductory word. These words are always, always, always going to be the first word of a sentence. And it could be for a step, like first, you'll knead the dough. That would be an introductory word. Next, comma, you would place it in the oven. Baking and those sort of instructions always include step-by-step directions with those sort of introductory words. Or it could be a conditional situation with words like well, yes, no, why, hello, however, although, meanwhile, or more. Something like, yes, I would love to go to the movies with you tonight. The next step is we need to figure out if the word, that introductory word, is being used to introduce an idea. Is it being used to answer a question? To set apart a word from the rest of the sentence? Or, again, indicate the order, a step of something, like first, second, or next. Now, here are listed some key words that show the purpose of that introductory word. To introduce an idea, we use a word like first or primarily. Primarily, comma, I like to wear red on Tuesdays. It's introducing that idea. It could be to answer a question. Yes, no, maybe, perhaps, etc. A sentence sample for that would be, no, I don't have room in my schedule for that today. That no would be the introductory word. It could set apart the word from the rest of the sentence or statement. However, that may not be true. It's setting apart that sentence from the rest of that paragraph. Or finally, to show the order of something. Additionally, you may want to perform some extra practice on this section. That word additionally would be our introductory word. So here are some ways to approach questions that ask for commas and introductory words. First, you want to identify introductory words and you want to pinpoint them. You want to find them. Does that word introduce an idea? Does it answer a question? Is it working to set itself apart? Or is it showing the order of something? The next, and this happens with all comma lessons, is you want to read that sentence out loud. I love to whisper the sentence to myself. If you hear a pause after that introductory word or phrase, that's where the comma goes. It's trusting your natural intuition as a reader. And finally, you want to read each answer option out loud for clarity, pausing where the punctuation is marked, just as I did in that sentence. So let's try it out. We have a sentence here. No, I don't think Victor is coming with us today. So first, where is the introductory word? If you need help, we made flashcards and lists to help you on our website. Second, where is the pause? Now let's read that sentence again. No, I don't think Victor is coming with us today. Did you pause after that introductory word or phrase? If so, that's where the comma goes. And then finally, and for this one we don't have this option, you want to read each answer option out loud for clarity, pausing where the punctuation is marked. So let's look at that sentence one more time. No, I don't think Victor is coming out with us today. Let's see where that comma goes. Right there after the word no. In this sentence, no is our introductory word. Let's continue on. We have one more. Next, we have to make sure we have all of our ingredients. So first, we find that introductory word. Second, you want to read that sentence out loud. Next, we have to make sure we have all of our ingredients. If you pause after that word, there goes a comma there. Did you have it after next? Fantastic. Let's take a look at it with some questions. So let's take a look at our first sample question. Blank come with you this weekend. It sounds like a great time. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Is it A, yes, I'll, with no punctuation? B, yes, I'll, with a comma after the first word yes? C, yes, I'll, with a colon after the word yes? And finally, D, yes, I'll, with a semicolon after the word yes. So here we're given the sentence, which every question of this type with commas with introductory words and phrases will use. So let's walk through our three strategies. The first is identifying our introductory word or phrase. Do you know what it is? I'll give you a second to think. Did you choose the word yes? Then yes, you got it correct. Next, you want to read the sentence out loud. Yes, I'll come with you this weekend. It sounds like a great time. Did you notice any pauses there? We already have one after that word weekend. But do you know any others? If you chose after yes, I'll come with you this weekend, then you chose correctly. Now, finally, you want to read the answer options out loud. Now, the really two differentiating ones are A and B there, because A has no punctuation, so you would read that with no pause. And B, C, and D all have punctuation there. Now, as a quick rule of thumb, after introductory words or phrases, you will never use a colon or a semicolon. In fact, you will always use a comma. So with that in mind, let's take a look at our answers. A is yes, I'll come, with no punctuation. It does not have any punctuation, and it does not set apart that word yes from the rest of the sentence. So unfortunately, it's incorrect. B, yes, comma, I'll come. It uses a comma after introductory word. So it is correct, as it sets off that speaker's answer, yes, from the rest of the sentence. Yes, I'll come with you. Finally, C, with a colon. A colon is meant to set apart two independent clauses. It's usually in a definition or in an informative format. If you haven't hit our colon yeses yet, don't worry, they're coming later. And finally, D, yes, I'll come with a semicolon. With a semicolon after an introductory word, semicolons are usually used to separate independent clauses in a sentence, which is not the case here. Here, we're just using an introductory word. Our next sentence. Now let's just read it with one of our answer options there. However, there is more to this project than simply presenting information. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? The first one has a period after the word however. B has a colon after the word however. C has a semicolon after the word however. And D has a comma after the word however. So again, we have our sentence here. However, there is more to this project than simply presenting information. And the first thing we want to do is identifying our introductory word or phrase. Do you know what it is? Yes, it's that word, however. Next, you want to read that sentence out loud again. However, there is more to this project than simply presenting information. And finally, if you need to, you want to read those answer options out loud. But knowing that introductory words or phrases usually have a comma, let's take a look at our answer options. The first is with a period after however. Now that separates our word into two separate sentences, however, and then there, which is incorrect because however is not a complete sentence. Second, uses a colon. Now we know from our first sample question that those colons are meant to separate two different independent clauses, usually in a definition or informative format. So that's not the correct answer either. Next is with a semicolon after however. But semicolons, those are used to separate independent clauses in a sentence, and that's not the case here. And again, if you're not really sure how to use colons or semicolons yet, just check out our other lessons on Nurse Hub. So that leaves us with D, with that comma. And that is our correct answer. That sets off that word, however, from the rest of the sentence. So let's take a look at one more. In our last sample, made a little bit of a tricky one for you. So let's take a look deeper this time. Blank, that project wouldn't work given our current schedule. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Would it be A, yes that, B, yes that with a comma after yes, C, no that with no punctuation, and D, no that with a comma after that word no? So in this one, we not only have to decide which punctuation we want to use after an introductory word, we also have to decide which introductory word we need to use. So we'll use our strategies, but we also have to read the sentence to identify which introductory word is correct. So is it going to be, yes, that project wouldn't work given our current schedule? Or no, that project wouldn't work given our current schedule? So let's take a look at our answer options. First option is yes, that. So yes, that does not use the correct introductory word. We're looking at a sentence that's looking at something that's negative there. No, that project wouldn't work given our time schedule. In addition, this one has no punctuation, so that would not be the correct answer. Remember, we always use commas after our introductory words or phrases. Now, our second is using the right punctuation, but it's not using that correct introductory word. So unfortunately, that's not our correct answer. C is using the right introductory word, no, but again, no punctuation, so it doesn't work for us. And finally, on our tricky last sample, no, that with that comma is our correct answer. No, that project would not work with our current time schedule is the correct answer with that comma to set apart that introductory word. So let's do a final test together. I want you to place that comma. Read that sentence out loud to yourself. Listen for the pause. Identify the introductory word and place that comma. I'll give you a few seconds here. All right, so let's read that sentence out loud together. Yes, I am prepared and ready to go with introductory word, commas. Did you place it after yes? If you did, then you're 100% ready to move on.
Hey, future nurses, it's Johnny, and welcome to your lesson on using commas to join clauses together.
So first, you remember from last time, or if this is your first time in a comma lesson with us, let's go over how we use commas. We use them all the time. We use them in numbers over 1,000. There it is after the 1 there. We use it to separate items into a list, like that nice little grocery list on the screen. We use it to indicate a small break in a sentence, just like that sentence there. And we also use it to join parts of a sentence together. Now, on your TEAS exam, you are going to be asked a variety of questions regarding commas. So to help, we're going to review each one of those question types asked in these comma lessons. So our focus for this lesson is going to be joining clauses together using commas. Now to review, just like in our slide before, a comma is a small break in a sentence. It's meant to show a small pause in a sentence, like this pause here. They can be used for a variety of purposes, such as joining clauses together in a sentence. That's our focus for today. So what's a clause? A clause is a group of words that contains both a subject and a verb. A subject is a person, place, thing, or idea that's doing something or being something in a sentence or clause. And the verb is the action word that describes what the subject is doing or the state of the subject. So let's look at an example together. We have the sentence here. Rosalia is studying for her exam. So first, what's the subject in the sentence? Remember, that's the person, place, thing, or idea. Did you guess Rosalia? That's absolutely right. Rosalia is the name of a person, right? And she is studying for her exam. She is doing something in the sentence. And where's the verb or that action word? Did you choose studying? Then you got it absolutely right. Studying is the action that Rosalia is doing. So Rosalia is the subject and studying is the verb. So this is a clause. There are two different types of clauses. There are independent clauses, which can stand on their own as a sentence with no additional help, just like Rosalia is studying for her exam, our slide before. Some other examples. Hector drove his car to the university. That can stand on its own as a sentence with no additional help. Next, there are dependent clauses. We haven't seen these yet, so let's take a look. Dependent clauses require help to be a complete sentence. They cannot stand as a complete sentence on their own. Here's an example. Before Hector drove his car to the university. And there lies the question. What happened? What happened before Hector drove his car to the university? Did he fill up with fuel? Did he pop a tire? Did he turn on his radio? The options are endless, and that means that we require help to make that sentence, before Hector drove his car to the university, a complete sentence. And that makes it a dependent clause. So let's try out some others. So let's play a little game. Is the clause independent, meaning it can stand on its own as a sentence, or dependent, meaning it requires a little extra help? I saw the greatest movie this weekend. So what do you think? Independent clause or dependent clause? Can it stand on its own, or does it need a little help? It is independent, as it is a complete sentence. I saw the greatest movie this weekend requires no help to make it a sentence. While she was typing up her report. This one is dependent, because what happened as she was typing it up? Without that information, it is an incomplete sentence. That makes it dependent. Evelyn bought paint from her upcoming project. While we're not sure what she's doing for a project, this is an independent clause because there's no real more information that we need to make this a complete thought. Last one. After Robert's computer was fixed. So what do you think on this one? Dependent? Does it need information? Or independent? Can it stand on its own? If you pick dependent, you're right. Because what happened after his computer was fixed? Did it break again? Did it look brand new? So you can see here, there are a few target words that we want to look at here, while and after. And with Hector's sentence, before. Those words can key in that this is a dependent clause. Now that we've figured out dependent and independent clauses, let's jump into our comma rule. Our first comma rule for today is just that, joining dependent and independent clauses in that order. So the dependent clause goes first. And what that looks like is a dependent clause, then a comma, then an independent clause. Now, a quick note is clauses that start with words like while, before, after, because, although, and some others are in almost every case going to be a dependent clause. Let's look at some examples. The first is before Stephanie built the desk, she had to vacuum her floor. So in this one, and I'll help you out, our first dependent clause is before Stephanie built the desk. Our independent clause is she had to vacuum the floor. That first part, before Stephanie built the desk, that can be thought of as a dependent clause because it doesn't really stand on its own. Meanwhile, she had to vacuum the floor is an independent clause. So we know from our comma rules that it would go right after that word, desk. Let's take a look at our second example. Because she had prepared, the exam came easily for her. Where would the comma go? You got it, right after prepared. If you notice when we read each of these sentences, we do naturally pause after that dependent clause, where the comma should be. Before Stephanie built the desk, she had to vacuum her floor. Because she had prepared, the test came easily for her. So we're about to jump into our first sample question. Before we do, how do we approach questions of this type? We have 3 strategies to give you a helping hand. The first is to identify the dependent and the independent clause. How do you do that? The best way, does a sentence use one of our starter words to begin it? Does it begin with a word like before, after, but, or because? If it does, that first clause is most likely a dependent clause, and these rules apply. The second is to read the sentence out loud. Now, of course, you're taking this test most likely on a computer, so you'll have to kind of whisper it to yourself or just mouth the words. But in this question type, especially if it uses one of those starter words to begin the sentence, you're going to hear a pause after that dependent clause. In this case, that's most likely where the comma goes. The third is to read each answer option out loud for clarity, pausing where the punctuation is marked. So, with that in mind, let's take a look at our first sample sentence. Before leaving for the blank, sure you double check your packing list. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Is it A, we can make with a period, B, we can make with no punctuation, C, we can make with a semicolon, or D, we can make with a comma? So first, let's read that sentence with those words plugged in. Before leaving for the weekend, make sure you double check your packing list. So every question like this will have a sentence to help us out. There'll be words to plug into a sentence just like we see here. So let's walk through our first three strategies. The first is identifying our clauses, the dependent first, then the independent. Does it use one of our target words? Now, if you see that word before there, we know most likely that is a dependent clause, so this rule will apply. Second is let's read the sentence out loud, listening for that pause. Before leaving for the weekend, make sure you double check your packing list. There's definitely a pause there, so let's try our third one. And finally, reading those answer options out loud. Now, if you notice, they're all the same here, except for some change in punctuation. So let's take a look at our answer options. The first is we can make with a period. So before leaving for the weekend, period, make sure you double check your packing list. Now, we know that before leaving for the weekend is a dependent clause, which means it needs help to become a sentence. So to put a period there wouldn't really make sense. And it's not our correct answer, because that would create a sentence fragment or an incomplete sentence. Our second option has no punctuation at all, so it would read like this. Before leaving for the weekend, make sure you double check your packing list. Oh, I'm out of breath reading that, right? And that is because that creates a run-on sentences, which is combining two clauses without any punctuation. It's not a correct answer, so let's move on to answer option 3. C is we can make with a semicolon. Now, if you're confused about semicolons, great. We have a lesson on semicolons coming up. It's also in your lesson list. We step through this one by one to give you a helping hand. Now, for this question type, we can make places a semicolon in between our two clauses. And to give you a little preview, semicolons are only used for two independent clauses with no linking word. Again, we have a lesson on that coming up. Finally, D, it's highlighted in green. It's our answer. If that's what you chose, ding, ding, ding for you. Unbelievable job. We can make with that comma connects our clauses within the sentence by correctly separating them with a comma. So this is our correct answer. You did that. Great, great work. For the second sample question, we're asked the following. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? Now, in this one, we're missing what the first question had, which is that sentence with that blank in it, where we just had to plug in the two words. For this one, in this TEAS type question, we are given the sentence in its complete form, which is while the team practices, the coaches watch and make adjustments to the game plan. This makes it a little simpler because we don't have to plug those words into that sample sentence. Now, for option A, we have no in-sentence punctuation. For option answer B, there's a period after the word practices. For C, there is a comma after the word practices. And for D, there is a colon after the word practices. So with this change to actually have the sentences as answers A, B, C, and D, our three strategies combine only down to 2. The first is identifying our clauses, dependent first, then independent. Now, do you remember how we find a dependent clause? Yes, we look for those marker words, before, after, while, because. We have the word while in there. So we know that that first clause is dependent. Then we're going to read each sentence out loud. We're going to listen for that pause. So let's give it a shot. While the team practices, the coaches watch and make adjustments to the game plan. I hear a pause after that word practices. So we know that there is a dependent and then an independent clause. We know our rules. So let's take a look at our answer options. The first is while the team practices, the coaches watch and make adjustments to the game plan with no in-sentence punctuation. Let's read that with no punctuation. Let's just read it straight through. Let's give it a shot. While the team practices, the coaches watch and make adjustments to the game plan. Whew, that was even harder than the first one. With no pause there and with no punctuation in between our dependent and our independent clause, it creates a run-on sentence. So this is not our correct answer. For B, while the team practices, period, the coaches watch and make adjustments to the game plan. We know that word while makes that first clause dependent. Dependent means it needs something else. Well, while the team practices, what's happening? So we can't have a period there. Because remember, a dependent clause cannot be its own sentence. That creates a sentence fragment, and that is not the correct answer. Let's take a look at answer option C. Woo! That color green is the color we want. So this is our correct answer with that comma after the word practices. That follows our rule. It separates our dependent clause from our independent clause with a comma, creates the correct structure, and is the right answer. So what do we do with the colon? A colon is for two independent clauses, where the second works to inform the first clause, like a definition. And that's not the case for this sentence. It is a dependent-independent clause sentence. So C is our correct answer. So you have mastered joining dependent and independent clauses together. But what happens when we want to join two independent clauses together within the same sentence? Well, this is a 2-for-1 deal. I'm going to show you the rules for this as well. The second rule for joining two independent clauses is with a coordinating conjunction. Now, how this would look in a sentence is the independent clause would come first, and then a comma, and then the conjunction, and then our second independent clause. Now, what is a conjunction? Conjunctions are words that can be placed between words, phrases, clauses, and sentences. They act as sort of like a binding agent or a joiner. Here are some examples. The first is that acronym FANBOYS. And FANBOYS starts for and, nor, but, or, yet, so. These are all words that are conjunctions that we can use to combine these two independent clauses. The next are some other transitory words like after, although, as if, as long as, even though, in order that, or even more. Finally, we have words that are like either, not only, neither, whether, just as, no sooner, etc. So it's kind of hard to look at conceptually. So let's take a look at it in some example sentences. So we have two independent clauses in these sentences. Let's place the comma. Here's our first. The oven was preheated, but the chicken was taking forever to cook. So if you notice, we have our two independent clauses here. The first is the oven is preheated, and the second is the chicken was taking forever to cook. So where would our conjunction be? Yes, that word in the middle, but. Now with that rule, we have an independent clause, conjunction, second independent clause. Our comma goes directly after the first independent clause. Where would that be? Directly after that word preheated. Let's take a look at our second option. And I want you to do this one on your own. Joe's baseball team was set to play at 7, yet his center fielder was missing. So where's your first independent clause? Yes, Joe's baseball team was set to play at 7. There's our first independent clause. Now, where's our second? His center fielder was missing. Good. So conjunction would be yet, and where would your comma go? Yes, right after that first independent clause and before the conjunction. Let's try our third and final. Meredith was sitting near the window seat, even though she was afraid of heights. So first, identify the first independent clause. Do you have it? All right, now where is the second independent clause? Think you have it? All right, this one's a little tough because our conjunction is actually two words. So our first independent clause is Meredith was sitting near the window seat. That's a statement on its own. It makes sense as a sentence. So that's our first independent clause. Our second independent clause is she was afraid of heights. It's a fairly easy statement. And that's our second independent clause. Now, where's our conjunction? Yes, it's those words even though. And where would the comma go? Directly after window seat. Okay. So, approaching two independent clauses, we also have 3 strategies for success for this one. So the first is to identify or find your two independent clauses. Remember that both clauses should be complete thoughts on your own. If you walked up to somebody and said that first independent clause or that second one, it should make sense as a sentence. Second option is to read the sentence out loud. You might have to whisper to yourself, but there is going to be a pause in between that first independent clause and before the conjunction. That's where the comma is going to go. And finally, you want to take a look at each of them for clarity, pausing where that punctuation is marked. So let's take a look at our first sentence. Rosa has been studying for blank. I hope she does well on her test. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Now, A, B, C, and D are all variations of weeks so, those two words. First one has no punctuation. The second has a period after weeks. Option C has a semicolon after weeks, and option D has a comma after weeks. So every question in this type is going to have that sentence to help us, just like before. This one is right at the top. We have to plug those words in. So let's walk through our first three strategies. The first is we have to identify our two independent clauses. Where are they? Yes, Rosa has been studying for weeks is the first one, and I hope she does well on her test is the second. Then you're going to read that sentence out loud, listening for the pause. Rosa has been studying for weeks, so I hope she does well on her test. You have that pause there right after weeks and before so. So is our coordinating conjunction there. And then we're going to read each of those answer options out loud with that punctuation attached. Did you do it? Let's take a look at our answer options. The first is week so. Rosa has been studying for weeks, so I hope she does well on her test. This one joins with no punctuation, creating a run-on sentence. We have those two independent clauses and the coordinating conjunction with nothing for a break. That is an incorrect answer. Our second stops with a period. Now with this one, it separates it into two separate sentences. Rosa has been studying for weeks, so I hope she does well on our tests. But by starting that second sentence with that coordinating conjunction with so, it turns that clause into so I hope she does well on her test, which is a dependent clause. Remember, we had some questions there. So I hope she does well on her test. Well, why do we hope that, right? That so asks that question, and it cannot be a sentence on its own. C is with a semicolon. Now, a semicolon combines our clauses, but the semicolons are used for combining two independent clauses with no coordinating conjunction, so without that word so, and it doesn't belong here. Finally, we have our question highlighted in green, weeks, comma, so. That uses a comma to combine our two clauses, as is written with the independent plus independent clause with a coordinating conjunction rule, and that is our correct answer. Let's go with one more. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? Now for this one, we don't have to plug anything in. We have our options right in front of us. A is the movie was really good, but it was way too long with no punctuation. B is the movie was really good, but it was way too long with a comma. C is the movie was really good and it was way too long with no punctuation. And D is the movie was really good, comma, and it was way too long with that comma after the word good. Now for this one, we not only have to take a look at our comma rules and our clause rules, we also have to take a look at that coordinating conjunction. Because if you notice, A and B have that word but, and C and D have that word and. Now, but is to have a detractor. I really like your outfit, but I'm not a huge fan of that color. It is something where I'm saying something that's really, really great, something that I love, but something that I don't like. Now, if a movie's really good and it was way too long, that way too long has a little bit of a negative connotation there. It means something that we don't really like about it. So in this, we would use that word but. So let's take a look at our three strategies. First, let's identify our two clauses. Where do you think they are? Yes, the movie was really good. That is our first independent clause. It's there, it's a sentence. If I said it to somebody, it would make sense. What's our second one? Yes, it was way too long. Now, it is a pronoun. You could say the movie was way too long, and that would make sense as a sentence. So that is our second independent clause. And then our coordinating conjunction would be either the word but or the word and. So with our strategies in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. The first is the movie was really good, but it was way too long. That with no punctuation creates a run-on sentence. It rambles a little bit. The movie was really good, but it was way too long. I don't have a chance to breathe, and therefore it's incorrect. Second, yes, it's highlighted in green. That's our answer. If you got it right, great work. The movie was really good, comma, but it was way too long. That separates our two independent clauses with that coordinating conjunction and the comma directly after that first independent clause. and it has that correct sentence structure with that word but. The movie was really good, but I didn't like it. But it was way too long. It's that opposing force of the good with the thing I did not like that needs that word but. So that's our correct answer. For C, movie was really good and it was way too long. Not only does it use the wrong sentence structure, also we're not going to combine the good with the bad with that word and. And finally, the movie was really good, comma, and it was way too long. I could totally see someone picking this, and I wouldn't fault you too much for it. This is a really, really difficult question. But you want to take a look at that coordinating conjunction. And for this one, it's going to be but, because remember, it's that good with the bad. I like your outfit, but I'm not a huge fan of that color. The car is really fast, but it's expensive. So use the correct sentence structure, but it is not the right answer due to that word and. So, a final test. Are you ready? I knew you were ready. Let's place the commas. All right, I'm going to give you a couple sentences. You got to place the commas for me. Let's take a look at our first one. After this lesson on commas, I am ready for any question the TEAS throws at me. What rule does it use? Oh, yeah, you see that word after. So this is a dependent clause into an independent clause. Where does that comma go? Woof! Right after that word commas. After this lesson on commas, comma, I am ready for any question the TEAS throws at me. And you are. Our second one. I will continue to practice these skills, especially because the Nurse Hub team has developed lesson quizzes, question banks, and practice tests to help me. So we have an independent clause, another independent clause, and then that coordinated conjunction. That first independent clause, I will continue to practice these skills. And the second one, the Nurse Hub team has developed lesson quizzes, question banks, and practice tests to help me. That coordinated conjunction is especially because it's a double one, it's a tricky one. Yes, the comma goes after that word, skills.
Hey everyone, it's Johnny from Nurse Hub. Today, we're going to dive into using commas with non-essential clauses.
The first term we're going to look at together is commas. As a reminder, we use commas all the time. We use them in numbers over 1,000. We use them to separate items into a list, like that grocery list there. We use it to indicate a small break in a sentence. And finally, we use them to join parts of a sentence together. On the TEAS exam, you're going to be asked a variety of questions regarding commas and their use. So together, we're going to review each one of those question types in these comma lessons. Our next piece is going to be reviewing clauses. A clause is a group of words that include a subject and a verb. The subject is a person, place, thing, or idea doing something or being something in a sentence or clause. And the verb is the action word that describes what the subject is doing or how the subject is. Now, from prior lessons, clauses can be independent, which means they can stand on its own as a sentence, or a clause can be dependent, which means it needs a little bit of help or some more information to be a complete sentence. But what about clauses that are non-essential? That's a new term, so let's find out some more. And that brings us to our new grammar term for today, the non-essential clause. Now, a non-essential clause is an adjective clause that is not essential to the understanding of a sentence. But wait, let's backtrack for a second. What is an adjective clause? An adjective clause is meant to give more information about a person, place, thing, or idea in a sentence. So just like an adjective is a word that works to describe or give more information about a noun, which is a person, place, or thing, or idea, an adjective clause is that just in multiple words. Here's an example. I remember the day I got my driver's license. That underlined part there, that is our adjective clause. Why? Because it works to describe that day, that thing within the sentence. It's the day I got my driver's license. It's an important day, and it's something that we should describe. So, how can we tell if an adjective clause is also a non-essential clause? A non-essential clause is a clause that is not necessary for the reader to know. The sentence would keep the same exact meaning without it. This means that you could take that clause completely out of the sentence, and it would not change the content or the overall meaning of the sentence. Now, there are two questions to ask when looking at whether a clause is essential or non-essential. The first is, does that clause change or alter the sentence's meaning? And if we remove that clause, would the sentence meaning change? So let's take a look at two examples. Our first is an example of an essential clause. The sentence says, the woman working the register can complete your purchase. If we remove that clause, it would say the woman can complete your purchase. Now, if somebody said that to me at a department store, I would need to know, well, which worker can help me complete my purchase? I would be very, very confused. That signifier of working the register is essential to that sentence. Our second, my grandpa, who lives on a farm, said I can ride his horse. If we removed that clause, it would say my grandpa said I can ride his horse. It doesn't matter where the fact he lives on a farm. He could live in the suburbs or he could live in the city. The fact is, he said I could ride his horse, and that's my grandpa. So that sentence meaning would not change at all. And that makes it a non-essential clause. Let's take a look at some examples together. I underlined the clause for you. The family that looked at the red house is coming in to buy it today. Now, if you remove that clause from the sentence, it would read, the family is coming in to buy it today. But what would they be buying? There's a major question there. And that information is needed for that sentence to make sense. We need to know who the family is and what they're buying, so that part's essential. Let's take a look at this one. My uncle, who is 83 years old, still goes to work 5 days per week. That sentence is non-essential. The uncle, if he was 73, 63, or 93, he's still going to work 5 days a week. He's still my uncle. That sentence would not change. So, what does this have to do with comma rules, you might ask? The coolest part about all of it is that non-essential clauses are set apart with commas and only with commas. So, the show, which begins at noon on Thursday, is a must-watch. If we remove it, the show is a must-watch. We do not need that information, which begins at noon on Thursday. So we're going to set it off with some commas because that's a non-essential clause. The commas would go at the beginning and at the end of that clause. So you can see it starts off with a comma and ends with a comma, and that sets it off. If we were reading it out loud with pauses, it would say the show, which begins at noon on Thursday, is a must-watch. So I think we're ready to test this out and play a little bit of a game. I'm going to give you a bunch of sentences. Is the underlined portion of each sentence essential or non-essential? Let's start with our first one, and don't worry, we'll do it together. The concert, which went for 3 hours, was absolutely incredible. Which went for 3 hours is our adjective clause. So if you remember, one of our major strategies is to remove that clause and say, does the sentence meaning change without it? So what would it say? Yes, it would say the concert was absolutely incredible. Now, that does not change the meaning of that sentence. That 3 hours is more of a fun fact rather than essential information. So that clause is non-essential. Without the clause, it would simply say the concert was absolutely incredible. So let's try one with just a tiny bit of help. The time when I go to bed changes in the summer. So remember, our first step is to remove that clause and say, does that sentence meaning change? Ask ourselves that question. So remove it and give it a shot. And now, do you think that's an essential or non-essential clause? If you picked an essential clause, you're absolutely right. Without that clause, the sentence would say the time changes in the summer. Now, is that sentence true? Technically, yes. Well, at least where I live, we have daylight savings time here. But the time when I go to bed, that is essential information because that is going to dictate that time changing. It might change from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., but that time is needed nonetheless. My car, which is less than 5 years old, is broken beyond repair. Now try our strategies out. Is that an essential or a non-essential clause? So that sentence without the clause reads, my car is broken beyond repair. That does not change the meaning of our sentence. Without the clause, that sentence still makes sense, and that information does not change the sentence meaning. So that is a non-essential clause. Finally, the astronaut who first walked on the moon was Neil Armstrong. Try this one out. Yes, it is essential, as that clause adds essential information to the sentence. Without it, the astronaut was Neil Armstrong, which, while technically true, the most differentiating factor is that he was the first to walk on the moon. Are you ready for a bonus game now? All right, so we know which clauses are essential, which clauses are non-essential. So, where do we place our commas? Our first one is going to go right after that word concert. And our second is also in that first sentence. It's going to go right after that word hours, because remember, it sets apart that non-essential clause. Where does our next comma go? Well, it doesn't go in the second sentence. That is an essential clause, so we don't need it there. Yeah, it's in our third one. Right after my car, and then right after that word old, again, setting off the non-essential clause. So you can see our sentences with the essential clause do not need commas, and our sentences with the non-essential clause require a comma at the beginning of the clause and at the end of the clause. So these have 2 commas. So we're going to take a look at some TEAS type questions. But how do we approach these questions? We have some strategies for success to help you out. The first is to identify the adjective clause. Now, if this is a question type with a non-essential clause, that adjective clause is going to be set off by punctuation as an answer option if you can't find it. So it's a little bit of a helpful hint there. The second is try to remove that adjective clause from the sentence and ask yourself the question, does it change the meaning of that overall sentence? If it doesn't change the meaning, you are going to add commas as it is a non-essential clause, a clause that's not needed to help the meaning of the sentence. But if it changes the meaning, no commas are needed. So let's try one out together. Let's jump into our first sample question. The question reads, the blank is set for surgery on Tuesday. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? The patient, a woman in her 40s, is set for surgery on Tuesday is the sentence that we're looking at. On the first one, we have no punctuation at all. For B, we have a colon after the word patient and a comma after the word 40s. For option C, we have a period after the word patient, and then it starts a new sentence with a woman in her 40s, comma. And then finally, we have D, which is patient, comma, a woman in her 40s, comma. Now, every question like this has a sentence that will help you and to guide you. There's a couple different ways they incorporate it. This is one of them. So let's walk through our strategies for this question type. The first, so I want to identify our clause, which is a woman in her 40s. How do we know that? Well, because for D, they give us the option of 2 commas there. Now, the second thing we want to do is we want to remove that clause. Does it change the meaning of our sentence? So it said the patient is set for surgery on Tuesday. Does that sentence make just as much sense and have the same meaning as the patient, a woman in her 40s, is set for surgery on Tuesday? That's going to determine whether we have an essential or non-essential clause. And then finally, if the clause is non-essential, we're going to add a comma in front of and at the end of the clause for our correct answer. So let's take a look at our answer options a little bit more closely and determine which one is the right answer. The first, patient, a woman in her 40s, is set for surgery on Tuesday with no punctuation is an incorrect answer. It would be a run-on sentence, and because that clause, a woman in her 40s, that adjective clause is non-essential. For B, we have a colon and then a comma after that word 40s, and that's also incorrect. Remember, colons are used with 2 independent clauses when the second works to explain the first. That first part of the sentence, the patient, is not an independent clause, so this doesn't work. C splits it up into 2 sentences. It would be the patient, and then a woman in her 40s is set for surgery on Tuesday. This answer has a period after that first clause. It would simply just say the patient, which that's a dependent clause because it's missing a verb and cannot stand on its own as a sentence and would not make any sense. Now, finally, we have D, which is patient, comma, a woman in her 40s. So the sentence would read, the patient, a woman in her 40s, is set for surgery on Tuesday. That is the correct answer because that is a comma separating the non-essential clause and it uses the correct sentence structure. So that makes it right. If you picked that one, great work. Let's try our second one. The multiple choice blank will determine my grade in history class. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? Now, our sentence, if we were just to plug in that blank, would be the multiple choice test, which will be held on Thursday, will determine my grade in history class. For A, there's no punctuation at all. For B, we have a colon after the word test and a comma after the word Thursday. For C, we have a semicolon after the word test and a comma after the word Thursday. And finally, for D, we have a comma after the word test and another comma after the word Thursday. This is the same exact question setup as before, so we're going to take the same exact approach. Let's first identify our clause, which will be held on Thursday. Now I want you to remove that clause. What would the sentence read without it? You're right, the multiple choice test will determine my grade in history class. Now, question, does that change the meaning of the sentence? Does which will be held on Thursday change the meaning of that sentence at all? It does not. So that is a non-essential clause. So with that, we're going to add a comma in front of and at the end of that clause. So let's take a look at our answer options. The first, A, reads, the multiple choice test, which will be held on Thursday, will determine my grade in history class. And that has 0 punctuation. Now, we know we have a non-essential clause here, so we need commas. So that is not the right answer. This will create a run-on sentence. So that is not the correct sentence format. B has test with a colon, which will be held on Thursday, comma. Now, this answer has a colon. Colons are usually used with 2 independent clauses, when the second works to explain the first, kind of like in a definition format. The first part of the sentence, the multiple choice test, that's not an independent clause, and it's definitely not a definition either, so this part's incorrect. C has a semicolon after that word test. Now, if you've been paying attention, semicolons, you also need independent clauses for the first clause there. And the multiple choice test is not an independent clause, so this is not the correct answer. And that leaves us with D. D is the correct answer because it has a comma that sets off that non-essential clause, which creates a correct sentence structure. Let's try one more in a different format. A, I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, period. A national park located in Arizona with my family this summer, period. B, I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, colon, a national park located in Arizona, comma, with my family this summer, period. C, I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, comma, a national park located in Arizona, comma, with my family this summer. And finally, D, this one has 0 punctuation, minus the period at the end. I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, a national park located in Arizona with my family this summer. Ooh, we don't have to fill in the blank here. This time, we have a sentence on travel. If you haven't seen the Grand Canyon, it's really, really cool. It's gorgeous. And those answer options are right in front of us, so we do not even have to fill out the blank. So let's try this one on your own. First step, identify that clause. It's there on the screen for you if you need it. A national park located in Arizona. Now remove that clause. Read the sentence without a national park located in Arizona. Does it change the meaning of that sentence? Now remember, if it changes the meaning of that sentence, that is an essential clause, and that would need no punctuation, no in-sentence punctuation. But if it's a non-essential clause, and it does not change the meaning of the sentence, then it needs a comma at the beginning and the end. So what do you think? Do you have your answer locked in? Let's test your knowledge on this last question. Our first one, A, is I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, period. A national park located in Arizona with my family this summer. Now, this is a tricky one because that first part of the sentence does work as a complete sentence because it is an independent clause. I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon. I could totally see somebody saying that and it would make sense and it is grammatically correct. However, that second clause does not work because it needs the context of the first for it to be whole. A national park located in Arizona with my family this summer. Well, what are you doing with your family? The national park is not your family, so that part of the sentence does not make sense on its own. Let's take a look at B. I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, colon, a national park located in Arizona, comma, with my family this summer. Now, if you remember, colons are used for a sort of definition, and I am so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon is not really a definition. So unfortunately, this one does not work. The second does not help to explain the first, really. The first part does, a national park located in Arizona, but not the with my family this summer. If you picked C, you're absolutely right. And kudos to you. This uses a comma at the beginning and at the end of that non-essential clause, a national park located in Arizona. Remember, without that clause, it would read, I'm so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon with my family this summer. That still works as a sentence. And a national park located in Arizona, while it does give in more information, is not essential to the meaning of that sentence. So this one's the correct structure and the correct answer. And let's take a look at D. This one has no punctuation. Now first, if you were to read that out loud to yourself, it would read with no breaks. Let me take a deep breath. I'm so excited to travel to the Grand Canyon, a national park located in Arizona with my family this summer. Whew, I'm out of breath. So first of all, we know something's off there just because without that punctuation, there's nowhere for us to rest and take a break. But also, that punctuation is needed as it uses a non-essential clause. And we know with non-essential clauses, you need a comma at the beginning and the end. So, one last fun game. As a final test, let's place the commas. We have 3 sentences here. I'm going to read them out loud to you, and then I want you to take some time to think about where the commas go. The book, which was a gift from my grandmother, was old and worn. Sentence number 1. Sentence number 2 reads, the car, which comes with all-wheel drive, is only $40,000. And our last sentence is, the office, located in the center of New York City, houses over 1,000 employees. It's a pretty big office. So where do you think the commas go? Our first comma is going to go directly after book. And so where does the second comma go? Where's that non-essential clause end? Yes, the book, which was a gift from my grandmother, was old and worn. Without that clause, it would say the book was old and worn. Where do you think the next one goes? Yes, right after car. Then where does that non-essential clause end? Yes, right after that word drive. The car, which comes with all-wheel drive, is only $40,000. Without that clause, the car is only $40,000. That sentence makes sense. That middle part's really more of just a fun fact. It's not essential, so we need a comma to begin it and end it. Finally, our last one. First comma goes right after that word office, and the non-essential clause ends with that word city. Without that clause, the office houses over 1,000 employees. That middle part, that non-essential clause located in the center of New York City, while it's interesting information, it's not vital to the meaning of the sentence. Hi, my name is Johnny with Nurse Hub, and welcome to your next lesson on commas. This lesson is on using commas to separate adjectives. For help with your TEAS exam, let's get started. On the TEAS exam, we're going to be asked a variety of questions regarding commas. So, in our lessons, we're going to review each of these question types to make sure you're best prepared. To begin, let's do a quick review. Remember, we use commas all of the time. We use them in numbers over 1,000. We use them to separate items into a list, like our little shopping list here. We use it to indicate a small break in a sentence, just like in this sentence, which separates words, clauses, and ideas within a sentence. And finally, in this case, we're going to use commas to separate adjectives. Okay, so we have commas down, but what about adjectives? What are those? Well, simply put, adjectives are words that we use to describe nouns. Now, a noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Let's look at our first example. The difficult test had 100 questions. And our second example, the red shirt is on sale. And finally, our third example, the car is really fast and sporty. For our first sentence, the word difficult is our adjective because it is used to describe the test. The test was difficult. In our second sentence, the word red is our adjective because it's used to describe the shirt. It's not purple or blue, it is red. And finally, while our first two examples had the adjective at the beginning of the noun before it, for our third sentence, it has it at the end, and it's a double adjective of fast and the adjective sporty. because those both describe our noun, which is the car. But today is not just about having one adjective in a sentence. It's about having multiple adjectives in a sentence. So let's keep on moving. This brings us to coordinating adjectives, which is going to be our focus for today. It's our ultimate goal by the end of the lesson to be able to identify coordinating adjectives and also to apply our comma rules to them. But what are they? Coordinating adjectives are a series of two adjectives in a row in a sentence that both work to modify or change that noun. So let's look at an example. Raul completed a long, thorough study of terms before his exam. Here, we're looking at the words long and thorough. Those are describing how Raul studied his terms. It was a long and thorough study of terms. And in this case, we put a comma in between them. And that gets into our rules. So again, from before, coordinating adjectives are consecutive adjectives. They have to go one right after another. They have to go back to back. That both work to modify the same noun in a sentence, just like Raul's study of terms. Here we have the huge, juicy watermelon was the perfect addition to our fruit salad. And surfers had a blast on the high, curling waves after the storm. In our first sentence, the words huge and juicy are two consecutive adjectives that describe the watermelon, our noun. In our second sentence, high and curling describe the waves that the surfers are having a blast on. These are both consecutive adjectives that are both working to modify that noun, in this case, the huge, juicy watermelon and the high, curling waves. For the TEAS exam, all coordinating adjectives need a comma in between those two adjectives in order to get a correct score. So for huge and juicy, we put a comma in between them. And for high and curling, we put a comma in between those adjectives as well. But it's not really that simple, because not only do we have coordinated adjectives, but in a sentence mostly, they're in a battle with cumulative adjectives. And these are very different. They look the same, but they're going to have different rules attached to them. So let's dig into each one of these one by one. Let's start with coordinating adjectives, because those are the ones we're really familiar with. Coordinating adjectives are two consecutive adjectives that modify a noun. Now, here, each adjective must independently modify that noun. They must do so on their own. And here's the important part. Our two adjectives can be reversed in order and still make sense. Instead of high and curling, it could be curling and high. And you can add the word and in the middle of our two adjectives without a change in meaning. So for instance, the nutritious, delicious meal was the best I've had in years. They can be reversed in order. The delicious, nutritious meal was the best I've had in years. And you can add the word and in the middle of it, and the sentence does not change. The nutritious and delicious meal was the best I've had in years. It's a great example of a coordinating adjective. And finally, this does require the comma in between our adjectives, as you see in the example. So what makes cumulative different? The first part's exactly the same. There's still going to be two consecutive adjectives that modify a noun. There are going to be two describing words back to back. Here's where things get a little different. Each adjective modifies the noun, but their order and place, where they are in the sentence, which one goes first, is dependent on the other. And therefore, it cannot be reversed, and you cannot add the word and without confusion. So, my new smartphone is arriving in the mail today. These require no comma in between the adjective. So looking at that sentence, the word new and smart both describe the phone, but you cannot say my smart new phone, and you cannot say my new and smartphone without making the sentence a little awkward. So that brings us to our two real questions that you're going to ask whenever you see an adjective set. Whenever you see two adjectives that are back to back in a sentence, this is what you want to dive into. Can the adjectives be reversed? Can you put one before the other? And can you put the word and in between them? If the answer is yes to both of these questions without changing meaning, it is a coordinating adjective. And that means it requires a comma in between the adjectives.
So let's try some together. I'm going to give you a bunch of sentences, and you have to tell me whether it's a coordinating or a cumulative adjective set. Let's take a look at our first sentence. The old dusty computer barely ran the web browser. Now, to remind ourselves, here are our two questions. First, can we reverse the order of our adjectives? In this case, old and dusty are describing the computer. Second, can we place the word and in between our adjectives? Remember, if the answer to these is both yes without changing the meaning of the sentence, that means it's a coordinating adjective set and we can place that comma. So let's try it out with the first one. Can we reverse the order? And reversing the order creates the following sentence. The dusty old computer barely ran the web browser. That works as far as the sentence is concerned, so let's move on. Can we place the word and in between our adjectives? That would make the sentence, the old and dusty computer barely ran the web browser. Well, that also works. That means these adjectives are coordinating, and that means we can place a comma there. Great work. Let's take a look at our second one together, shall we? The old laptop computer barely ran the web browser. So here we still have our consecutive adjectives, this time old and a new one, laptop, and they're both modifying that same noun, which is the computer. So let's try our first question. Can we reverse the order? The laptop old computer barely ran the web browser. What do you think? No, that makes that sentence a little awkward, but let's move on. Let's try our second one. Second one, placing the word and in between our adjectives, says the old and laptop computer barely ran our web browser. Well, that one doesn't really work either, which is okay. That just means it's a cumulative adjective set, and it means we don't place a comma within this sentence. So let's try our third one. Here we're talking about weather and city life. It was a beautiful sunny day in the city. Let's first reverse the order of our adjectives. It was a sunny, beautiful day in the city. Well, that still makes sense. So let's give that one a checkbox. Now let's place the word and in between our adjectives. It was a beautiful and sunny day in the city. What do you think? Yeah, that works too. That means we have a coordinated adjective set. We have yes for both of our questions. So that means we place a comma right in between our two adjectives, beautiful and sunny. Let's try one more. It was a beautiful summer day in the city. So now we're trading out sunny for summer. We still have consecutive adjectives. They're still describing that same noun, which is day. Can we reverse the order? It was a summer, beautiful day in the city. Well, both those make sense on their own, but together, summer then beautiful doesn't really make sense. Let's get that one next. What if we place and in between the adjectives? It was a beautiful and summer day in the city. That doesn't work either. So that way, this is a cumulative adjective set and no commas are needed. So, with all of this, what are our strategies for success? How to identify and then use comma rules for our coordinating adjective sets? Well, the first is you need to find the adjectives. You want to find those two consecutive, that means back-to-back adjectives that both modify the same noun in that sentence. Find that, then you're going to ask yourself the questions. Can you reverse them? And can you add and in the middle of those two adjectives? If the answer is yes to both those without changing the meaning at all, then it is a coordinating adjective set and you're going to place a comma in between those two adjectives. So let's take a look at these skills with a TEAS type question. So let's take a look at our first sample question. Natalia's blank was made easier by her favorite album. And with that blank filled in, it is Natalia's long, tedious drive home was made easier by her favorite album. So the question reads, which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? A, long, tedious, and drive home with a comma after the word long. B has long, tedious, drive home with two commas, one after long, one after tedious. C has long, tedious, drive home with no punctuation. And D has long, tedious, drive home with a single comma after the word long. So for this question, we have to identify our adjectives and determine whether they are coordinating or cumulative. So let's remember our steps. The first is to identify our adjectives. Are there more than one? And are they consecutive?
Yes, long and tedious are our adjectives for this sentence. Are they modifying the same noun? Yes, they are. Long and tedious are both modifying that drive home. So then we're going to ask our series of 2 questions. Number 1, can you reverse the adjectives? Natalia's tedious, long drive home was made easier by her favorite album. Yes, that checks out. Doesn't change the meaning of the sentence at all. And second, can you add the word and in between those 2 adjectives? Natalia's long and tedious drive home was made easier by her favorite album. Yeah, that one works too. So, if the answer is yes to both of these, we can place a comma in between our adjectives. So let's take a look at our answer options. Our first is long, tedious, and drive home with a single comma after the word long. This sentence segment would be great for a list, but this is a coordinating adjective statement, so that doesn't really work. B has 2 commas, long, tedious, drive home. This segment is so close, but it adds in that extra comma after the word tedious, separating it from the noun it's modifying, and we never want to separate our adjectives from our nouns, so this one doesn't work. C has no sentence punctuation at all. And this would be great if it was a cumulative adjective. If it didn't pass those 2 tests, it would work really well. But these are coordinating, so that one doesn't really work. And finally, D, with that single comma after the word long, this one is our correct answer. With a comma in between those 2 adjectives, this is the correct structure for a coordinating adjective pair. Let's move on to our second question. The squirrel climbed up blank tree to escape the cat. Which of the following options correctly completes the sentence above? A, the old twisting with no punctuation. B, the old twisting with 2 commas, one after the and one after old. C has the old comma twisting, so 1 comma. And finally, D has the old twisting with a single comma after the word twisting. So our same rules apply here. The first one we're going to do is we're going to identify our adjectives. What are our 2 adjectives in this sentence? The squirrel climbed up the old twisting tree to escape the cat. If you picked old and twisting, you're absolutely right. Great work. And are they modifying the same noun? Yes, the thing in that sentence is the tree, and old and twisting are both describing or changing that tree in the mind's eye of the viewer. 2, we're going to ask those same 2 questions. Can we reverse the adjectives? The squirrel climbed up the twisting old tree to escape the cat. And can we add the word and in between those 2 adjectives? The squirrel climbed up the old and twisting tree to escape the cat. Do both of those work? They do. So this is another coordinating adjective set. So let's take a look at our answers. First, had no punctuation. Again, this one would be great if it was a cumulative adjective set, if the answers to those questions were no, but it wasn't. These are coordinating, so this answer doesn't work. B has 2 commas, a comma after the and a comma after old. This segment is really close, but it has that extra comma before our adjectives even begin, and that creates a sentence fragment. C, single comma between old and twisting, separating our 2 coordinating adjectives. This is the right answer. And finally, D, the old and twisting. With only 1 comma after that second adjective, this one unfortunately splits the adjectives from the noun it's modifying, which is a no-go in our sentence structure. So unfortunately, that's not the correct answer. So this brings us to our third sample question. And this time, our question structure is a little bit different. Instead of having blanks, we're given all of the answer options as full sentences. So it reads, which of the following sentences is grammatically correct? The sentence reads, the singer had to warm up her deep, melodically pleasing voice before the concert. A has the comma after the word deep. B says the singer, comma, had to warm up her deep, melodically pleasing voice, comma, before the concert. C reads, the singer had to warm up her deep, comma, melodically, comma, pleasing voice before the concert. And finally, D has our sentence without any punctuation. So even though this question is set up differently, we go through our steps exactly the same. This time, I want you to try these on your own. Our first step, identify our adjectives. Are there more than 1? Are they modifying the same noun? What do you think? Now, this one gets really tricky. There are two adjectives. We have deep and we have melodically pleasing. Melodically pleasing in this sentence works as one adjective. It is one adjective that modifies that noun of the voice. So here we have deep and melodically pleasing both work to modify the word voice. And finally, can we reverse the adjectives? The singer had to warm up her melodically pleasing deep voice before the concert. What do you think? Let's try our next one. Can you add the word and in between those two adjectives? The singer had to warm up her deep and melodically pleasing voice before the concert. Now, if our answer is yes to both these questions, we can place a comma in between the adjectives. But let's see how you do. If you picked A, this was the hardest one on the entire lesson, and you did it on your own, and you did a great job. Deep and melodically pleasing are two adjectives, and you split them correctly with a comma. Deep, comma, melodically pleasing. This is a coordinating adjective set. Now, if you picked B, this segment uses commas after the word singer, so the singer, comma, and voice, which sets up two fragmented sentence segments. So this one gets a little choppy. C has a comma after the word deep and another one after the word melodically. And this splits our second adjective, which is melodically pleasing. It's two words in one adjective in half, and that's not ideal, and that doesn't work. And finally, D, if this was a cumulative adjective set, I would say this is perfect. Unfortunately, it's coordinating, so we need that comma to split them up. All right, so here we have one more. This one has the same exact setup. This time, we have the small, restless toddler attempted to get his own snack instead of waiting for his father. Sounds like me as a kid. In our first one, we have a single comma after the word small. For our second one, we have two commas after small and after restless. So it reads the small, comma, restless, comma, toddler attempting to get his own snack. C has no punctuation at all, and D has a single comma after the word his. So it's the small, restless toddler attempted to get his, comma, own snack instead of waiting for his father. So again, we have to identify our adjectives and determine whether they coordinate. Identify our adjectives. Are there more than one? And are they modifying the same noun? What do you think? Let you go on your own for this one. Can you find them? Answer these two questions. Can you reverse the adjectives? And can you add the word and in between them? Remember, if the answer is yes to both these without changing the meaning, it is a coordinating adjective set, and we will add our comma. You ready to move on to the answers? All right, let's take a look. For our first one, it is the correct answer. We have a coordinating adjective set with the two adjectives, small and restless, modifying that word, toddler. If you got that one, great work. B has that extra comma after the word restless, which separates it from the noun it's modifying, which is not ideal. C, this would be great for a cumulative adjective set again because it has no mid-sentence punctuation, but this is a coordinating adjective set, so it requires that comma. And finally, D, it creates an odd split after that word his, creating a fragment and a little bit of confusion for the reader. So before we go, let's play a quick game. Place the comma. We have all these sentences here. I'm going to read them out loud once for you, and then we're going to place the comma. First one. The short, engaging movie had me thrilled for the entire 2 hours. So remember, we have to identify our adjective. Are there two consecutive adjectives? Do they modify the same noun? Then flip them, reverse our two adjectives. Does the sentence still work? Okay, and then add the word and in between them. Does that sentence work? If it does, remember we're going to add our comma. The short, engaging movie had me thrilled for the entire 2 hours. Yes, it goes right in between short and engaging. Those are our two adjectives. And remember, the engaging short movie had me thrilled. That works. The short and engaging movie had me thrilled. Great. Second one. That energetic, powerful song is definitely going to be a hit. Goes in between the word energetic and powerful. Those are our two adjectives that are modifying that word song, and those are coordinating adjectives. Our third, Javier bought the black warm coat on sale. It was a bargain. Yes, Javier bought the black, warm coat. Black and warm are our coordinating adjective set. And finally, and this one's true, warming up with focused, quick practice will help you prepare for your TEAS exam. Yes, focus and quick describes the practice, and those are coordinating adjective sets. And it's also true. Focusing on your practice every day will help you with your TEAS exam when the test date comes.
Johnny from Nurse Hub here. In today's lesson, we're going to be using commas in a series.
Before we do, if this is your first comma lesson with us, welcome. And if you're returning to us, welcome back. Before we get started, we're going to be taking such a deep look at both commas and lists. Let's do some review first, starting with commas. We use them all of the time. We use commas in numbers over 1,000. We use commas to separate items into a list. Don't worry, that's what this lesson is today. We use commas to indicate a small break in a sentence, just like in that sentence listed there. And we use commas to join parts of a sentence together, things like words or clauses. On the TEAS exam, you're going to be asked a variety of questions regarding commas. So we're going to review each one of those question types in these comma lessons. So we know more about commas, but let's take a look at lists. We also make lists all the time. I know I have lists scattered all over my office. Things to do, things to look at, things to research. We make packing lists. We make shopping lists. You may even make a study list for help on your exam. But how do we punctuate these lists correctly? The TEAS exam has questions about how to correctly punctuate lists and series, which are just things in order. And this lesson is designed to help you. So let's get started. We're going to start by taking a look at two sentences. The car is large, red, and sporty. And the car is red and sporty. Now, what is the difference between these two sentences? You're right. In the first one, it has that word large. Now, when we're looking at lists, we want to identify the number of items in that list. The number of items in the list is very, very important. With lists with 3 or more items, we want to put a comma in between each one of those list items. For 2, we don't really need to. So, in this first sentence, the car is large, red, and sporty. We have a comma that goes after large because that is list item number 1. And a comma that goes after the word red because that is our second list item. So it would read, the car is large, red, and sporty. So, with lists with 3 or more items, those get commas in between each list item. All right, so in between large, red, sporty. For the car is red and sporty, there are only 2 items, so no comma is needed. So let's try some more. Let's have a little bit of fun with it. So for a little extra practice, let's play a game. It's called Place the Comma. We're going to read the sentence, identify the number of list terms, and then place our commas if applicable. Let's try with our first one. We need eggs and bacon for breakfast. Now, how many list items does this have? Yes, even though both those things are for breakfast, there are only 2 list items here. I only need eggs and bacon in my shopping list. So therefore, it does not need any commas because we have 2 or less items. Now, what happens when I add that word cheese? All of a sudden, we have 3 list items. We have eggs, cheese, and bacon. So we're going to need 2 commas there, 1 in between each list item, including that Oxford comma, which I know is non-traditional and sort of disputed in the grammar community, but it's something that the TEAS exam asks for. So we need to use it. I like lettuce and salsa on my taco. How many list items are in this one? Yes, we only need 2 list items there, so it does not require a comma. But what happens when I add that word cheese again? Yes, all of a sudden I need commas in between our list items, including that Oxford comma, because we have 2 or more items here. So let's continue to play. Our next sentence, I have to take out the trash and cook dinner. Now we have a lot of word items here, but how many items are in the list? In this one, there are only 2. Now let's explain for a little bit. This is a tricky one. Take out the trash is one list item because that is one task to do. These are actions with verbs and subjects. So cook dinner and take out the trash are each their own list item. So list items do not need to be one thing like bacon, egg, and cheese. It can be a multiple word list item like take out the trash or cook dinner. Because this sentence only has 2 list items, we do not have any commas. What happens when we add something? This sentence reads, I have to mow the lawn, take out the trash, and cook dinner. Yeah, so here you want to decipher where are the list items here. Our first is mow the lawn, so that gets a comma. Our second is take out the trash, and then our third is cook dinner. Now, what happens when our list gets a tiny bit longer? I have to walk the dog, mow the lawn, take out the trash, and cook dinner. So first, this person has a lot on their plate for their evening activities post-work or post-school or whatever it is they're doing. But we have multiple list items here. So how many things does this person need to do? If you chose 4, you're absolutely correct. This person has to walk the dog, mow the lawn, take out the trash, and cook dinner. So we're also going to add commas with 3 or more list items. So even if it's more than 3, we're still going to add those commas. In this case, it's going to go after walk the dog. That's our first list item. Then also after mow the lawn, and also take out the trash. So well, traditionally, in a list of 3, we're going to have 2 commas. And because we have 4 in this one, we're going to have 3. And again, those commas just go in between each list item. This time, we're going to focus on going to the cinema, going to the movie theater. That movie was action-packed and fast-paced. So how many list items are there? How many qualities could you attribute to that film? Yes, there's only 2, so no commas are needed. Now, what happens when I add exciting in there? That movie was action-packed, fast-paced, and exciting. So here we have 3. So I have a comma after action-packed and also after fast-paced. That's right. This is a double lesson. We're going to look at 2 separate items here today. In sentences that contain lists, you also have to identify if a colon is needed and where a colon is needed. This is what a colon is. It's 2 dots. If you're on a keyboard, you press Shift and right on the semicolon button, you're going to press that colon button. It looks just like that on our screen. And let's look at where we have it. We use colons to introduce a list, but only if that introduction to the list is an independent clause or a complete sentence. Remember, an independent clause from before is a clause that requires no other information for it to be a complete sentence. So what does this look like? Peter only knows how to cook 3 things: grilled cheese sandwiches, grilled chicken, and pasta. Seems like a pretty balanced menu, but where does that colon go? Yes, this is the introduction here, and also our independent clause. Peter only knows how to cook 3 things. That clause needs no other information for it to make sense as a sentence, and so our colon is going to go directly afterwards. The rest of our list items apply, so we're still going to have that Oxford comma. We're still going to have a comma in between each of our list items, but it's just a little bit of an added twist for us. But wait, things are not that simple. There's one more thing to consider, and that is the conjunction. Now, conjunctions are transition words and can include the words such as like, because, as, for, so, just as, or more. And when there is a conjunction in between our independent clause and our list, we do not use a colon. So let's take a look at a couple examples to make this clear. First one is, I can't go to the party night because I have too much work to do. My cat is sick and I'm really tired. That word because is our conjunction, and therefore we do not need a colon. Let's take a look at our earlier example as well with Peter. Peter only knows how to cook a few things like sandwiches, grilled chicken, and pasta. Because of that word like, that is one of our conjunctions. We do not need a colon for that sentence. So please keep in mind that an independent clause into a list needs a colon. It requires it. But with a conjunction, no colon is needed. So independent clause without it requires that colon, those two dots. With a conjunction, you remove that colon. So let's add this new skill to our approach for these list type questions. So with all of this in mind, how do we approach our TEAS type questions before we dive into some samples? We have some strategies to help you navigate these types of questions. The first is identify the numbers of items in the list. Are there 2? Are there 3? Are there more? If it is that 3 or more, we're going to add a comma in between each of them. Next, you want to read that sentence out loud. Let's try one together. You have to identify the items, read the sentence out loud, and then choose the correct answer. Now, if you notice, I had some little hitches or pauses in that sentence. Let's read it again. You have to identify the items, pause, read the sentence out loud, pause, and then choose the correct answer. It's a list or 3 or more items, and naturally I pause. Now, is this applicable in all cases? No. But this is a great place to be if you are stuck and you can't identify those list items. In most cases, those are going to be commas. So let's talk about the controversial one. The Oxford comma. Now, this is widely debated in the grammar circles. I'm an English teacher, so we often talk about it. The Oxford comma is that one just before the word and, so right before our last list item. Now, traditionally, there's an option of whether or not you want to use the Oxford comma. It's something that is very much up to the writer and up to the user. But for the TEAS exam, they ask for us to use the Oxford comma. All of our examples that we've seen in the TEAS exam use that Oxford comma. So we're going to use it here as well. So, for instance, you have to wash, dry, and fold the clothes. For the TEAS exam, we're going to add that Oxford comma in, just as you see on our screen here. So with that in mind, let's take a look and let's use some of these strategies in some sample questions for the TEAS exam. So let's take a look at our first sample question. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? Now, our sentence, without looking at any of the punctuation, is this assignment is too long, too complicated, and too difficult. Seems like a really heavy-duty task. Our first one has no mid-sentence punctuation at all, just the period at the end. B has a colon after the first part. This assignment is too long, colon, but too complicated and too difficult have no mid-sentence punctuation. Our third option, C, is this assignment is colon, too long, comma, too complicated, comma, and too difficult, period. And our last one is this assignment is too long, comma, too complicated, comma, and too difficult, period. So here we have a sentence with all our parts as our answer options. We don't have to fill in any blanks. This one's very much put together for us. So let's walk through our strategies for this question type. First is how many items are in this list? This assignment is too long, too complicated, and too difficult. So how many qualities does this assignment have? Yes, it has 3. So we're going to need commas here. Read that sentence out loud. This assignment is too long, too complicated, and too difficult. Hear any pauses there? That can help you if you had a hard time differentiating between our list items. And 3 is, remember, for the TEAS exam, we use the Oxford comma if we have 3 or more list items, which that's going to be one just before and. So with this in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. Now, our first one has this assignment is too long, too complicated, and too difficult with no mid-sentence punctuation, just that period at the end. However, we know there are 3 or more items in this list, and we know that because of that, punctuation is needed. So this one isn't the right answer. Let's move on to B. Colons can be used to introduce a list if that first part is a sentence or independent clause that introduces it. However, this assignment is too long, colon, too complicated, and too difficult. That too long, too complicated, too difficult, those are all equal parts of that list. So this one unfortunately doesn't work. Now C also uses that colon, and this time you have the colon and your 2 commas in separating that list. However, that first part is now not a complete sentence or independent clause, so it can't introduce that list effectively with the colon, so this one's incorrect. D has those 2 commas, including our Oxford comma. This one is the correct answer. If you guessed this one, nicely done. So let's move on to our second one. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? The television was the right size, had great features, and was under our budget. No mid-sentence punctuation, just the period at the end. B, the television, was the right size, had great features, and was under our budget, period. C, the television was the right size, had great features, period, and was under our budget. So and was under our budget is a separate sentence there. And for D, the television was the right size, had great features, and was under our budget. So here, same exact setup. We have each sentence with all of our answer options. So let's walk through our strategies. I'm going to give you a little bit more freedom to try these out on your own. So first, I want you to try to read that sentence out loud to yourself again. I'm going to read it one more time with you. How many list items are there? How many qualities does that television have? Remember, 3 or more need commas. So the sentence is, the television was the right size, had great features, and was under our budget. How many list items are there? Yes, this one has 3. Was the right size, first item, had great features, second one, and was under our budget. It has 3 things. This TV seems like it has going for it. Seems like a great purchase. Second thing, you want to read that sentence out loud. Now remember, if you hear some pauses, that could be a good indication that that's where you're going to place your comma. The television was the right size, had great features, and was under our budget. Do you hear any pauses there? That might be where those commas go. And finally, remember, even though it is an option in most grammar dictionaries, we're going to use that Oxford comma on the TEAS exam. So if you have 3 or more items, right before and is also going to include a comma. So with all this in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. Our first had no mid-sentence punctuation at all. Now we know we have 3 or more list items, and we know we pause in certain parts, so we know that is not the correct answer. For B, the television, was the right size, had great features, and was under our budget. Remember, colons can introduce a list, but only when it is an independent clause or a complete sentence. This one just says the television. If I walked up to you and just said the television, you would think I was crazy. So this one doesn't work. For C, they use the television was the right size, had great features, period, and was under our budget as a separate sentence. Now this one has a semicolon, and this one's not used correctly. And it places the last item in our list also as a separate sentence. And was under our budget is a dependent clause. It requires information for it to make sense. So unfortunately, that creates a sentence fragment. And this is not the correct grammatical format. If you chose D, you are 2 for 2 so far on these sample questions. And you are doing a great work. You can literally start to dance. You can get down with it because you got 2 for 2 on these right answers. Great work. Our next sentence. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? Here's what we need at the store. A mop, an orange, paper towels, and garbage bags. So, first option, no mid-sentence punctuation. Just read straight through. Here's what we need at the store, a mop, an orange, paper towels, and garbage bags. B adds a little bit. Here's what we need, at the store, a mop, an orange, paper towels, and garbage bags, all separated by commas. Let's take a look at C. Here's what we need at the store, a mop, an orange, paper towels, and garbage bags, period. And finally, our last option, D. Here's what we need at the store, a mop, an orange, paper towels, and garbage bags. In sentences that contain lists, you also have to identify if a colon is needed and where a colon is needed. You're still going to identify the number of items in the list. If it's 3 or more, we're going to add the comma. You're going to check for an introduction, and especially an introduction as an independent clause or a sentence, because those require a colon. Remember, if it's a dependent clause or an incomplete sentence, that is not going to need a colon. You're going to read the sentence out loud and remember the Oxford comma. So let's walk through our strategies with our new rules in play. How many items are in that list? How many items are needed at the store? Is it more than 3? Yes, it is. Now, I could totally see an orange paper towels as being a sentence, but remember that would be an orange paper towel or an orange set of paper towels. We're looking for an actual orange, the citrus fruit. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 list items. We know 3 or more requires commas. Now, here's the second question. Is there an introduction? Is it an independent clause or a complete sentence? So we're going to look at that introduction. Here's what we need at the store. Now that is an independent clause, so that one is going to require a colon. And then finally, you're going to read that sentence out loud to yourself, looking for any pauses, any hitches, any places where you think the punctuation should be. And finally, remember, 3 more items. We're going to commit to that Oxford comma for today. So let's take a look at our answer options, shall we? Our first has no punctuation, and you know from our earlier ones that does not apply because this one needs it. If I read this sentence out loud with no pauses, it would say, here's what we need at the store: a mop and orange paper towels and garbage bags. Whew, I am out of breath. I was speaking way too fast. Let's slow it down. But that is not going to be one of our answer options. B is intriguing, right? Here's what we need: colon, at the store, comma, a mop, comma, an orange, comma, paper towels, comma, and garbage bags. They put the commas in sort of the right places, but that colon is in the wrong place. It cuts that sentence off awkwardly because that colon needs to be placed right before the list begins. At the store is not part of that list, so it's not going to be after that colon. C separates everything with a comma. This one's also really close, but this sentence needs that colon because it has an independent clause with no conjunction there. So it needs that colon to introduce that sentence. And finally, we have the almighty answer, answer D. Here's what we need at the store: colon, a mop, comma, an orange, comma, paper towels, comma, and garbage bags. This has everything we need. The colon after the introduction because it has no conjunction there. The commas are all in the right place, including that Oxford comma. And this is our correct answer. If you got this one right, you deserve a massive round of applause. I am clapping behind my computer for you. So let's take a look at one more. Which of the following sentences is punctuated correctly? A, the patient is all set to be discharged, comma, due to the following reasons, colon, I checked her vitals, comma, administered her medicine, comma, and completed her final paperwork, period. B, the patient is all set to be discharged, comma, due to the following reasons. I checked her vitals, colon, administered her medicine, comma, and checked her final paperwork, period. C, the patient is all set to be discharged, comma, due to the following reasons, comma, I checked her vitals, comma, administered her medicine, comma, and completed her final paperwork, period. And finally, D, the patient is all set to be discharged, comma, due to the following reasons, colon, I checked her vitals, comma, administered her medicine, and completed her final paperwork. So this one, we have a longer sentence, but let's walk through it. First, you sort of have a big introduction and a list there. So what you want to ask yourself is, the patient is set to be discharged due to the following reasons. What are those reasons? How many reasons do you see there? Yes, I checked her vitals, administered her medicine, and completed her final paperwork. There are 3, which means that we need commas in those lists for those list items. Is there an introduction? Yes, the patient is all set to be discharged due to the following reasons. Good. Is it an independent clause or a sentence? Yes, it is again. Then we need a colon. And finally, you want to read the sentence out loud, looking for any pauses where the punctuation might be if we get stuck. So this is the trickiest one. Let's take a look at our answer options. This one we switched it up. A is actually our correct answer. The patient is all set to be discharged, comma, due to the following reasons, colon, I checked her vitals, comma, administered her medicine, comma, and completed her final paperwork, period. This one does it all. And if you got this one right, if you did not guess this one was D, double kudos to you because that is impressive. You even fought the too many D's in a row sort of rule. This has it all. There's a colon after the introduction. The commas are all in the right spots, and it has the coveted Oxford comma. Even especially that comma after discharge is a tricky one. If you got this one right, great work. Now for our second one, This answer has many of the right pieces, but it has the colon after the first item of the list, after I checked her vitals, instead of after that introductory clause. Remember, I checked her vitals is one of those list reasons, so that wouldn't have the colon there. For C, this one has everything right, except it has a comma instead of a colon after the introductory clause. So I would not blame you for getting this one. Just keep in mind that if it is an independent clause, that is going to have a colon after that introduction. And finally, this one is tricky because it's missing the Oxford comma. It has everything else. And if you wrote this as a sentence in a paper or a book and I read it, I would not even fault you for it. It would be correct. But on the TEAS exam, they asked for the Oxford comma, so we're required to use it. So, one more final test before we say goodbye. Place the commas and the colons. Here's our sentence. Here's what you need to do to check for the introduction. Identify the items in the list and read the sentence out loud. Where does our commas and where does our colon go? Yes, here's what you need to do. Colon, that's our introduction. It's also an independent clause, so that works. Check for the introduction is our first item of the list. Identify the items in the list is number 2. And also our Oxford comma. So if you add those 2 commas and the colon, you did absolutely right. So with all this in mind, I want you to continue to study, use our resources, and get a good night's sleep. You'll do well on your test. Wait. This is also part of it. Any commas, any colons? Where do you think? Yes, continue our study is the first thing you need to do. Use our resources, the second thing, and also our Oxford comma. Great work. Hey everyone, it's Johnny from Nurse Hub here. Today, we're going to talk about punctuating quotations. Have fun.
So first, welcome, and I hope you're doing well. We use quotes and quotation marks all the time in our writing. They look like this. They're going right around that word quote there. And we use quotation marks in some different ways. We use them in direct quotes to showcase the words of someone else. We use them in certain titles of things like magazine articles and songs. We use them around a singular word or phrase in context. But don't worry, we're going to dive in fully to each situation. But let's get started with direct quotes. So what is a direct quote? Direct quotes are the exact words, word for word, of an author or a speaker. Something like this. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The time is always right to do what is right." That quote is a direct line from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Or, "Life is what happens when you're busy making other plans." Now, John Lennon said that, former singer of the Beatles. Or finally, one of my favorite authors of all time, Maya Angelou, said, "You'll face many defeats in life, but never let yourself be defeated." Now, quotation marks, indirect quotes, go directly around the words from the subject. So let's give it a shot now. Let's take a look at our first quote first. Where do the quotes go? Yes, they go directly around the words of our speaker, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So this time they're going directly around the words of "the time is always right to do what is right." Let's try with our second one from John Lennon. Where would the quotation marks go there? Before the word life, and after that period in the word plans. All right, let's try one more. Before the word you, and after that word defeated. So quotation marks go around the words that are from that speaker. But we also punctuate direct quotes differently. So let's take a look at that now. Here's a great general rule. If the punctuation is in the quoted material, if it's inside of it, it goes inside of the quotation marks. But if that punctuation is about the quoted material, it's going to go outside of the quotation marks. So let's take a little bit of a closer look. We have our first part here. There's a dinner party tonight at 6, Stephen said. Now, because that punctuation is inside, it's not about the quotation, it's in the quoted material, we're going to use it. But a quick note of thumb here. When the speaker is at the end of a sentence, this is a little tricky, so I'm going to say it again. If the speaker is at the end of the sentence, so in this case, Stephen said, that is the end of the sentence. So the period is going to go at the end, as you see in green there, and the end of the quote is going to end in a comma. This only happens in quotes that end in a period. But that's a quick rule. It's a tricky rule in the English language, but I just wanted to review it with you really, really quick. So let's take a look at our second one. Ashley had some more questions. Is it formal? What should I bring? And again, question mark, it's at the end of the sentence, but it's inside the quoted material. And finally, Stephen replied, comma, that's about the quoted material, so it stays outside of the quotation marks. It's really casual, comma. And we have everything you need, exclamation point. Stephen was planning a party for his friend Emmanuel. Now note here, the first quote, we had a comma at the end. This one, we have an exclamation point. Exclamation points are going to stay exclamation points. Periods at the end of a quoted material is going to change to a comma. But don't worry, we're going to rehash this over and over again throughout this lesson. So we reviewed really, really quick. Let's play a game. We're going to place a punctuation inside of our direct quotes. So we have our first one here. And we even have a little bit of a help here because we put the word comma in there for you. So you kind of know what to throw in there. The game was amazing. I wish you could have made it, Lauren said. So where does the comma go in there? Is it in the quote or is it about the quote? Absolutely right. It's going to go inside those quotation marks, and it is a comma. Let's try our second one. I replied, I'm glad you all had fun. Maybe next time. Where does our comma go there? Where is the missing comma? Yes, in most cases, we're going to separate our speaker from our quote. So I replied, comma, I am glad you all had fun is the correct punctuation use in that sentence. Let's try a third one. Lauren still had one more question for me. You're always working. Is your job really busy? Where does the comma, this time about the quote, go? Right after the word me, separating our speaker from our quote. I had to tell her the truth. I said, oh my gosh, Lauren, you don't even know. Sometimes I can't even get a chance to breathe. This time we have a double. We have one about the quote and one in the quote, a comma and an exclamation point. Can you place them? There's our comma after the word said, separating our speaker from the quote. Where's the exclamation point? Right there at the end of our quote. Great work. Let's move on. But direct quotes aren't our only quote type. We have direct quotes, which we've just been working on, but we also have indirect quotes. So what's the difference? Direct quotes are the exact words that are taken from an original source, a speaker, a person, an author, a singer, whoever that source is, and used somewhere else. We got to give credit to that person. How do we do it? We use quotation marks. So, for instance, in Plato's The Republic, he writes, if women are expected to do the same work as men, we must teach them the same things. So we put quotes there because those are the words of Plato in his writing of The Republic. But indirect quotes are a little different. It uses the idea or the fact taken from that outside source, so it kind of summarizes it a little bit, gives us the gist, and used in a second piece of writing, but it does not use the original wording. It rephrases it or paraphrases it, and it looks like this. Plato makes an early statement for gender equality in the Republic, calling for equal skills and equal work across genders. Notice how they're pretty much saying the same thing. But because we're not using the direct words from Plato the philosopher, we're not going to use those quotation marks. Again, direct quotes require quotation marks. Indirect quotes, no quotes are needed. So let's dive in a little bit more into direct and indirect quotes with an example. Our first example is going to be from a direct quote. Remember, direct quotes require quotation marks around those words. Here's our example. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." These are direct words from a speech by Dr. King, so therefore we have our quotation marks, both at the end and at the beginning of our quote. Now let's take a look at our different example, which is the indirect quote. Now, an indirect quote, no quotation marks are needed. So let's take a look at our example. In his famous speech, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. hoped that one day his children would be only assessed for their character, not the color of their skin. So here we still are using a paraphrased version of Dr. King's speech. But because we're not using the exact words of his speech, we are not using quotation marks. We're still giving the speaker his due. In this case, we're still talking about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but we're not using quotation marks because we're not using the exact words of his speech. So not the exact words, so therefore, no real quotes are needed. So let's play. Does the sentence need quotation marks? Remember, direct, quotation marks, indirect or paraphrase, no quotation marks. You ready? All right, let's play. If you look really closely, most overnight successes took a long time. That is a direct quote, so is it going to require quotation marks? Yes. A great way to tell is if it's not talking about something beforehand, if it's just giving the speaker's name, 99 times out of 100, it's going to be a direct quote and therefore require those quotation marks. Steve Jobs said in a statement that when looking closely, all successes, even overnight ones, take a long time. Now, is that a direct or an indirect quote? This one is indirect, so does it require quotation marks? No, it does not. So let's take a look at our third example. Preparation is essential to succeed in life is something Alexander Graham Bell held close. Does this seem like a direct quote or an indirect quote? Now, this is an indirect quote because here's something really important to notice. If the sentence does not have a natural break, like said Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., or Alexander Graham Bell once said, oftentimes that's going to be an indirect quote. So here we're talking simply about the quote, so it's going to be indirect. Does it require quotation marks? You're right. No, it does not. So let's dive into one more. Before anything else, preparation is the key to success, said Alexander Graham Bell. Direct or indirect quote? Yes, we have that natural break, so this is a direct quote. So does it need quotes? And if so, where do those marks go? The beginning, before, and at the end of our quote, which is success. How do we know it's the end of the quote? Most times because that comma is there, exclamation point or question mark. Great work. So let's move on to the next steps of punctuation. Now that we've done our full drive into those direct and indirect quotes, we're going to take a look at punctuation next. We're going to take a look at the following scenarios. We're going to take a look at the quote before the speaker, so their words before we say said by, or once said by, or told by. We're going to take a look at the quote after the speaker, which is the person said, or the person exclaimed, or in the famous speech, person said. And finally, we're going to look at split quotes, which are a time where we kind of have our speaker in the middle of the quote, which can create its own unique situation. So the first piece of punctuation we're going to take a look at with quotation marks is when we put the speaker either before or after a quote. Let's start with the speaker before the quote. Now, when we put the speaker before the quote, we're either going to be playing with commas, as in this one. Anne Frank once said, comma, whoever is happy will make others happy too. And what this does is it differentiates where the speaker ends and the quote begins. Here we have another example. Anne Frank said, whoever is happy will make others happy too. Again, we have a comma that separates a speaker from the quote. Or we have something like Anne Frank said the following with a colon. Now that's our 2 dots. You can review our colon usage in a prior lesson. And it's the same thing here. Now, oftentimes you're going to have a statement like Anne Frank said the following to use that colon. But in either case, either the comma or the colon, we are separating the speaker from the quote using those two pieces of punctuation. And that differs from our speaker after the quote. Let's take a look at our first example. Whoever is happy will make others happy too. And here it just says Anne Frank as sort of a statement, not really a sentence here, just stating who the speaker is after the quote. And here in this situation, because it's not a full sentence, our full sentence is going to end with the quotation marks. Therefore, it's going to end in a period, and we're going to have that hyphen or that dash with our speaker's name. And our second example is a little bit more traditional, as you would read in a longer piece. Whoever is happy will make others happy too. This one has a comma and then Anne Frank said. Why? Because the sentence ends with said. Anne Frank said, period. But we still need to differentiate that quote is ending. How do we do that? With a comma. Now, know the difference here, because we're going to use the comma to end the quoted material, but only when it ends in a period. When it ends in a question mark or exclamation point, we're going to throw that in there. This is one of the weird quirks of the English language. So let's take a look at quotes with question marks and exclamation points. If the question mark or exclamation point is part of the quote, if it's part of what is being said by the speaker, then the quote must include that punctuation mark, the question mark or the exclamation point. So let's take a look at an example. The student asked the professor, is the book required for the course? So here we have the speaker before the quote, ends in a comma, then we have the quote, but because that quote has a question mark, we're going to use that question mark there inside the quotation marks. Same thing here. Is the book required for this course? The question asks. Now, if this was not a question, it would have a comma. Because it has a question mark, we're going to put that question mark in there because it's part of the quote. We need to differentiate that that is a quote. Now, this differs from questions about the quote. Those marks are going to be included after the quote. So something like this. What do you think this is saying? All is fair in love and war. Now here, all is fair in love and war is not a question. Okay, that is a statement that would have a period. Okay, because the question mark is about the quote, that is going to be outside of the quotation marks. As I could ask you a question of, what do you think of the saying? Question mark. Now you would ask me what the saying is, but that question mark would still be at the end. Because this question is about the quote, it sits outside of the quotation marks. The last piece of punctuation we're going to be taking a look at are split or interrupted quotes. Now, this is when our speaker is in the middle of the quote, and it's exactly called that, a split or an interrupted quote. Now, there are two real scenarios where this is going to come into play. Either at a mid-sentence punctuation mark, like if you have a dependent clause and an independent clause with that comma there, or in the middle of a multi-sentence quotation. So there's always going to be a mark of punctuation within that quoted material that is going to split it for us so we can put the speaker in the middle. It's never going to be in just the middle of two random words. It's always going to be where a piece of punctuation would be in that quote, regardless if we're putting the speaker there or not. So let's take a look at an example. While the test is mostly multiple choice, the professor said, there are 3 open responses at the end. So even if we remove the professor said, if we remove that middle piece, it would still say, while the test is mostly multiple choice, comma, there are 3 open responses at the end. So because we have that comma there, we can put the professor said. Now note 2 things. Number 1, we're ending that quote with the comma. So it goes comma, quotation mark. The professor said sits outside of the quotation marks. Why? Because the professor is not saying, quote unquote, the professor said. After the speaker, the professor said, comma. Then we're restarting the quotation marks with the word there in an undercase letter. It is not capitalized because that sentence is not over. There are 3 open responses at the end, period, end of sentence, quotation mark. So note, first piece of punctuation with the quotation mark. Notice the quotation marks with the undercase letter there. Let's take a look at our second example. The cat ran outside, she exclaimed, because you left the door open. There, again, split in the middle, with that mid-sentence punctuation, in this case, the comma, quotation mark. She exclaimed is outside of the quotes with a comma. Then we start that quote up again with an undercase letter and finally finish off that sentence. So let's dive into some other uses of our quotes. The first are those quotes within quotes, which this time are going to be those single quotation marks. You're going to use single quotation marks, those little single quotes, when you have a quote inside of a quote. So something like this. My dad asked, son, are you sure this is cooked all the way? Dads can be so nervous. So here we have the quote from dad, son, are you sure this is cooked all the way? Which is inside single quotes because Bobby said that whole quote. So it's a quote inside a quote. Those inside quotes get single quotation marks. And next, we have titles of short works, articles, songs, TV episodes, poems, etc. Titles of these works, so these are not including book titles, albums, television series, etc., are going to be placed within quotes. Book titles, albums, television series are often placed in italics. We use Control-I or Command-I to make those italics. But smaller things like articles that would go inside of a newspaper, songs that would go inside of an album, TV episodes which would go inside of the series, and poems which would go inside of a book, those are placed in quotes. So smaller works, quotes, longer works, italics. Have you heard that latest song? It's called Broad Street Blues, in quotation marks. And finally, we have scare or sarcastic quotes. Now, this is a style thing that a writer will use or a speaker will use. Sometimes you can hear it, right? Writers may try to put quotes inside a statement for emphasis, and it's not spoken material. It's not to give credit somewhere. It's simply just to be sarcastic, have a little bit of attitude, or as a scare tactic for a reader. So here's our example. You know what I say? These so-called experts don't know what they're talking about. So if it sounds like they're making experts seem like not so experts, they're being sarcastic or they have an attitude, or they're trying to scare you that the experts are not really the experts, sometimes writers put that in quotes. Finally, using quotes for translations. When writing a bilingual text, 2 languages into one text, sometimes quotes are used in that translated material. Here's an example. My Spanish was rusty, so I started with asking for al baño, which is Spanish for the bathroom. Again, the bathroom is that quoted material, as that is our translation for al baño. Okay? Al baño, Spanish for the bathroom, but the bathroom, that translated material in quotes. We're about to dive into some TEAS-like questions. So let's take a look at how to approach them and our strategies for success. First is I want you to identify the situation. Does it require quotes? And oftentimes that's going to be right in the question, so we're going to dive into that together. Direct quotes, the exact words, are going to require those quotation marks. Remember, indirect quotes, sayings about the quote that's paraphrasing it or summarizing it, do not require quotation marks. And finally, where is the speaker? Is the speaker before the quote? Is the speaker after the quote? Or is it a mid-sentence speaker? And remember our punctuation rules for those scenarios. So let's try out these strategies in some TEAS sample questions. Our first question. Which of the following sentences shows the correct use of quotation marks and punctuation? So note in this question, they're telling you exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for the correct use of quotation marks, which we've been working on the whole time, but also punctuation. And that could be punctuation in regards to quotation mark, or that could be general punctuation usage as well. So let's take a look at our answer options. A is, Manuel asked his friend, how much are the concert tickets? Here we have no quotation marks and a comma after friend. Second is the same sentence. Manuel asks his friend, how much are the concert tickets? But here we have a single quotation mark and that comma after friend. Now C gets a little tricky. Same sentence, Manuel asks his friend, how much are the concert tickets? But here we have our double quotation marks, but we have a period at the end of the sentence. And finally, D is Manuel asked his friend, how much are the concert tickets? Comma at the end of friend, quotation marks, and a question mark this time. So let's take a look at our strategies. First, does it require quotation marks? Is this a direct quote? Well, yeah, it says Manuel asked his friend how much are the concert tickets. So that seems like a direct quote. It's not like he asked a question about the price of the concert tickets. No, this is the exact question. So it's direct. Where is the speaker? Speaker's at the beginning. So we gotta keep our punctuation rules in mind there. Ends in a comma. Then we have our quotation marks. And finally, we got to remember our punctuation rules. Now, the big question for this one is there's one option C there doesn't have a question. And how much are the concert tickets? Does that require a question mark or not? So with all that in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. A had no punctuation marks. And this is a direct quote, so this is going to require quotation marks. So unfortunately, this one's the incorrect answer. Second one had those single quotation marks, okay? Which is, if you're on a keyboard, if you did not press the shift key, this is what you get on the quotation marks button, which those are reserved for quotes within quotes. So unfortunately, this is not the correct answer. C had everything right, but it has a period to end the sentence when it requires a question mark. Look at that target word asked, right? He asked a question, right? So it's going to require that question mark. Finally, D has everything except for the price of the concert tickets. I'm kind of curious about how much they're going to pay, but it has our quotation marks, has our question mark. The speaker is at the beginning of the quote, so it has that comma to separate the speaker from the quote. Everything's in there. You got that one very, very nicely done. So let's take a look at another question. Which of the following sentences shows the correct use of quotation marks and punctuation? So same question. So again, we know exactly what to look for. Quotation marks, punctuation within the quotation mark examples, and also generally as well. A, the book you're looking for is in our nonfiction section, the bookseller said. You have a comma after section and a period to end, but no quotation marks. B, the book you're looking for is in our nonfiction section, period, the bookseller said. So here we have period, then the bookseller said, period. But again, no quotation marks. C, we have quotation marks in this one. The book you're looking for is in our nonfiction section, period, the bookseller said, period. So here we have a period to end the quoted material, and then another period after the word said. And finally, D, the book you're looking for is in our nonfiction section, comma, quotation marks, the bookseller said, period. So again, let's take a look at our strategies. We already know what we're looking for. So the big thing is it a direct or an indirect quote? What do you think? Or a direct, exact words of the speaker, in this case, the bookseller. Indirect would just be talking about it, summarizing it. Next, where is our speaker? Our speaker's at the end with a sentence with quoted material that ends in a period. So remember our punctuation rule. What's that weird rule in the English language that we use? And with that, we have to remember all our punctuation rules. So let's take a look at our answer options. A had no quotation marks, but it's a direct quotation, right? The book you're looking for is in our nonfiction section. That is directly what the bookseller said. Therefore, direct quotation requires quotation marks. And that also closes out B as well. But B also had added issue of the quote ending in a period under case T, which isn't right because those are two separate sentences, right? And we all know when we have quoted material, we have to, and the speaker's at the end, we have to use that comma, which is also the issue with C, right? The quotation marks in this one are absolutely perfect, but it has a period to end the quote instead of that comma. And remember, it's not an exclamation point and it's not a question mark. We're going to use a comma if the speaker is at the end. So that leaves us with D. Ding, ding, ding. The book you're looking for is the nonfiction section. The answer you're looking for is answer D. That one is correct because it has our quote and our commas. So good for you if you got that one right. That was a good one. All right, third one. Same question. Which of the following sentences shows the correct use of quotation marks and punctuation? A. The heart not only pumps blood, said the professor, period, it also helps organs get the oxygen they need. So note a couple things here. First quote ends in a comma with quotation marks. Said the professor ends in a period. Next quote starts with an uppercase letter and ends with a period with our quotation marks. So there's our first one. B, same exact sentence. But the heart not only pumps blood ends in a comma. Said the professor's in quotation marks ends in a comma. And it also helps our organs get the oxygen they need, period. All right, so there we're taking a look at the quotes there. It's a major difference. C, quote, the heart not only pumps blood, comma, said the professor, comma, it also helps organs get the oxygen they need, close quote. So what's the difference there? We're missing those in-between quotes. And finally, D, open quote, the heart not only pumps blood, comma, close quote, said the professor, comma, it also helps organs get the oxygen they need, period, close quote. So again, is it a direct quote? Sounds like it. They're all said the professor, and we're not talking about a quote, so remember our quotation rules there. Finally, where's the professor? In the middle. So we have to remember our punctuation rules for that mid-sentence speaker, that split quote. Think you're ready to dive in? Do you have your guess? Not even a guess. Do you know the answer? Because I think you're confident on this one. All right, let's dive in. A. Now, this answer splits the quote into two separate sentences. Okay? The heart not only pumps blood is a sentence. It also helps organs get the oxygen they need is a sentence. But remember, we have that in between there. So it creates this weird sentence fragment because we don't know that that second part is also part of the quote. So unfortunately, not the correct answer. B has the quotation marks around the speaker. The professor did not say, said the professor. The professor said the heart not only pumps blood. Okay, it also helps the organs get the oxygen they need. So because that speaker has the quotation marks, that's not the right answer. Now C is really tough, right? But it's missing the middle quotes. It's missing the quote after blood and before it. It just has the quotes at the beginning and the end. So if you're glancing at this one really quickly, you're going to be like, oh, C, circle it, mark it on the bubble sheet, click it on the computer. I'm good to go. Let's move on to the next question. We have to look at these ones carefully because a lot of these are really minute or small details that we have to keep in mind. And that brings us to D, right? We have our quotes with the quotation marks. First one ends in a comma because we have said the professor there. And then the speaker ends in a comma. Remember, quote, undercase letter, because the sentence is still going on, ends with a period and a quotation mark. That is the correct answer. That was a tough one. If you got it, just give yourself a pat on the back right now. A little pat on the back. Won't judge you. Sitting at home on your laptop or on your phone, I got your back. You should have your own back. You did a great job. So let's take a look at this one. Same question. A, I understand the content, the student said, but is the exam multiple choice? It's here. Single quotes, period at the end. Take a look at that one. I'm going to let you kind of take more of a lead on this one. B, biggest difference between A and B. Maybe take a look at that real quick. The small details you got to take a look at as a test taker. C, now what's the difference between A, B, and C? What makes it different? Yes, those double quotes. Okay, but it also ends in a period. And finally, D. Now, here's a great chance to take a look at the process of elimination, right? You know some things here are incorrect. In your mind, cross those off right away. When you're on your test, cross those off in your mind right away, right? Give yourself the best possible case to get the correct answer. So let's take a look at our strategies. Does it require quotation marks? Direct versus indirect quotes. Where's our speaker? And what are our punctuation rules? Now remember this one, we're looking at punctuation rules not only of quotation marks, what we've been working on all day, but also, this case, end punctuation as well. I'm not going to give anything else away, but end punctuation is really important here. How this sentence ends. All right. You think you got it? Have you looked at the differences between A, B, C, and D? All right, let's dive into our answers. A. Now, the issue with A is first, it has a single quotation marks, which if you looked at those, cross it off right away. It's not a quote inside a quote. Get rid of it, right? But it also has a period to end the question. But is the exam multiple choice? That's a question. So we're going to put a question mark there as well. Now, B, if you notice, has a correct end punctuation this time, but it still features those single quotation marks, which unfortunately are not correct. Now, if you're looking at quotation marks, you're like, C is my answer, lock it in. But what's wrong with it? Yes, it ends in a period, and this is a question, okay? And that leads us to D. It's a question, right? But is the exam multiple choice? Our voice kind of phrases a little bit at the end. It's a question we would ask our professor, our teacher, right? And so it's going to end in a question mark. And that is our correct answer. If you got that one, go you. Round of applause.
Hey everyone, it's Nicole from Nurse Hub. I am here to review the hyphen skill with you. Today, by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand when to use hyphens correctly and how to use hyphens correctly. Using hyphens is an important skill for nurses. It ensures an accurate use of communication. It allows you to prevent errors and maintain professionalism in the healthcare setting. Proper hyphenation does contribute to the overall quality and safety of patient care, so please make sure you do pay attention. All right, let's start off with some key vocabulary. If you are a note taker, I highly suggest you take your notes out right now and get started. The first vocab word we have is a hyphen, okay? A hyphen is a punctuation mark that looks like this. It's used to join words and parts of words together. Compound words are two or more words that are joined together using that hyphen to create a new word. An example might be mother-in-law, which is mother-in-law. The dash is the hyphen. Or check-in. All right, here's a couple more words for you to know. A prefix is a group of letters or syllables attached to a base word or a root word that alters its meaning. A proper noun is a specific person, place, or thing, and this can be Timothy or London or Google. It's always capitalized. Let's go ahead and review how to use hyphens correctly. With prefixes, these are before proper nouns. The prefix all, self, ex, re, and non, for example. And when a prefix ends with the same vowel that the paired word begins with. When spelling out numbers, we also use hyphens, and these are numbers 21 through 99. Also when we spell out fractions. And remember, we use hyphens to join one or more words to create a compound word. Okay, so now that we have an understanding of the vocabulary and the key points associated with these hyphens, let's go ahead and take a look at some examples. Here are some hyphens with prefixes, like I mentioned previously. These are before proper nouns. Un-American, pre-Civil War, and mid-July. Notice how the prefixes are before each proper noun. Let's go ahead and take a look at some other specific prefixes. All-inclusive, self-esteem, ex-boyfriend, reapply, and non-negotiable. We want to avoid a double vowel like semi-iridescent or re-embargo or pre-election. See the two I's in semi-iridescent and the two E's in re-embargo and also pre-election. Okay, so we have some numbers. These are just examples. Remember, numbers 21 through 99 are hyphenated. So 21, 20-1, 55, which is 50-5, and 82, which is 80-2. Okay, again, we also have fractions. When we write fractions out, they need to have a hyphen in between so that we can make sure that we get the full meaning of the phrase. 1/3, for example, 1-3, 3/4, and 7/8. Here's some examples of compound words. Sign in, follow up, well-stocked, and 5-year-old. Based on the rules and examples that we've reviewed, how should we edit this sentence so that a hyphen is used correctly? Here's the sentence. Some students thought that the new school rule about no gum chewing was anti-American because they believed it was a freedom that they should have. Remember, prefixes and proper nouns need to be joined with a hyphen. Where do you see a prefix? In the sentence above, I see the term anti-American being used. The term contains that prefix anti and a proper noun American, capital A, remember? So the correct way to punctuate this term is anti-American with a hyphen in between, anti-American. Let's go ahead and try another. I need to buy 32 balloons for our party this Saturday. It's a lot of balloons. Here, we see a number that falls between 21 and 99. That number, 32, should have a hyphen. It should be written as 30-2. 32. All right, one more. I had a nasty run-in with Martha earlier today. Some compound words do need a hyphen. Run-in here in this sentence should read run-in or run-in. In this case, the words run and in are combined to create a new word, run-in. That means like a dispute or an altercation. All right, great work. Next up, we're going to practice with multiple choice questions. All right, here's our first multiple choice practice question. Which of the following words is written correctly? Go ahead and pause here and come back when you're ready to hear the answer. Okay, do you remember our rules about the numbers 21 through 99? Keep your notes handy as I go through the sample question, okay? Remember, the rule is that if a number falls between 21 and 99, when being spelled out, these numbers need to be hyphenated. All other numbers can be written without a hyphen. So the correct answer here is C, 49. 49 falls between 21 and 99. Therefore, when written out, it needs to be hyphenated. 40-9. Okay, let's take a look at another practice question that's multiple choice. Which sentence uses a hyphen correctly? Go ahead and pause here and press play when you're ready to move forward and see the correct answer. Let's take a look at each answer option and eliminate as many answer choices as we can. This answer, I need to reapply my sunscreen every 2 hours, is incorrect. The sentence contains the prefix re and a double vowel. This sentence needs that hyphen, so it should read, I need to re-apply my sunscreen every 2 hours. Now let's look at answer choice B. John Smith, the president-elect, vetoed that bill yesterday. This sentence contains a compound word that needs a hyphen. It should read, John Smith, the president-elect, vetoed that bill yesterday. We can eliminate answer choice B too. Let's go ahead and look at answer choice C. The muffin recipe calls for 2/3 cup of flour. When writing out fractions, we need to hyphenate. This sentence should read, the muffin recipe calls for 2-3 cup of flour. We can eliminate this answer choice, and let's go ahead and look at D. The pre-Christmas sale begins today. There's a hyphen there between pre and Christmas. This sentence uses the hyphen correctly. Pre is a prefix that means before, so before Christmas. And Christmas is a proper noun. See that capital C? So D is a correct answer.
Hey, future nurses, Johnny from Nurse Hub here. In your lesson for today, you're going to look at different types of sentences.
And before we begin, let's have a quick overview. And let's start with our goals and objectives. At the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to define, identify, and use varying sentence structures, including simple sentences, complex sentences, compound sentences, and complex compound sentences. And here's some key vocabulary. We're going to take a look at clauses today, both dependent and independent, subjects and verbs, coordinating clauses, and sentences, including those simple, compound, complex, and complex compound sentences. Do you think you're ready? Of course you are. Let's get going. Every single sentence is made up of a subject and a verb. The subject in a sentence is the person or a thing doing an action, and that verb is the action itself. So for instance, we have Jamie went to the mall on Saturday. In the sentence, Jamie is the subject. She is the person doing this thing. And she went to the mall. Went is our verb. Here we have a different sentence. Sometimes Jamie grabs breakfast before she heads to the mall. Here we have our subject and our verb. But here we also have she as a secondary subject, heads to the mall as well. So here we have grabs and heads as our two verbs, and our subjects are Jamie and she. Again, the subject is a person or thing doing an action, and the verb is that action being taken. Let's continue our review with clauses. A clause is a group of words containing a subject and a verb. Clauses can be independent, which means they need no additional help to be a sentence. They stand on their own, or dependent, which means they need a little bit of help. They're incomplete on their own, and they need that additional help to become a full sentence. So here we have a couple examples. Chanel prepared for today's exam. This is an independent clause. We have our subject and our verb, and it could stand directly on its own. In the second sentence, we have before Chanel prepared for today's exam. This one is a dependent clause. So we have some major questions. What did Chanel do before preparing for the exam? Did she grab coffee? Did she meet with friends? Did she make flashcards? Oh, she reviewed key vocabulary. This makes it a complete sentence because we added an independent clause to the end separated by a comma. So that is our clause review. We have independent clauses which need no additional help to become a sentence. And then we have dependent clauses that do need that additional help, or they're just incomplete on their own. So now that we've seen and understand the building blocks of sentences, let's dive into the different types of sentences. So we have simple sentences, compound sentences, complex sentences, and compound complex sentences. Now, we're going to dive into each of these sentence types next to find out how they work and what they do, starting with simple sentences. And simple sentences are, just as their name implies, they're really simple and they feature only a single clause. Elise studied for the test. So here we have Elise as our subject, studied as our verb, and that is a simple sentence. The test had multiple choice questions and an essay. The test is our subject and had is our verb. Elise performed well on the test. Elise is again our subject and performed is our verb. Note that each of these only have one clause with a subject, verb, and a complete thought. Just a simple clause that stands on its own. So those are simple sentences. Here are our subject and verbs. If you notice, we have Elise, the test, and Elise again as our subjects, and studied, had, and performed as our verbs. So what makes compound sentences different? Well, compound sentences use two independent clauses, and they're usually combined with either a coordinating conjunction, which we can know by the acronym FANBOYS, or a semicolon. Essentially, we're taking two connected, which means they have something to do with each other, yet complete independent clauses, and just combining them into one sentence. So here we have two independent clauses. Elise studied for the test, and her score was amazing. So we want to combine the two to make a compound sentence. Well, what do? We should add a coordinating conjunction, and that we know by FANBOYS. Now, FANBOYS stands for that's the F, and that's the A, nor, which is the N, but, which is the B, O, or, yet, which is our Y, or so, which is our S. So here we're using the A for and, Elise studied for the test, comma, and her score is amazing. So you see, we've combined those two independent clauses with the coordinating conjunction of and. Let's try another one. Elise studied for the test. period, it was a lot harder than she imagined. So here we're adding the comma and we're using the word but because these two independent clauses, while connected, really act in opposite to each other, right? Elise studied for the test, but it was a lot harder than imagined. So we're setting up for that little twist there. So we'd use the word but. Now let's try with the semicolon. Elise studied for the test. It was a lot harder than she imagined. With a semicolon, we do not need that coordinated conjunction. And instead, we just add the semicolon there. So Elise studied for the test, semicolon, it was a lot harder than she imagined. So compound sentences, two independent clauses, either combining them with a coordinated conjunction, think that fanboys, or a semicolon without our coordinating conjunction. Next, we have complex sentences. Complex sentences have one independent clause and at least one dependent clause. Usually we're providing more information or making changes to the main point of a sentence in complex sentences. So let's take a look. Because Elise studied for the test, comma, she scored extremely well. So you see, we have our dependent clause at the top here, because Elise studied for the test, followed by she scored extremely well, our independent clause there, and they are separated with a comma because the dependent clause, the one that needs more information, is first. When the independent clause is first, however, no commas needed. Elise scored extremely well because she studied for the test. So here instead, we're using a conjunction. So, compound complex sentences, our most complicated of them. Let's dive in. These sentences have two or more coordinating independent clauses and one or more dependent clauses. These are going to be much longer sentences with more information. And the order does not matter as much which goes first. So let's just take a look at some examples to break them down. Elise needed to score well on today's exam, so she made flashcards because they help her study. Second example, because she needed to score well on today's exam, Elise hit the books ferociously, so she made flashcards because they help her study. So as you can see in these examples, we have two or more independent clauses and one or more dependent clauses, creating this really full, really compound and complex sentence. So we put those two together, we're just looking at a much larger sentence here. So we're gonna play a game. I have a bunch of sentences for you, and all you're gonna do is tell me whether it's a simple sentence, compound, complex, or compound complex. Now, let's review them real quick. Remember, simple sentences are just a singular clause. They are our simplest sentence of the bunch. Compound sentences are two connected independent clauses connected with either a semicolon or that coordinated conjunction. Think fanboys. Complex sentences are at least an independent clause and one or more dependent clauses. And compound complex are a combination of multiple clauses pushed together into the same longer and more full sentence. You ready? Let's get started. Our first sentence, I take notes for class. It's a pretty short sentence. What do you think? Yes, singular clause. It's a simple sentence. Great work. Let's take a look at number 2. This subject is difficult for me, so I take notes in class. We have our fanboys there, our coordinating conjunction, and we have two independent clauses. This is a compound sentence. Here's our third sentence. Before taking this class, I knew I had to take diligent notes. Which one is this? Yes, this is complex. Before taking this class is a dependent clause, followed with a comma with our independent clause afterwards. Dependent plus independent is a complex sentence. Here's another one. I knew I'd have to take diligent notes when signing up for this class. Here we have another complex sentence. We're just flipping the dependent clause and the independent clause. So that's why we have no comma. Here's another one. This one's much longer. Since I knew this class would be difficult, I took great notes because I needed them to study for the test. With multiple different clauses here, this is a compound complex sentence. Here's another one. This class is difficult. I take great notes because I can use them to study. Here's our question. Which of the following is a dependent clause? So we're looking for a dependent clause here. Is it A, I went to the store, B, Steve's car broke down, C, on his test came back negative, or D, before eating today? So what are we looking for here? We're looking for an answer option that is a dependent clause. That's why I highlighted it in green for you. And how do we find a dependent clause? Well, we look for one of our keywords, because or so or after, or among others. Here they are listed here. So what is our correct answer here? Yes, before eating today. That has our keyword before to help us out. Very, very good. We're about to dive into a bunch of TEAS type questions. Let's take a look at our strategies. Our first goal is to identify our needs. Essentially asking the question, what are we looking for in this question? You could be looking for clauses, could be looking for a subject or a verb, punctuation, or our sentence types, the compound, complex, or simple sentences that we reviewed before. Essentially, all we have to do is apply our rules and use a process of elimination to give us a helping hand. Do you think you're ready? Of course you are. Let's try it out in our first question. Which of the following is a dependent clause? Is it A, how much are these shoes? B, these shoes are really nice. C, these look like Manuel's shoes. Or D, before trying on the shoes. Let's walk through our strategies. First, let's identify our needs. What are we looking for in this question? Yes, we're looking for a dependent clause. And how do we find a dependent clause? Well, we know it's something that needs a little help to be a full sentence. So we're looking for something that doesn't really make sense on its own, but it usually also has our target words that we had in our question just before. So I want you to use the process of elimination for a second. Do you think you know the answer? Let's give it a shot. Let's take a look at our answer options. Our first answer option is, how much are these shoes? Now, this answer has a subject, a verb, and is a complete thought, even including end punctuation. So this is an independent clause. This one would totally make sense if you asked it in a store. These shoes are really nice. This answer also has a subject of shoes, the verb are, and is a complete thought. So it's another independent clause. See, these look like Manuel's shoes. This is another independent clause. These, the shoes, the verb, look like, right? And a complete thought again. Now, D has that word before. And we need more information that's written here to form a complete thought. Before trying on the shoes, what did you do? Did you have to buy socks? Did you have to loosen them up? Did you have to ask for the price? We need some more information to make this complete thought. Therefore, it's a dependent clause. This is our correct answer. Good job. For our next question, we have the opposite. Which of the following is an independent clause? A, Henry purchased the shoes. B, after purchasing the shoes. C, as shoes are more expensive than shirts. Or D, because the shoes were so expensive. So let's walk through our strategies again. First, what are we looking for here? Let's identify our needs. Yes, we're looking for an independent clause. And how do we find an independent clause? Yes, it is a clause that has a subject or verb and is a complete thought and sentence. So now I want you to look at A, B, C, and D. Which one of these makes sense as a sentence on its own and is the opposite of a dependent clause? What do you think? You can use a process of elimination and cross them off if that's helpful. Let's take a look at our answer options. Which of the following is an independent clause? Yes, our first one. Henry purchased the shoes. This answer has a subject, which is Henry, a verb, purchase or bought, and is a complete thought, making it an independent clause. That's our correct answer. Very nicely done. Now let's take a look at our other ones just to kind of review. After purchasing the shoes, the issue with this one is that word after. What happens after the shoes are purchased? For C, as shoes are more expensive than shirts, this one has a target word as. And as shoes are more expensive than shirts, what of it? Do we own less shoes? Do we buy more shirts? What's our purpose here for the sentence? And finally, D, because the shoes were so expensive, this is another dependent clause. As we need more information to form this into a complete thought. So A is our correct answer. Henry purchased the shoes is an independent clause. So here we're looking at a different type of question. Let's read it. Which of the following is the simple subject of the following sentence? The purple shoes are high quality and they're on sale. Is the answer purple? B, shoes? C, R, or D, quality. So let's walk through our strategies again. They don't change even though the questions changed. We start by identifying our needs. What are we looking for? Yes, we're looking for the simple subject or the subject of the sentence. And how do we find the subject? It's the object or noun that is being affected by the verb in the sentence. So first we want to find the verb, which in this case is are, high quality, and they're on sale. So we're looking for that. We're looking for what is being affected by that word are. Do you know what it is? Use the process of elimination to help if you need it. You think you're ready? Let's take a look at our answer options. Which of the following is a simple subject of the following sentence? Is it purple? Well, no. This one's really close. The word purple in the sentence is an adjective, and it's describing the noun shoes, but it's describing the shoes, so it's not our subject. Yes, shoes is the correct answer. Shoes is our subject, as it's the focal point of the verb are. Those shoes are, right? It's shoes are our subject. That is our correct answer. Are is the verb in the sentence, describing the state of the subject, which is the shoes. And finally, D, quality. Quality is an object and a modifier in the sentence. It's describing what the shoes are. So shoes is our simple subject. If you got that one, very nicely done. Deserve to go shoe shopping. Now we're going to look at sentence types. Which of the following is an example of a compound sentence? A, well, the sneakers were on sale. They were still out of Emily's budget. B, the sneakers are on sale. C, because the sneakers were on sale, compounded with the fact that they matched a shirt Sean ordered, it made perfect sense to buy them. Or D, the sneakers were on sale, so it is the perfect time to purchase them. Let's walk through our strategies for this question type. First, what are we looking for here? What type of sentence? Yes, a compound sentence. Now, I want you to go back in your memory bank a little bit. How do we find a compound sentence? Yes, it is two independent clauses. So two clauses that could stand on their own, usually combined with either a coordinating conjunction, think fanboys, for, and, nor, but, or, yet, or so, or a semicolon. So now I want you to look through our four options, and I want you to cross off in your mind any that do not fit this category. Do you think you're ready? Let's take a look at our answer options. Our first is while the sneakers were on sale, they were still out of Emily's budget. This is a complex sentence rather than a compound, and I know they sound similar, but this one has a dependent clause, while the sneakers were on sale, followed by an independent clause. So this one is not our correct answer. B, the sneakers are on sale. While this is a really exciting sentence, and it's one that I love as a person who loves sneakers, it only has one independent clause, making it a simple sentence. C is a lengthy sentence. Because the sneakers were on sale, compounded with the fact that they matched a shirt Sean ordered, it made perfect sense to buy them. This has two independent clauses and a single dependent clause. So this is a compound complex sentence. And that leaves us with D. The sneakers were on sale. So, which is our fanboys, last one, the last S, it's a perfect time to purchase them. That it has two independent clauses and our coordinating conjunction. This is our correct answer as a compound sentence. If you got this one right, kudos to you. Now we have another question. Which of the following is an example of a complex sentence? A, do you know how much those sneakers are? B, the shoes were outside of her price range. C, while Angelica knew the price of the shoes, she wasn't going to share that with the group. Or D, the shoes were outside of her price range, but Angelica had a coupon. So we're going to continue our shoe shopping theme here, and our strategies also stay exactly the same. What are we looking for in this question? Yes, a complex sentence. Now, we knew compound sentences were two independent clauses with a coordinating conjunction, fanboys, or a semicolon. Do you remember what a complex sentence does? Take a minute and think. How do we find one? So complex sentences have one independent clause and at least one dependent clause. Usually that's providing more information or making changes to the main point of the sentence. Remember, if the independent clause is first, we have no comma. If the dependent clause is first, we need a comma. So now I want you to think, using the process of elimination, we have four clauses there. Are there any we can cross off as definitely not being complex sentences? Any that aren't following the qualities that are listed on the screen for you now? Go ahead and do it if you can. Do you think you know the right answer? Let's test our knowledge and take a look at our answer options. So our first is a question. Do you know how much those sneakers are? Now this sentence has a single independent clause, making a simple sentence. And our second one is a simple sentence too, with just one independent clause. The shoes were outside of her price range. C is our correct answer in our complex sentence. How do we know? That word while Angelica knew the price of the shoes. That is our dependent clause there, separated with a comma, independent clause afterwards. She wasn't going to share that with the group, is an independent clause. That is the complex sentence we're looking for. That's our correct answer. If you can and you're able, go buy yourself some shoes as a nice little gift. But let's take a look at D too. D is the shoes were outside of her price range, but Angelica had a coupon. This is a close one, but it's a compound sentence. How do we know? It's using that fanboys again. The B is for but. The shoes were outside of her price range. Angelica had a coupon. Two independent clauses brought together with that coordinating conjunction in the form of but. All right, now we're looking for a different type of sentence. Which of the following is an example of a compound complex sentence? A, are those sneakers available? I need a size 9. B, sometimes it's not about the quality of the shoe, it's more about how it fits. C, while the shoe fit really well, the colors just don't look right to me. Or D, Rob didn't like the shoes because they were a little loud, so he didn't buy them. Let's walk through our strategies. They don't change even though we have a different type of sentence. What are we looking for here? Yes, a compound complex sentence this time. Now, how do we find one? Think back. Yes, these are our much longer sentences. They usually have 2 or more coordinating independent clauses and 1 or more dependent clauses, and are longer sentences packed full of more information. So do you think you're ready to take a look at our answer options? Well, before you do, let's go back through A, B, C, and D. Are there any we can definitely cross off as not being compound complex sentences? Do that now. Do you think you're ready to take a look at the answer options? Let's dive in. So first, are those sneakers available? I need a size 9. This answer is a set of 2 independent clauses, split into 2 separate simple sentences. So this one doesn't work. B, sometimes it's not about the quality of the shoe, it's more about how it fits. This is a complex sentence with a dependent clause and an independent clause. C, while the shoe fit really well, the colors just don't look right to me. This is another complex sentence with a dependent and an independent clause. And that leaves D. This is our compound complex sentence, including a set of coordinating independent clauses and 1 dependent clause. So we have Rob didn't like the shoes. They are a little loud, so he didn't buy them. This is our correct answer. Great work. So we have one more challenge question. It's a really tricky one. Are you ready? Let's dive in. Which of the following options demonstrates correct sentence structure? A, you could get a poor credit score, go into debt while buying shoes you can't afford. B, if you buy those shoes, you may go into debt. Furthermore, you could lower your credit score. C, buying shoes you can't afford is a bad thing, including going into debt or even lowering your credit score. Or D, buying shoes outside of your budget can result in a poor credit score or even going into debt. So what are our strategies? What are we looking for here? Now here, we're not looking for a specific thing. All we're looking for is we have 4 sentences here. We just have to determine which one is correct. And how do we find correct sentence structure? This is the trickiest one because it includes knowledge and application of all of our sentence types. So we have to identify what's being shown here. What do we have for clauses? What type of sentence is each sentence? Where are our subjects and where are our verbs? And we got to correctly identify the sentence structure. So go through each now, try to cross off any that you can that you know aren't correct. All right, do you think you're ready? If not, you can go ahead and pause the video and take all the time you need. I'll sit here while you pause, but let's go over our answer options. Which of the following demonstrates correct sentence structure. A, you could get a poor credit score, go into debt while buying shoes you can't afford. This sentence does not demonstrate correct sentence structure. A conjunction rather than a comma should separate the get a poor credit score and go into debt. So you get a poor credit score or go into debt and go into debt while going into debt. Any of those would make the sentence a little bit stronger. B, if you buy those shoes, you may go into debt. Furthermore, you could lower your credit score. This is also incorrect because it uses a comma before furthermore. This word indicates the beginning of an independent clause and should be separated by a semicolon to separate those two clauses together. C, buying shoes you can't afford is a bad thing, including going into debt or even lowering your credit score. Including is being used incorrectly as a conjunction when instead a verb is going to be needed. Finally, D, buying shoes outside of your budget can result in a poor credit score or even going to debt. If you got this one right, you are an absolute all-star, and you actually deserve to go buy yourself a pair of shoes. Pause the video, get in your car, drive to the mall or your nearest establishment, go get yourself a nice pair of sneakers, a set of heels, whatever you're into, because this sentence demonstrates correct sentence structure. The clause or even going into debt is a dependent clause and does not require a comma, so it does not have any of the mistakes of A, B, or C. This is our correct answer to the hardest question of the day. Way to go.
Hey there, hope you're doing well. It's Johnny from Nurse Hub again. Today's lesson, it's all about subject-verb agreement.
And before we begin, let's review our goals for today. Our goals and objectives are, at the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to define, identify, and correctly use subject-verb agreement in your writing and also in the writing of others. This includes understanding the different types of subjects, how those subjects interact with different verbs, and common subject-verb agreement errors and strategies to fix them to make sure they're grammatically correct. Some key vocabulary that we're going to go over in this lesson are subjects, singular, plural, and collective nouns, verbs, and subject-verb agreement. With all that in mind, let's get started. Let's get started with the basics. Before we dive into subjects-verb agreement, let's take a look at subjects and verbs on their own. Subjects and verbs make a sentence, which is a group of words expressing a complete thought, and it must have a subject and a verb to be considered a complete sentence. A verb is a word that shows action or state of being, and the subject tells who or what about the verb, or what is the verb affecting. Let's take a look at this sentence as an example. Marie studied for the test. You want to find the verb first, and then ask, what is being affected by the verb, or who? So our verb is studied, and who is studying? That's Marie. So studied is our verb in the past tense, and Marie is our subject because she is the one who is studying. So if those are subjects and verbs, what is subject-verb agreement? Simply put, a subject and a verb must first agree in number. What does that mean? If the subject of a sentence is singular, then that verb must also be singular. And if the subject is plural, then the verb must be plural. So those two things must match. In our first example, we see Allison is happy with her test score. Our verb is the state of being is, and our subject is Allison. This sentence has a singular subject, Allison. That is one person. So the verb also is singular. In this case, is. Compare that with our plural version. The students are happy with their test scores. Notice how our verb is now are, which is the plural form of is, and our subject, instead of one student, is now multiple students. Because this sentence has a plural subject in the form of students, the verb must also be plural, in this case, the word are. So here we have a sentence. Allison is preparing for the upcoming test. Step one is to find the verb and the subject. Our subject is Allison, and Allison is preparing. Step two, is the subject singular or plural? In this case, Allison is singular, so the verb must also be singular. And you want to make sure the subject and the verb agree. Is the singular form of that verb, so this is correct. Compare that with this version. Allison and Jenna are preparing for the upcoming test. Here, our subject is both Allison and Jenna. So we have two people, so that is a plural subject. In that case, the verb must also be plural. So let's play a little bit of a game. Are the subject and verb singular or are they plural? Ready to give it a shot? Let's go. Carlos is training to run a half marathon. Where's our subject? And where's our verb? Yes, our subject is Carlos, and our verb is the word is. That is a singular subject and verb. Very nicely done. Carlos and his team are training to run a half marathon. Notice how the subject is Carlos and his team. That is a plural subject. And the verb is are, which is the plural form of is. That is a plural subject and verb. The patient was stabilized once he arrived to the emergency room. What's our subject and verb? And are they singular or plural? Yes, this is singular. Our verb is the verb was, and our subject is the word the patient. That is a singular person, one patient. Comparatively, the patients were stabilized once they arrived to the emergency room. Patients is our subject, and this is a plural subject and verb. But it gets a little bit more complicated than that. So let's review some key terms, because we were just looking at plural versus singular. We also have to look at time and our tenses. The present tense is anything that's happening right now or something that happens regularly. The past tense is something that happened in the past, something that has already happened. And the future is something that has not happened yet. It'll begin and end in the future. We also have the past participle, which is a form of a verb used in perfect tenses. It's formed for regular verbs by just adding ed to the end of the base. Now, we're going to break down each of these individually, but let's give it a start with some of those simple tenses, the past and present. So past, present, and future are known as the simple tenses. The present simple is simply just showing something that's currently happening or current state, something that's happening right now. Brooke walks to class. She's currently walking, or she regularly walks to class. For singular subjects, like our example here, Brooke, we use singular verbs. In most cases, you add an S to the verb. Walk turns into walks. They walk to class. For plural subjects and for the words I and you, we use a plural form of the verb, which is typically the word with nothing added on. So they walk to class, you walk to class. Past simple tense shows something that has already happened. They walked to class, something they did in the past. We do this by adding ed, and this applies for both singular and plural subjects. We have they walk to class, which is plural, and we also have Jamie walk to class in our new example. That is a singular subject, but the verb does not change. And as you can see, walk applies to both singular and plural subjects. And finally, we have the future simple, which shows something that is going to happen or is expected to happen later. They will walk to class. For most regular verbs, we will add will in front of the verb. This applies to both singular and plural subjects. Jamie will walk to class. As you can see, will walk applies to both the singular, Jamie, and the plural, they subjects. So no matter if it's singular or plural, we're going to throw the word will in front of most of our verbs. So those are simple. What about progressive tenses? Progressive tenses are used to show things that are ongoing actions. Present progressive shows an ongoing or continuous, which means it's continuing to happen, action that is currently happening. Anna is walking to class. For third-person singular nouns, he, she, it, or name, we use the word is followed by the verb ending in ing. Is walking. Anna is continually walking to class. It's something that she's doing right now, and she's in the process of doing it. I am walking to class. So for I as our subject, instead of using the word is, we traded out for the word am, with the verb ending in ing. In this case, am walking. They are walking to class. For third person plurals, and for you as a subject, we use the word are, with the verb ending in ing. So in this case, are walking. So for third person singular, he, she, it, or a name, we use the word is. For I as a subject, we use the word am. And for third person plural and you, we use the word are in the present progressive. This is for things that are ongoing actions, continually occurring. The past progressive shows an ongoing action that took place in the past. For instance, Anna was walking to class. For third person singulars, he, she, it, or a person's name like Anna, and the subject of I, we use was, followed by the verb ending in ing, was walking. When it changes out to plural, the was changes to were, but we continue to use that ing. Finally, we have the future progressive tense, which shows an ongoing or continuous action that hasn't happened yet. It's going to take place or is expected to take place in the future. Here's our example. Jeff will be walking to class on Tuesdays. In all situations, whether the subject is singular, plural, I, or you, we're going to use the words will be followed by the verb ending in ing. As you can see, it's exactly the same for the plural. They will be walking to class. Our perfect tenses are used to show things that have happened before. The present perfect shows something that's taken place at an indefinite time in the past or began in the past and continues on today. For instance, he has walked to class all semester. For third person singular nouns like he, she, it, or somebody's name, we're going to use the word has, followed by the verb ending in ed. In this case, he has walked. Notice the difference when we make it to a plural. They have walked to class all week. For third person plural subjects, I and you, we're going to change the has to have with the verb ending in ed. So has walked turns into have walked. And that also applies to the words I and you. Instead of they have walked, I have walked to class for years now. It's part of my routine. So you see the multiple different ways the present perfect is used. What about the past perfect? That shows something that's happened before another event in the past. So we have an event and this one happened before that event. Let's look at this example. This is a perfect example for us. He had walked to class all semester before tripping on the steps and breaking his toe. Obviously, this individual is not walking to class anymore because he's probably in a walking boot, but he had walked to class before tripping. For all subjects, singular, plural, I, you, we use a helping verb had and the past participle of the verb, had walked, ending in ed. That also applies to they, our plural. They had walked to class all week to quiz each other for their upcoming test. As you can see, in both singular and plural situations, including I and you, we use the word had and the verb usually ending in ed, had walked. And that brings us to our future perfect tense, which shows something that will take place before another event in the future. Let's take a look at this example. They will have studied all semester before taking the final exam. For all subjects, singular, plural, I and you, we will use the words will have in addition to the past participle of the verb, which is that verb with an ed added. Notice in our second example, we have the subject of I, singular, but nothing else changes with our verb. Instead of they will have studied, I will have prepared for hours before the meeting. It's really important. As you see, no matter what the subject is, we're going to use will have in the past participle of the verb for the present and future perfect tenses. Now, for the most part, verbs act as expected. We call them regular verbs. And in most of those cases, you add ed to the end of the verb for the past and the past participle tenses. For instance, walk becomes walked. However, English can be strange, and there are some irregularities in our language where past tense and past participle tenses just don't act as they normally do. But don't worry, we've compiled a list for you of some common irregular verbs and how to work with them as a study guide and a helper. Let's check it out together. So this is a list of verbs that act irregularly, which means not normal, when made into their past or past participle form. There are no tricks to these verbs and their changes. So memorization and practice are the key here. In fact, you can go ahead and pause this video now to take a look at these words like say, go, bring, which gets turned into brought, or spoke, which the base words speak. All you have to do is look at and commit some of these to memory. That's the key here. So, to review, it may feel like a lot of different situations and rules, and it is. But if you commit to studying the different scenarios and play with them, you'll recognize the rules for your tests. And honestly, you're going to recognize them in your own reading and writing of the English language. So here are some other subject-verb agreement considerations to keep in mind. Because we know that if the subject is singular or plural, the verb, it must match. But here are some other areas to consider. When the subject has two or more pronouns connected by the word and, you're going to use a plural verb. The students and professor walk every day. So the students and professors, that's going to be plural. When two or more singular pronouns or nouns are connected with or nor, you're going to use a singular verb. The students or professor approves the proposal. When two or more subjects, both singular and plural, are connected with or nor, the verb should agree with the subject closest to the verb. The student or the committee member write every day. The committee member or the student writes every day. So it matters which one is at the end of that list. When a phrase comes between the subject and the verb, remember that the verb still needs to agree with the subject. The student, as well as the committee members, is excited for the opportunity. Notice how our verb is because the student is a subject. Now, some other things to consider. The following are used as singular and require a singular verb. So if your subject is each one, either, neither, everyone, everybody, anyone, anybody, nobody, somebody, someone, and no one, you're going to use a singular verb. Neither extended deadline was accepted. Nouns that exist as things that can't be counted are singular subjects. So this could be abstract concepts, a thing, a disease, a language, an activity that ends in ing, a substance, etc. Research on the topic was very limited. We don't know how many research studies were done, so it stays as singular. But note that even though this breaks the rules, the following are considered plural in the English language. Earnings, proceeds, goods, surroundings, odds, contents, and valuables, even though they're undefined, are still going to be considered plural. Nouns that imply more than one person and take a singular verb are group, team, committee, family, and class. The group meets once per week. Even though it's multiple people in the group, because it's a group, we still consider it one singular verb, like a team. However, this does not apply if the focus is on individuals in the group, but this is really rare, so it's not even really worth going into. Let's dig into a TEAS type question. Here's our question. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? Here's our sentence. The professor blank with students all day yesterday in preparation for the exam. So we have our subject, the professor. What is he doing with the students? A, will be meeting. B, meets. C, will meet. And D, had met. So what are we looking for here? First, we're looking for a verb to match with this sentence. It's asking us for the following options completes the sentence above. We have to pick the best possible fit. What is our subject? It's the professor. And what details do we see to help us? So the professor's meeting with students, right? But it also has all day yesterday. So it's in the past. Therefore, it is had met. That is the only one that's in the past tense. The professor will be meeting with students all day yesterday. It doesn't make sense because that's in the future. The professor meets is present, and that doesn't mean, and we have the word yesterday there, so that doesn't make any sense. Will meet is also looking at something in the future, so we're going to work with had met as the best possible option. So we're going to dive into a bunch of questions here. How do we approach them? Here's our strategies. First, we want to identify our needs. Read the question. What are we looking for? We're looking for subject-verb agreement, and we're looking for the major points of the sentence. Where is the verb? Where is the subject? And we want to look for keys, like that word yesterday in our last example, for singular or plural or past, present, and future. Are you ready? Let's give our first one a shot. Brittany and her classmates blank in the library after class today. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? Was meeting, B is were meeting, C is meeting, or D are meeting? Let's walk through our strategies with this question type. First, the question. What are we looking for? We're looking for the best possible option to complete that sentence. What are our subject and our verb? So the subject, Brittany and her classmates. Our verb is some variation of meeting. And we want to look for keys for singular, plural, and past, present, and future. So it's after class today. What's our best possible option there? Let's take a look at our answer options. The first is was meeting. This answer has a singular verb when the subject is plural, both Brittany and her classmates. Were meeting. This is the correct form, it's plural, but with the focus on today, the past tense is not appropriate. C is meeting. This option has the tense right, but is not the correct verb form for the plural subject. And finally, we have are meeting, which is our correct answer. It has a plural verb form and the present tense. This answer has it all. This is our correct answer. Great job. So that brings us to our second question. Blank want to do well on tomorrow's practical exam. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? A is James or the rest of class. B is the rest of the class or James. C is the rest of the class and James. And D is James and the rest of class. So let's walk through our strategies. First, let's read the question. What are we looking for? Well, the question's the same. We're finding the best option to complete the sentence above, but what we're looking for is so different. In the first question, we were looking for the verb. Now we're looking for the subject. So the major points of the sentence, let's find the subject and the verb. So the verb is want, which is a plural subject. Plural verb, I should say. They want to do well. And the test is tomorrow, but they want to do well now. So we just have to find out who they is. And finally, we're going to look for keys of singular, plural, and past, present, and future. So with all that in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. A is James or the rest of class. Now, using the term or between James or the rest of class indicates one or the other, which would be singular, while the verb want is plural, so that doesn't really work. And the same thing with B, because we still have that word or, the rest of class or James. Now C, we have and, which could be correct. Remember, the verb needs to follow the subject closest to the verb. James is singular. Want is plural. So unfortunately, C doesn't necessarily work either. And that leaves us with D, James and the rest of the class. When using and in between our two verbs, we use the subject closest to the verb, which in this case of the rest of the class is plural. This is our correct answer. You got that one, you're gonna do just fine on the exam. Let's take a look at our third question. The professor and teaching assistant blank a study session before the exam. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? A, has been holding, B, is holding, C, was holding, or D, are holding. Let's walk through our strategies again. So we read the question. The question is exactly the same. And this time we are looking for a verb yet again. So our subject is the professor and teaching assistant. Now, is that singular or plural? And when are they holding the study session? is in the past, present, or future? What do you think? So with all this in mind, let's take a look at our answer options. A, has been holding. Has here is singular, and we require a plural verb for the sentence because we have two people with the word and. B, is holding. We have the correct tense here, which is present, but the wrong form. It's singular again. C, was holding. Was in the sentence shows a past progressive tense, which already occurred, and they're going to be holding this at some point, either in the present or future. And that leaves us with D, are holding. With a plural verb in the present progressive tense, as it's an ongoing action, they are holding it. This is our correct answer. Great work. Our next question. The Committee for Social Justice blank at the Student Union on Tuesday. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? A is have met, B has met, C are meeting, or D is meeting. Let's walk through our strategies. Again, the question, what are we looking for? In this case, we're looking for the verb. What are our subject and verb? Well, the Committee for Social Justice is our subject, and we have some variation of the word meet as our verb. And now I want you to look for keys, singular, plural, or past, present, and future. What do you see in the sentence? And finally, try to plug these options into the sentence. Which one works for you? Do you think you got it? All right, let's take a look at our answer options. Our first one is have met. This answer has both a plural and future verb form, and both are inaccurate for the sentence because the committee is just considered one person. Has met. This is the correct singular form, but it's in the past tense, and this meeting hasn't happened yet. C, are meeting. This answer has the correct future tense, but it's a plural verb form and a committee singular. Finally, we have is meeting. This answer option uses a singular verb. The committee is thought of as a singular thing and is in the correct future tense. So this is our correct answer. Let's take a look at this question. The class blank scrubs for the first time yesterday. It was a proud moment. Looks like we have some medical students. Which of the following options completes the sentence above? Wear, B is wearing, C is weared, or D is wore. Let's walk through our strategies for this question type. What are we looking for? Here, we're looking for our verb. Major points of the sentence. What is our subject? Subject is the class. And the verb is some variation of to wear. And you want to look for keys for singular, plural, and past, present, and future. So we know it's the class. When does it take place? Yes, that word yesterday is a big key there. So plug in those answers. So let's take a look at our answer options. Our first is where. Now, this answer is the present tense, and this event happened yesterday, so that doesn't really work. B is wearing. This is the present participle form, and we're looking for something in the past tense, so unfortunately, this doesn't work in the context. Now, C, I could see this one as the answer, but to wear is not a regular verb. The past tense for wear is wore. So unfortunately, this one doesn't work. It's one of our tricky irregular ones, which brings us to D, wore. And so if you got this one, you didn't get tripped up at all. The verb to wear has an irregular past tense of wore. This is our correct answer. If you got this one, you're on fire. Great work.
Hey, future nurses, Johnny from Nurse Hub here. Today's lesson is all about misplaced and dangling modifiers.
Welcome to your next lesson. Before we get started, let's review our goals for today. So our goals are, at the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to define, identify, and use modifiers in your writing and the writing of others. This is going to include understanding what modifiers are, identifying modifiers within writing, and adjusting sentences with misplaced or dangling modifiers to make sure they're grammatically correct. Here's some key vocab for today. Modifiers, adjectives and adverbs, the subject of a sentence, misplaced, and dangling modifiers. So with all that in mind, let's begin. So first, what is a modifier? Simply enough, a modifier does just that. It modifies or changes something in a sentence. And that can be through describing, qualifying, or limiting that word or phrase in a sentence. But that's complicated. Let's simplify it with an example. Here we have a sentence. Jenna often took diligent notes. Now here we're modifying the word notes to change it or alter it. What word is modifying the word notes here? Yes, that word diligent, meaning fully detailed. So they're not just notes, they're really detailed notes that Jenna took. Now modifiers can be descriptive words such as adjectives and adverbs. But what are adjectives and adverbs? Well, simply put, an adjective modifies a noun, a person, place, or thing. And an adverb modifies a verb, and usually adverbs end in ly. The young male patient was exhibiting signs of heat exhaustion. So here we're modifying the word patient with the words young and male. The patient listened attentively to the attending physician. Here we're modifying the word listen with that adverb attentively. Why is it an adverb? Because listened is an action. It's a verb. But these modifiers are all just a word or two. What happens when they get longer? They can. Modifiers don't just have to be a single word. They can be phrases or clauses too. Let's take a look at this example. Alberto was thrilled to see the building where he worked before he was a nurse. Here, we're modifying the word building with a full phrase. Where he worked before he was a nurse. Alberto could just be thrilled to see the building. But where he worked before he was a nurse gives us a little bit more context, and it modifies that word building. Having passed the TEAS exam, he called everyone he knew to celebrate. Here, our introductory clause, our introductory dependent clause, is our modifier. This person could call everyone he knew to celebrate for a birthday or to get his license, but in this case, it's passing the TEAS exam, which, keep on taking some lessons with NurseHub, pretty sure you'll be making the same sort of phone calls. So, to review, modifiers work to change or alter something within a sentence, and that could include nouns, which would be used with adjectives, and verbs, which in modifiers are called adverbs. They can be single words, but they could also be full phrases or clauses like you see in our two examples here. Are you ready to put what we've learned to the test? Let's play a little game and identify some modifiers. So this game's called Identify the Modifier. I'm going to read a sentence for you, and all of these have multiple modifiers within them, and you just have to tell me what the modifier is. Are you ready? Let's get started. First example. The car, which was blue and sporty, immediately caught Patrice's eye. So here we have an adverb and an adjective as a clause, adjective clause. Do you know what they are? Yes, the first is the modifier, which was blue and sporty, which is modifying the word car. It gives us more details about that car. Do you know our second adverb? Yes, I gave it away by saying it was an adverb. It's immediately. It did not catch Patrice's eye in 2 or 3 weeks. It immediately caught her eye. Let's take a look at another example. Mohammed carefully proofread his final paper. Here we have another adverb and also an adjective. 2 modifiers here. Do you know the first one? It's the adverb. Yes, the word carefully. Mohammed did not hastily do it. He did not rush his way through it. He very carefully proofread his paper. Great work. Do you know the second one? Yes, the word final. It could be a midterm paper. It could be an introductory paper. But no, the detail is final. That is modifying the word paper there. Great work. Here, our tricky one. The cumulative tests for organic chemistry, which feature multiple choice, essay, and open response questions, had often scared and intimidated students. So our first modifier here is the word cumulative. Cumulative means from the beginning to the end, everything adding up to a singular goal, in this case, this test. The fact that the test is for organic chemistry makes it a modifier. It's modifying the word test, telling us which course it's for. And also the types of questions that are asked, which featured multiple choice, essay, and open response questions, are also modifying that test for organic chemistry. So we've gone over modifiers quite a bit, but do you want a great tip for them? Of course you do. Let's go check it out. So here's a great tip for identifying modifiers. If modifiers work to change or alter elements of a sentence, all we have to do is identify the essential elements of the sentence, namely the subject and the verb, and then we can see the modifiers. Want to see what I mean? Let's take a look. First, the verb is the action or state of being, it's the action, and the subject is the who or what of a verb. So let's take a look at a sentence, distilling it to its essential elements. The flashcards, which were helpfully color coordinated, are essential for study. Here, we have the flashcards are essential. The flashcards, which is our subject, and are, which is our verb. So from here, we can see which were helpfully color coordinated, and for study are our modifiers. These are the non-essential elements of that sentence. So that's when modifiers are working as they should. But what are some issues we can have with modifiers? Sometimes we can make mistakes, and these are called misplaced modifiers, which is modifying an unintended word or element, or dangling modifiers, which modify an unclear word or element. But don't worry, we're going to dive into each of these issues individually, starting with misplaced modifiers. A misplaced modifier is a modifier that is just too far away from the element it is modifying. And as a result, it appears to be modifying something else. Let's take a look at this example. The professor handed the exam to the student that was multiple choice. So what's being modified here? Well, the exam's being modified because he said it was multiple choice. But where's the modifier? So the sentence should read, the professor handed the student the multiple choice exam. Because that student is not multiple choice, the exam is. Let's take a look at another one. Tired of all the night studying, delight overcame by Isabel when the test came back with a perfect score. So here, what is being modified is Isabel, right? But delight overcame by Isabel, that's a little too far away. So tired of all the night studying, Isabel was delighted when the test came back with a perfect score, placing the modifier and the thing being modified together. That brings us to dangling modifiers. A dangling modifier is when a modifier is either attached to the wrong subject or the subject that's being modified is missing. Let's take a look at an example. Henry was upset with Ben when he returned his damaged book without much thought. So where's our modifier? It's this word damaged book. But what is currently modified? What needs to be modified? Well, Ben needs to be modified. So we change the sentence to Henry was upset with Ben for his nonchalant nature or relaxed nature when he returned the damaged book. Here, placing exactly why Henry was upset directly in the sentence. It's because Ben was nonchalant when he returned that book that he damaged. Let's take a look at another example. Fumbling in her backpack, the textbook could not be found. We know our modifier is backpack, but what's being modified? We don't know who's fumbling in her backpack. So, fumbling in her backpack, she could not find her textbook, placing the direct subject in that sentence, getting rid of the dangling modifier. So we're going to take a look at some questions here, but how do we approach them? First, we got to identify our needs. We're going to read the question, asking what are we looking for, and we're going to identify the modifier, identify the element being modified, and ensure that all the elements are in the correct order. Essentially making sure the modifier is modifying the correct element, and the subject is included in the sentence to make sure we don't have a dangling modifier. And finally, with all those in mind, the subject and the sentence will be clear. Are you ready? So let's take a look at our first sentence. Hidden behind the cabinets, Sharon couldn't see her pet hamster. Which of the following is misplaced in the sentence above? A, pet hamster, B, couldn't, C, Sharon, or D, hidden behind the cabinets. So let's walk through our strategies here. First, we're going to read the question. What are we looking for? We're looking for a misplaced element in this sentence. Next, you want to identify the modifier and the element being modified. So hidden behind the cabinets is our modifier there, but is it in the right place? Ensure that all elements are in order. Is the modifier modifying the correct element? Is a subject included in our sentence? Well, yeah, we have our subject because we have the word, we have Sharon who couldn't see her pet hamster. But who's hiding behind the cabinets? Is it Sharon or is it the pet hamster? And you want to read it over to make sure the sentence is clear. In this case, it's not. So let's take a look at our answer options. A is the option of pet hamster. This is the object of our sentence and the element we're looking for in our sentence. While it is hidden behind the cabinets and incorrectly modified, it is in the right spot in the sentence. B is the word couldn't. This answer option is speaking to Sharon's ability to find the hamster, but it's in the right spot. C is our friend Sharon. Sharon's the subject of our sentence, and it's in the right locale. Finally, we have hidden behind the cabinets. This phrase is our modifier, and by placing it as the introductory clause and right next to the word Sharon, it makes it seem like Sharon's hiding behind the cabinets trying to find the hamster when the hamster has been behind the cabinets the whole time. This is our correct answer. Great work. Ready to try another one? Let's go. Here's our sentence. I witnessed yesterday an accident on the road. Which of the following is misplaced in the sentence above? I witnessed yesterday an accident or on the road. So our strategies are exactly the same. We're reading the question, looking for that misplaced element that the sentence is asking for. And let's identify our modifier and the element being modified. Yes, it's that word yesterday. So now, is the word yesterday in the right order? Is it correct? Is it modifying the correct element? And is a subject included in the sentence? Well, the subject is, but I'm not sure if yesterday is modifying the correct element. And you're going to read it over once more time to make sure the sentence is clear. Let's take a look at our answer options. A is eyewitness. This option sets up our sentence with our subject and our verb. It's in the right spot. Now B, the word yesterday, I was hinting at it, and this answer is modifying when the subject witnessed the accident, but it's in the incorrect location as a misplaced modifier. But because it's misplaced, that's our correct answer, so very nicely done. C is the word an accident. An accident is not misplaced in the sentence, it's in the right spot. Now, also on the road is correctly placed in the sentence, as it should say, I witnessed an accident on the road yesterday, or yesterday I witnessed an accident on the road, not in the middle of the sentence as it's placed here. So with our next question, we're asked for something different. Instead of identifying the misplaced element in the sentence, we're just taking a look at which of the following sentences is grammatically correct, and we're giving 4 completely different answer options. So let's read them through. A, red and sleeveless, the store allowed Yasmin to purchase a t-shirt. That doesn't really make sense, but let's move on. Yasmin bought a t-shirt at the store that was red and sleeveless. C, red and sleeveless, Yasmin bought a t-shirt at the store. And finally D, Yasmin bought a red sleeveless t-shirt at the store. Here, reading the question, we're looking for something totally different. Instead of identifying something that's misplaced in a sentence, we're simply just choosing the sentence that is grammatically correct. Here you want to identify the modifier and the element being modified. Red and sleeveless are our modifiers there. And you want to ensure that all the elements are in order. Is the modifier modifying the correct element? Is the subject included in our sentence? Yeah, it's Yasmin. Read it over again and make sure whatever sentence you choose is clear. And you can use in this sort of option and in all of our options today, you can also cross off answers that don't work. So for instance, red and sleeveless, the store allowed Yasmin to purchase the t-shirt. Well, a store doesn't have sleeves and it can't be sleeveless. It can be red, but it can't be sleeveless. So that's really modifying the t-shirt, not the store. So for instance, we could cross A off completely. Any others you can cross off? You think you're ready to answer? All right, let's take a look at our answer options. So A is the one we already crossed off. And why? It's because it makes it seem like the store is red and sleeveless and not the shirt that Yasmin's buying. B is Yasmin bought the t-shirt at the store that was red and sleeveless. And again, this sentence is another that modifies the store as red and sleeveless and not the shirt. C, red and sleeveless, Yasmin bought a t-shirt at the store. But this sentence makes it seem as if Yasmin is red and sleeveless, and there's no other part of here that says she's sunburnt, so let's move on. Finally, that brings us to D. Yasmin bought a red sleeveless t-shirt at the store. This sentence has all the correct modifiers, as a t-shirt is red and sleeveless, not the store and not Yasmin. That's our correct answer. Very nicely done. We have another. Which of the following sentences is grammatically correct? On the sunny day, riding her bike to work, putting on the helmet. B. Janet rode her bike to work, putting on her helmet. C. Putting on her helmet, Janet on the sunny day rode the bike. And finally, D. Putting on her helmet, Janet rode her bike to work on the sunny day. So let's walk through our strategies one more time. Reading the question, we're looking for the grammatically correct sentence. Next, and I want you to do this one on your own, identify the modifier and the element being modified. Think you got it? All right. And you want to ensure that all of those elements are in order. Is the modifier modifying the correct element in your sentence? Is a subject included in your sentence? And finally, read over all your answer options to make sure the sentence you're choosing is the clearest. Remember, cross off any that don't make sense to you at all. You think you're ready to take this one on your own? Let's take a look. Our first option, on the sunny day, riding her bike to work, putting on the helmet. The sentence is misplaced in the modifier, as it's Janet that's putting on her helmet, not the bike to work, as it seems like this says in this sentence here. B, Janet rode her bike to work, putting on her helmet. This sentence is confusing as it connects the work with putting on the helmet, not Janet, so this is also incorrect. C, putting on her helmet, Janet rode the sunny day on her bike. Now this one, the helmet's correct, but she's not riding the good vibes of a sunny day. She's riding her bike. So this sentence is also incorrect. And that leaves us with D. First of all, how'd you do? Did you get this one right? Well, this has all of the correct pieces, as it's Janet who's putting on her helmet and it's Janet who's riding her bike to work on the sunny day. This is the correct answer.
Hi, it's Johnny from Nurse Hub. Hope you're having a great day today. Your lesson, all about identifying genre.
So before we get started, let's review our goals for today. Our goal is at the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to define and correctly identify different genres while reading, including literature, nonfiction, and academic and informational. Here's some key vocabulary that we'll go over in today's lesson. Literature, which is fictional writing. And here are our literature genres, including story, poetry, descriptions, fantasy, horror, mystery, romance, science fiction, dramatic plays, and children's literature. We also have the nonfiction genre, which includes letters, biographies and autobiographies, memoirs, speeches, and personal journal entries. And finally, we have our informational academic section, which includes manuals, scholarly articles, book reviews, and textbook entries. So with all that, let's get started. But why do we need this? In our lives, we read constantly. We read to entertain ourselves. We read for our own enrichment or education. We read to advance in our careers, and we also read for our studies. By knowing the style of the pieces that we read, we know how to react and use the text to our advantage, making us better students, better at our careers, and overall just better human beings. There are many different genres of writing, but we're going to split them up into 3 different categories just to simplify things. These categories are literature or fiction, nonfiction, and informative or academic pieces. Literature fiction is creative writing, and it's not 100% truthful. It's mostly made up out of the writer's imagination. These works are usually designed for our entertainment. I like to think of a favorite book or the script to a great play or film. Nonfiction pieces, they're meant to entertain while they're still staying true to the source material or history. And they're informative. They tell the truth. And finally, informative academic writing is purely informational. and it's educationally based. It's not designed for entertainment, and it's going to be most similar to what you're going to read in a science, math, or a history-based classroom. So, our first genre, the fictional story and the fictional description. Fictional stories and descriptions are what we normally read in a novel or a short story. They typically include characters, those are people within the story, a plot, which is the actual storyline, a central theme, the setting, where and when it takes place, and description, characters of the setting, sensory details to let us feel what it's like. The main difference between a story and a description is just what's included. Descriptions are simply just going to be a rundown of characters in the setting, while a story will often include conflict, that is a central problem of a story, and some plot actions. Those characters in the setting are going to do things, they're going to move. So there are many different genres of stories and descriptions. First is fantasy. It's going to take place in a world that's really different from ours. Common themes and settings include good versus evil, magic, princesses, royalty. Think your typical dragon stories or medieval times. Horror is meant to scare and terrify readers. Think your favorite scary movie. You probably watch right around Halloween. Mystery stories follow a crime from the moment it happens to the moment it's resolved. And you're thinking the whole time, who did this crime? Romance stories focus on relationships, love, or lust between two or more people. They're a typical love story. And science fiction usually work with futuristic concepts, including really advanced technology, space, it could involve time travel, and the unknown. Our next genre is poetry. Poems are pieces of writing that are focused on expression, expressing yourself, while using style and rhythm. You can usually tell it's a poem by the short lines of text and stanzas, which are a group of lines, kind of like a paragraph for poetry. Now, we often think of poems as rhyming, but rhyming is not required. Take a look at this example. This is to those who study until midnight oil burns while babies slumber in the next room. Promise, a future hinges on your dedication. If you notice, these lines don't rhyme, but it has a certain rhythm, and the way that it's set up with its short lines with the space between them is very much a hallmark of poetry. Compare that to our second poem. Windshield wipers in evening traffic, piano music, punctuated radio static, red brake lights and blurry eyes, rain stained under darkened skies. If you notice our four words on the right side of the page, if you notice all of those words rhyme. Traffic and static rhyme, and eyes and skies rhyme. Both of these are poems. Sometimes they rhyme, sometimes they do not, but always they're split up in these short lines with stanzas. Our next genre is dramatic plays or dramas. This genre is meant to be performed on stage, like on Broadway, or on the screen, either television or film. It often resembles a script with a defined speaker, dialogue, which means two characters talking or more characters talking, and stage direction, what the characters are designed to do during that scene. Here we have an example. Yasmin, whose surprise, our stage directions in parentheses there, she says, I can't believe the test is Thursday. I'm not ready, and I won't be ready, well, ever. Deirdre says, Yasmin. She rolls her eyes like she's heard this before. You say this before every exam, and you always score the highest in the class. Is this some sort of weird superstition for you? So notice we have our speakers there, Yasmin and Deirdre, and notice in parentheses we have their stage directions. These are the major hallmarks of dramatic plays or genres. Our next genre is children's literature. Now, this genre is designed for caretakers like parents or grandparents, aunts and uncles, step-parents, to read aloud to children or for young readers. These texts often rely on the following: illustrations or pictures to help tell the story, either artwork or drawings or photographs. Easy to understand sentence structure for readers right around the ages from birth up to 7 or 8 years old. And it usually has an approachable and simple plot and theme. Think of your normal picture book that a child would read. That's children's literature. Now we're getting to the nonfiction genre. These are genres that are entertaining, but they tell the truth. Biographies are a story or an account of someone's life. It usually moves in chronological order, from their birth to the end of their life, but it's written by someone else, an outside author. We can often tell it's a biography because the writer is going to discuss the subject, who they're writing about, by their name in a third-person style narrative, using he, she, they, them. Now, autobiographies, they tell the same exact story, but the subject is writing and telling their own story. The biggest change is going to be the focus on the first-person narrative. They're usually going to say I did this, I experienced that. So biographies are a story told by someone else, and an autobiography is someone telling their own story. Finally, we have memoirs. Memoirs are autobiographies written by the subject, but it's often looking at past events under the memories of now, so reflecting on their past. And often it's a lot more emotional and reflective. Next, we have letters. Letters are a written correspondence or a message between two or more people. Often, one person sits and writes or types a letter and then sends it to their subject, either by mail or email. It's very similar to our current email, and the form's also really similar. Letters often include the following: a date at the top, the date in which the writer sent it, some sort of greeting, like dear, or hello, or good afternoon, a message that's often personal in nature if it's a letter. They're talking about their own lives, they're asking personal questions, like friends do. And finally, a closing. Sincerely, yours truly, or best wishes, oftentimes closing out with a signature. Now, our next genre are personal journal entries. Personal journal entries are often written for the writer to reflect on their own lives. These entries are summarizing that day or recounting that day's events. They often include a date for each entry, which day the writer is completing that journal entry. Oftentimes a greeting like dear diary or hi diary or good afternoon diary, and a tone that's not meant for the general public. This is usually a diary that somebody's going to stash underneath their mattress in their bedroom and just look at it when they need to. Next, we have speeches. Speeches are marked by formally talking to an audience, usually at a podium or up on stage. We're able to read them in two different scenarios: either prepared notes from the speaker, this is what they'd bring up with them before they speak, or a recording of the speech, or transcription, which is somebody listening to the recording and writing it down word for word. And that happens after the event. We can tell if a piece of writing is a speech if it's meant to be performed to a crowd. Can you picture somebody reading it and the crowd cheering? And they often have the first person I writing perspective. Next, we're getting it for informational or academic piece, and we're starting with manuals. Manuals are a guide or a how-to in writing form. We're going to focus on two different types of manuals. The first is an owner's manual. These usually have steps for product care and are often bundled with purchases, like a new TV, a vacuum cleaner, or a car, giving you care tips, what to do, how all the buttons work, how to take care of that brand new product. The second is a self-help manual. Instead of caring or improving a product, self-help manuals are meant to improve or care for an area of the reader's life. Often these texts are giving advice or strategies for the reader and are uplifting and positive, how to deal with tough times or things that make us nervous. Next, we have articles. Just like with manuals, we're going to take a look at two different types of article: the news article and the scholarly article. Let's start with news. News articles are what you would normally read in a newspaper or magazine, maybe even an online source. They're covering newsworthy events in politics, sports, or pop culture. And they're stories in a style to get information to the reader clearly and concisely. These articles often utilize the 5 W's and the H, so they're answering the questions who, what, when, where, why, and how in their article. Scholarly articles also share information with the reader, but this time in a far more academic approach, and it's usually to present research findings. These pieces are often read in an upper-level high school or university classroom. Next, we have the scholarly book review. An academic book review is a piece reviewing an author's book. In these reviews, they often include the title, author, and premise or idea of the book, the expertise of the author, what makes them a good candidate to write this text, the author's argument, their viewpoint or perspective, and their methodologies, how they came to their conclusion. It also includes an analysis of the evidence used, notes on the arrangement and organization of the text, and it often reflects on the effectiveness of the argument presented by the author and its usefulness to readers and scholars. And book reviews are often found in the college or university classroom. Next, we have a textbook entry. Textbook entries are often the sections that are used in classrooms to introduce topics in a textbook. Those are those big history or math textbooks. These entries usually include a general overview on the topic, what it is, an emphasis on answering those same 5 W's and the H from news articles, who, what, when, where, why, and how of that particular event. But oftentimes lacks more specific studies or nuanced information. It's more an intro to the information as opposed to a deep dive. As textbook entries, they often stick to the basics. So let's play a game. I have 3 passages here, and all I have to do is match them up to the genre. Here's our first one. Dear Mrs. Jacobson, I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to implore you to consider my prior offer, as I believe it is quite fair. I know it is not what you expected. I did not intend to send the same offer 6 months ago, to be frank. However, life does indeed change quickly. Take your time, and I do not expect a response for some time. All the best, Paul McGrath. So, what genre do you think this passage is in? With a greeting, a personal body, a closing, and a nice little signature at the bottom, this passage is a letter. Let's move on to our next one. Ooh, this one's a little bit more spooky. They all had their suspicions. Drama hung in the air like a humid summer day from the moment they discovered the body lying an eternity among the brooms and chemicals of the closet. He was only 52, far too young, so murder was in the air. Eyes turned on each guest of the hotel as they looked from side to side, knowing the villainous murderer was among them. Who could it be? And who could be next? Ooh. What is this mysterious genre? Yes, it's a mystery story. We don't know who the killer is, and we know this is a fictional account, and it's meant for our entertainment. It's very entertaining reading that. This is a mystery story. Finally, we have one more. Thank you for purchasing our newest model of Bluetooth speaker. Below are instructions for registration, use of the device, safety regulations, and care instructions. Please read carefully as to not void your warranty. Section 1. Care for your speaker. Please keep your speaker dry and store in a cool, dry place. If the speaker gets wet, please towel dry and cease operations until it is fully dry to the touch. Seems like we're caring for a new Bluetooth speaker we purchased. But what's the genre? Yes, this is an owner's manual. We purchased our Bluetooth speaker. This manual comes in the box with it, and it is an owner's manual because we now own that Bluetooth speaker. So, to review, fiction and literature. There's stories and descriptions, including a variety of genres and styles, including poetry, dramatic plays, children's literature. Next, we have nonfiction, which include biographies and autobiographies, memoirs, speeches, personal journal entries. Lastly, we have academic and informational, which include manuals, both self-help and owner's manuals, articles, including both news articles and scholarly pieces, book reviews, and textbook entries. So, let's dig into a TEAS type question, just to try one out. The question, which genre best aligns with the passage. It's titled Neighborhood. Dust mites float through a hazy dream. Gold morning light bursts at the seams. Sunbeams stream through coffee steam. Sprinklers, children's playful screams. Little ones run through fresh-cut grass, crossing the hot blacktop barefoot. The summer day rushes by too fast, till fireflies light the neighborhood. Our options are a mystery story, a scholarly article, a book review, or a piece of poetry. So, how do we approach a question like this? First is we want to read the question and the answer options. So we have the genre, we have our 4 options there below. Read the passage with the answer options in mind. So let's give it one more read, shall we? It's titled Neighborhood. Dust mites float through a hazy dream. Gold morning light bursts at the seams. Sunbeams stream through coffee steam. Sprinklers, children's playful screams. Little ones run through fresh-cut grass, crossing the hot blacktop barefoot. Summer day rushes by too fast, till fireflies light the neighborhood. And finally, if we need to, we can use a process of elimination, or cross off the ones we know this piece is not, if it helps us. So let's do that now. Which ones do you think you can cross off? Well, it's definitely not a scholarly article or a book review. Those are nonfiction pieces. Those are read in a university or college classroom. So we're between mystery story and poetry. Which one do you think it is? Yes, with short lines and 2 stanzas there, this is a piece of poetry. So, before we dive in to our sample questions, how do we approach them? First, we got to identify our needs. We want to read the question and ask, what are we looking for? And then we want to make sure we read our answer options, A, B, C, and D. And while we're reading those, we want to review and try to remember the style of each answer option. What makes an owner's manual? What does a mystery story look like? Next, we're going to read the passage. And finally, we're going to use the process of elimination, crossing off some answers, as a helper if we need it. Are you ready? Let's try out these strategies and some TEAS sample questions. So here's our first sample. So we have our sample passage titled Marie Curie, and here are our options for what genre best aligns with the passage. Poetry, book review, mystery story, or biography. So let's walk through our strategies and try this one together. How do we approach this question? First, we're going to read the question and the answer options. So our question is, which genre best aligns with the passage? And we have A, poetry, B, book review, C, mystery story, or D, biography. Our next thing we need to do is read the passage with the answer options in mind. So let's read our passage on Marie Curie. Marie Curie was born Maria Salomia Sklodowska in 1867. She was a naturalized French physicist and chemist from Warsaw, Poland, who contributed major scientific advancements in radioactivity. Curie was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize and the first person to win 2 Nobel Prizes in both chemistry and physics. She discovered the elements polonium and radium and developed mobile units to help World War I field hospitals provide X-ray services. In 1906, she became the University of Paris's first woman professor. After her husband helped develop an electrometer, Marie Curie used it to discover that uranium rays made the surrounding air conduct electricity. She hypothesized that radiation did not come from molecule interactions, but rather from atoms themselves. This was an important realization in demonstrating that atoms are divisible. So is this a poem, a book review, a mystery story, or a biography? Let's use our last strategy, the process of elimination of genres and styles, to help, because it's definitely going to help us, right? First, we know this is definitely not a poem. It doesn't have any short lines, it's just one big block of text. And it's not really expressive, it's just telling about somebody's life. Next, this is definitely not a book review, right? There's no title or author listed here, and it's not talking about what an argument is. So that one doesn't really make sense either. Finally, this is not a mystery story. We're not digging into some sort of crime. We're just talking about Marie Curie and all of her amazing advancements in the world of science. So which genre best aligns with the passage then? Well, we know it's not poetry because poems have short lines and a rhythmic flow. This passage has full sentences and it's not poetic at all. And it's not a book review because it doesn't reference a specific text or texts. And book reviews need that. And it's not a mystery story because, well, Marie Curie's death at the time was a mystery. We knew very little about radiation. This passage has no mystery element. There's no whodunit here. So finally, we're left with biographies. Because this has a background in a specific person's life without the first person I form, this is a biographical passage. Marie Curie would be proud if you got that one right. Great job. So here we have a different passage with the same question. Which genre best aligns with the passage? Here are our options: self-help manual, an autobiographical passage, a textbook entry, or a letter. So here we have our strategies. Well, we already read the question and the answer options, so let's take a look at the passage and keep in mind those answer options. Dear Mr. Robinson, I came across your hiring ad in the job description on the Voyage company website. The opening in the lead digital marketing position caught my attention, as I'm excited about the software innovations coming from Voyage. I feel I would be a great addition to Voyage because I have 6 years of professional experience as an email marketing specialist. I excel at analyzing consumer data, conducting market research, and executing A/B tests for decisive marketing campaigns. The digital marketing listing describes an ideal candidate as someone versed in campaign development, which I have broad experience with. I presently work at Hotbutton Incorporated, coordinating many strong email marketing campaigns. I have driven a digital promotion campaign for a record-keeping software that considerably supports the marketing department's annual targets. My campaign improved Hotbutton Incorporated's overall online engagement by 8% over just 6 months. I am certain that my established history of committed work ethic, attention to detail, and successful marketing campaigns will make me a valuable resource to Voyage's marketing team. I am looking forward to discussing your lead digital marketing position and my valuable past experiences. I'll be in touch to follow up on my application. Thank you for your time and consideration. Regards, Danielle Richards. Danielle Richards, very good job with your message here. So, our next process is to use the process of elimination. Is there any here that we know we can cross off? I'm gonna let you do this one on your own. Is it a self-help manual? Is it an autobiographical passage? A textbook entry? Or a letter? Let's take a look at our answer options to find out. The first is a self-help manual. While this writer, Danielle, is trying to better themselves, it's not giving advice to the reader, it's to somebody else. So it's not a self-help manual. Next is an autobiographical passage. While this does have some information about the writer, it's clearly written for the specific audience, so it's not an autobiography. Next, we have a textbook entry. And without any information on a specific topic, this passage does not fit into the textbook entry genre. So finally, we have letter. This is our correct answer. The key here is the greeting, how the letter opens, and the closing off of this passage, making it clear that this is a letter. You can mail this one off as 100% correct. Great work. Next, we have a piece on fossils. The question remains the same. Which genre best aligns with the passage? Here are our options: a book review, romance story, a poem or a piece of poetry, and a textbook entry. So, again, we read the question and the answer options. So let's read the passage, and I'll read it to you again. A fossil is any preserved impression, remains, or trace of something that lived during a past geological age. When organisms died 10,000 to 4 billion years ago, some of them left behind shells, bones, and exoskeletons. Sometimes animals, microbes, and plants left imprints in stone. And sometimes they are preserved in petrified wood, coal, oil, and amber. Bacteria fossils can be as small as 1 micrometer. Dinosaur and tree fossils can be meters long and weigh tons. Paleontology is the study of fossils, how old they are, how they form, and what they say about evolution. Some of the processes that make fossils are casts and molds, replacement and recrystallization, carbonization, permineralization, bioimmaturation. So we have our passage. Now we're going to use a process of elimination of genres and styles to help, if needed. Which one do you think this is? A book review, a romance story, a poem, or a textbook entry? You ready to take a look at the answer options? Let's find out what this fossil passage is all about. First, here's our book review. The problem here is that it does not discuss a specific title, its author, and its merits and argument. So it's not a book review. Next, this is a romance story. Now, while you may love fossils, and I'm fascinated by them, there's no characters here, and it's not a love story. Next is a poem. With longer lines and no real rhythm to speak of, this does not feature any of the hallmarks of a poem. And that leaves us with a textbook entry. It's factual, and it gives an overview of the topic. I could totally see this as a textbook. Can't you agree? This is our correct answer. And as corny as this joke is, this answer won't go extinct. Here, we have sample passage number 4, titled Fresh Air. Which genre best aligns with this passage? Is it a personal journal entry, a scholarly article, a speech, or a fictional descriptive? Here are strategies. We read the question and the answer options. So now, I want you to read the passage with the answer options in mind. I'm going to allow you some time, and you can pause this video to read this following passage, titled Fresh Air. Next, you want to use a process of elimination of genres and styles to help, if needed. Can you cross any of these off? Personal journal entry, scholarly article, a speech, or a fictional descriptor? All right, I left you on your own for this one. You think you're ready? Let's give it a shot. Which genre best aligns with the passage? Is it a personal journal entry? With a story in the third-person perspective, this doesn't read as a retelling of the writer's day, so it's not a personal journal entry. Next, we have a scholarly article. Now, these are often used in a university classroom with multiple sources to give information out, so this one doesn't fit the bill. Speech. Now, if you read this to yourself or even out loud in your living room or office, this wouldn't make sense as a speech, and it'd be really awkward to read this out loud on a podium. And finally, we have the fictional descriptive. Now, this one was more about crossing off the ones that this passage was not, over identifying what this one is. But fictional descriptive is correct. Great work on this one, as this could be a story, but it wasn't an option. In this section, it's about finding the best possible answer. And so this is your correct one. You did it. Great work. Which genre best aligns with this passage? Is it a scholarly article, a speech, a fictional story, or a dramatic play? So, go through these steps on your own. First, we read the question and the answer options together. Next, I want you to read the passage, thinking of those 4 options in mind, and I want you to use a process of elimination to help you if it's needed. Go ahead. Okay, did you read the passage? If not, you can go back and pause. Okay, did you use a process of elimination to determine which genres don't work for this passage? Do you think you're ready to take a look at the answers? Let's go. So first is a scholarly article. And again, the scholarly article focuses on multiple sources and is informative. And this is a conversation between 2 characters. This could work as a skit, and a skit could be like a speech, but not really a traditional one. So it's not the best option here. Next, we have fictional story. This could be a part of a fictional story, but it has stage directions and what they want the characters to do. So really, this makes it a best fit as a dramatic play, and that's our answer. With a back and forth dialogue and clear stage directions, this is for sure a script for a play. This is our correct answer. If you got that one, bravo for you. And encore, I hope you get the next one right as well. So, are you ready for a quick bonus round? Let's take a look. Here's our first passage. We have our 4 options across the bottom. I'll read it to you. Hi, everybody. Me and my friend Ansel are excited to welcome you all to Parkfield Zoo today. I hope you're all ready to learn about some of the coolest animal friends we have here in the Animal Education Center. We're going to start off with my friend Ansel, the lemur. Did you know that there are around 100 species of lemurs? All of them come from a faraway island called Madagascar, where it gets extremely hot. Lemurs' hands, feet, and tails help them get around in the trees to eat fruits and leaves. Ansel and all other lemurs are nocturnal. That means they're most active only at night. So it's actually way past Ansel's bedtime. His big eyes here really can't see that well, so he uses his strong sense of smell to get around. So which genre is this passage? A scholarly article, a speech, a play, or an autobiographical passage? Yes, this one's a speech, 100% from a zookeeper talking to all the wonderful visitors to their zoo that day. Here's our next passage, named Birthday Wish. It was Marvin's 26th birthday again. 25 had been such a good year. When he blew out the candles on his first 26th birthday, he wished he could relive it again. But Marvin should be turning 36 now if he was counting right. The first year he relived 25, he was overjoyed. Marvin relished in the best moments that had made it great the first time. When he revisited the mistakes he'd made, he saw them with fresh eyes and humility. But now, every repeated 26th birthday and every old New Year, he wished desperately to escape the endless loop, but it never worked. His friends, family, and coworkers all started to seem more like robots or imaginary characters than real people. The monotonous repetitions of that one year's events made everything seem meaningless. Who could he tell? Is this a fictional story, a speech, a scholarly article, or a poem? Yes, this one's a fictional story. It's made up, it's make-believe, and it's definitely not a speech, which would be given on stage, a scholarly article, which is meant to be read in a college classroom, or a poem with stanzas and lines. Here's our next one, and this is a long one. It's got 2 parts. Mammals' digestive infection resistance from fasting. When mammals contract infections, their metabolic systems work at the cellular and organ level to fight the pathogen. To fight infection, mammals' bodies redirect energy away from growing to maximize the immune response. Though it seems counterintuitive, decreased appetite after infection may help protect the host. There are a number of studies offering support for this hypothesis. For example, an experiment from 1979 demonstrated significantly reduced listeria mortality in fasting mice. Intentional fasting is gaining traction as a novel inflammatory disease treatment for rheumatoid arthritis and multiple sclerosis. But so far, it is unclear exactly how fasting alters mammals' immune response to fight infections. Researchers studied this function by having lab mice fast before and during infection. Many bacteria and viruses target mammals' GI tract, which is the main channel of nutrient absorption. The diverse microbial community in the GI tract is vital in nutrient uptake and immune defense. Not much is known about the effects of fasting on the GI tract and its microbiome, but there is some evidence for tissue protective programs that kick in during fasting. Researchers fasted mice before and during Salmonella, Enterica, Serover, Tryptherium infection. They found that fasting blocked the pathogen's invasions of intestinal epithelium. Epithelium is a thin membrane or tissue coating organ surfaces. When the mice fasted, their intestines were protected because SPI1, the salmonella gene, cellular invasion was suppressed. As a result, gastroenteritis was prevented in the fasting mice. The protection against salmonella invading the intestinal membrane and causing gastroenteritis was dependent on gut microbes. Mice without gut germs still experience salmonella invasion of their epithelium when fasting. The researchers concluded that acute fasting can prevent pathogen-caused gastroenteritis by suppressing pathogen virulence and inflammatory response. This protection is related to fasting effects on the gut microbiome. Fasted mice infected with salmonella also had minimal damage to intestinal tissue. The epithelium of their cecum, the first part of the large intestine, remained completely intact. Diagnostic tissue evaluation revealed only a few immune cells. However, when the researchers resumed feeding the fasting mice, salmonella expanded and increasingly invaded intestinal epithelial cells. But tissue and cell damage was still less pronounced than in salmonella-infected mice that did not fast. So here, do we have a dramatic play, a book review, a scholarly article, or an autobiography? Yes, this one is a scholarly article. It cites numerous studies and talks scientifically and for an informational purpose. This is a piece you would 100% read in a college or university classroom. Next, we have concert. We were 17. Carly had never been to a concert. My favorite band was playing the Chameleon Club in Lancaster. When I picked her up Friday in my old Ford Escape, she was ecstatic for a rowdy rock show. During the hour-and-a-half drive from Philly, we blasted music so loud we couldn't hear ourselves singing along. The standing room only floor was packed from the stage to the doors. We squeezed to the front, grinning, ducking crowd surfers, flailing boots. We lost ourselves in the crowd and the booming sound. On the way home, we made a long turn on the turnpike, adding 45 minutes to the trip. We got back to Carly's house, ran to the pool, and jumped in with our clothes on. The sun was almost rising and the birds were waking up. Here, do we have a letter, a book review, a play, or an autobiographical passage? Yes, with personal pronouns like we, my, and I, this is an autobiographical passage, recounting a time in this person's life. We did some great work here.
Hey everyone, Johnny from Nurse Hub here. Today's lesson is about identifying intended audience.
So, before we begin, let's review our goals. Our goal is that at the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to define and correctly identify the intended audience and style of a passage or a piece of writing. You're going to be able to read a passage or a piece of writing and determine what is the style and who is it written for. Here's some key vocabulary for today. First is audience. That's who's reading the piece or the consumer of the information or media. And here are some of our options that we'll cover later in the lesson. They include parents or guardians, business owners, engineers, teachers, tourists, political candidates, scientists, adults, historians, children, among others. We're also going to be taking a look at writing style. The definition is techniques indicative of specific writing pieces, or the style in which a piece is written. And here are some of our tone or style options. It could be an announcement, training material, it could be a novel, teen magazine, textbook, or some others. So, with all that in mind, let's get started. What's our purpose in learning about intended audience and tone? Well, across our lives, whether it be professionally in our work, personally, socially, or in any other area of our lives, we're going to need to write. A huge part of writing is knowing our audience, who we're writing to, and our style, the way we're going to put our words together for a purpose. These two skills make us a writer with intense clarity and purpose, and a better writer because of it. Let's begin with audience. What is it? An audience is a group of readers who read a piece of writing, or simply put, the audience is who is reading a piece. This may range to any specific type of audience, including age group audiences, which could include children, seniors, parents, students, among others. Occupational groups, which are really any sort of job or career. And interest groups, which are for hobbies or passions. But how do we write for a specific audience? There are 4 things to look at or consider when writing or identifying an intended audience. They are the word choice and vocabulary. Can the audience easily comprehend or understand the words that we're putting down? The content. Is the content appropriate? Is it engaging or interesting? Or is it helpful to that audience? Text complexity, which is looking at the length and the type of sentences that are used. And finally, themes. Are the overall themes or takeaways appropriate or helpful to the audience? With all these things in mind, let's dive into our first audience type, which is the age group audience. So you see down the left-hand side, we have 3 distinct groups: children, adults, and seniors. Let's start with children. For children's writing, we're going to be looking at simple, often single-syllable words with limited modifiers. And we're also going to be looking at simple sentences, so it's easy for a child to understand and read. The content is going to be child-oriented. It's going to be upbeat, which means it's going to have a positive spin on life, with very simple humor and also very straightforward writing. There's going to be no allusions or images or anything like that. And for themes, it's really going to matter on the wide age range here because we're dealing with everything from a newborn all the way up to probably about 17, 18 years old. It could be anywhere from sharing to dealing with things for the very first time, planning for the first day of school, a first job, or anything of that nature. Now, for adults, their writing is going to be drastically different from what we see from children. The vocabulary is going to be complex, with multisyllabic words and compound or complex sentences. The content is going to be adult-oriented, with a focus on real issues, topical humor, and also appealing to whatever sub-audience we're writing for. And the topics could range from parenting techniques to pieces on job searches, investing, or anything else that an adult has to deal with. Finally, we get to seniors. Their vocab is exactly the same as for adults. We're looking at complex vocabulary with multisyllabic and compound or complex sentences. Their content is also adult-oriented, with a focus on issues pertaining to the senior population. And then those themes could focus on pieces for tips on changing technology to retirement tips or senior-friendly travel, among others. So let's play a little bit of a game with those three distinct groups in mind. I'm going to give you a passage. We're going to have two options. Here's somebody's going to choose the age group. Let's get started with our first one. Our two options are either students or parents. Welcome to your first day of school. My name is Mrs. Henry, and I'll be your teacher this year. I'm excited to get to know you better and to help you learn in this very important year. This is written for students or parents. Yes, this one's written for students. How do we know? Because it's going to say, I'm going to be your teacher this year, and I'm excited to get to know you better and to help you learn. Teachers don't help parents learn, they mostly help students or their audience learn. So this is written for students. So let's read our next one. Our options are either worker or retiree, or person who is retired. Life after working can be stressful and daunting, but volunteer work can be a very fulfilling opportunity. By using your newfound time to help out others, you will not only have a great day, but help your community as well. This is written for a worker or a retired person. Yes, this is written for a retiree. Why? As it says life after work, which means they are retired, and also newfound time. Retirees often have newfound time that they're looking to spend and use wisely. Finally, we have an employee or summer camper. As per the handbook, all breaks for 9-hour shifts are not to exceed 30 minutes. Please ensure you are back to your station per your scheduled time. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact the Human Resources Department. So it's written for an employee or summer camper. Yes, this one's written for an employee. This would be like the worst summer camp ever. 9-hour shifts and being back to your station in a Human Resource Department. This is 100% for an employee and not a summer camper. So our next audience types are occupational and interest groups. In this audience subtype, things are rather simplified. To identify audience, you must consider what the audience needs. How does this writing help the reader in their position or job? Vocabulary or jargon, which is industry-specific vocab. And with all this in mind, let's continue playing because there's so many occupational interest groups, we simply do not have time to list them here. Our first option, landscaper or doctor. With spring quickly arriving, it's important to reach out to clients about aeration, seeding, and fertilization. Not only will this keep customers happy, but it creates a steady revenue stream heading into mowing season this summer. This is for landscaping or for a doctor, someone in the medical field. Yes, this is for a landscaper, as they do aerating services, seeding, and fertilization. And also, their big responsibility is mowing in the summer. Our next passage is for a dentist or a teacher. When conducting class, make sure to meet those in your care where they are. Asking questions, working to their strength, and staying engaged in their lives is an important way to make sure your lessons and classes are always a hit. This is for a dentist or a teacher. Yes, this one's for a teacher, because only teachers are going to have lessons or classes. Dentists usually don't hold a class or a lesson. Finally, we have bank teller or a nurse. HIPAA, or the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, is a hot button issue in our industry and for our patients in the entire medical field. This act, passed in 1996, is a series of national standards that are meant to protect the information of our patients. This one is for a nurse. This passage is for a nurse because it says people in the entire medical field, and bank tellers do not work in the medical field. So here are some common audiences to consider while you're studying. First, our age groups. They can include children, elementary, middle, or high school, college, or university students, summer campers, adults, spouses, young adults, families, teens, mothers, fathers, toddlers, seniors, retirees, among others. We also have industry or employment groups. These include business owners, engineers, teachers, political candidates, scientists, historians, archaeologists, coaches, professors, chefs, critics, doctors, explorers, new hires, managers, CEOs, custodians, among others. Finally, we have interest or hobby groups. These include athletes, coaches, card collectors, tourists, travelers, volunteers, at-home chefs, churchgoers, a congregation, which is usually a church community, community members, and among others. If any of these audience groups are unfamiliar to you, write them down and take some time in your studies for a quick online search. What are they responsible for? What are their interests? So we're about to dive into some questions. What are our strategies for success? First, we want to identify our needs. You want to read the question first. What are we looking for? And then read the answer options. And you want to review and recall the needs of each answer option. What's the difference between a teacher and a nurse, for instance? Then you want to read the passage. And then finally, you want to use process of elimination as a helper to cross off some answers if needed. Let's give it a shot with our first TEAS-like question. So here we have our first sample passage. Our question is, who is the intended audience? And here are our answer options. Parents, B is nurses, C, journalists, or D, children. So our strategies. Well, we already read the question and the answer options, so we can check that first bullet off. Now let's read the passage with those answer options in mind, titled Back to School. I hope you all had an excellent and restful summer. My name is Miss Frank, and I'll be your teacher for the upcoming school year. This year, we have so many exciting things planned, and I can't wait to get started with each of you. It's only 2 years until middle school, so we have a lot of ground to cover, but I know you will work hard and be great learners. To start the year, we're going to focus on getting to know each other, and then begin to practice our reading and writing. Are you ready? Let's begin. So we have our passage, we've read it out loud, and then we want to think, is this for parents, nurses, journalists, or children? And a really helpful tip is to cross off the ones that do not fit. So let's get that started now. Our first cross off is for parents. Now, this one's really close because obviously we're talking about school and usually we have to deal with either parents or children in a passage like this, but it says, you will be great learners and you will work hard, and that's the children's job, not the parents. We know we're not working with nurses because it talks about school and 2 years until middle school, and I don't really know any nurses that are in 3rd or 4th grade. And finally, this passage is not intended for journalists. It has nothing about writing articles or interviews or publishing or photography or anything of that nature. So we know our answer is children. But let's review our answer options. For parents, again, this is a close one. The teacher is writing directly to their students, not the parents. For nurses, without talking of anything medical or of the job requirements of being a nurse, it's not written for nurses. Journalists, really the same thing. It has no reference of articles, interviews, or writing in the journalistic sense. So this is not meant for journalists. And that brings us to children. This has multiple references to learning and the teacher saying that she'll be working with the audience. This is clearly meant for students or children. This is your correct answer. And that brings us to our second passage. Our question is the same. Who is the intended audience? And here are our answer options. A, bus drivers, B, carpenters, C, chefs, or D, nurses. Bus drivers are people who drive a bus. Carpenters are people that work with wood in the construction industry. Chefs cook and create meals, and nurses work in the medical field. So we already read the question and the answer options. So next, we're going to read the passage with those 4 options in mind. This one's titled, To All Staff. As of today, we are instituting new charting procedures for all incoming and current patients. When new patients are admitted and vitals are taken, you will update the chart for the attending physician. This is to minimize future confusion and to ensure that our hospital runs smoothly. If you have any questions or concerns, please alert your immediate supervisor. So we have our passage, we have our answer options, we have our question. Next, we're going to use the process of elimination of audience and styles to help if needed. Are there any that you feel like you can cross off? Take some time now. Okay, went over it all. Let's see how you did. Who is our attendant audience? First option was bus drivers. Now, no matter if it's a school or a city bus, we don't really have patients on buses, so this memo is not intended for them. Carpenters, this is missing any sort of reference to construction materials or building or structures at all, so a carpenter is not the intended audience. C, chefs. We're not talking about kitchen utensils or tools or cutting techniques or cooking, so this one's not meant for chefs. And that brings us to nurses. By using references to patients, physicians, vital signs, and a hospital, this is clearly a passage written for a nurse. This is your correct answer. Great work. Here we have sample passage number 3 on Persian King Xerxes and Artemisia I of Caria. The question is, for whom is this passage probably being written? Is it A, carpenters, B, parents, C, nurses, or D, historians? Let's take a look at our strategies. Well, we just read the question and the answer options, so now let's read our passage with the answer options in mind, keeping in mind whether this passage is written for carpenters, parents, nurses, or historians. Are you ready? Let's read. Carian Queen Artemisia I was born around 500 BC in Halicarnassus. The historian Herodotus' memorable story about Artemisia I unfolds during the Greco-Persian Wars. The famed Persian battle against 300 Spartans commenced in Thermopylae, 480 BC. Simultaneously, Artemisia I took up arms with Persian King Xerxes in a 3-day naval battle off the coast of Greece. Artemisia fought strategically, but both fleets failed. Offended that a woman dared to fight them, the Greeks put on a 10,000 drachma bounty on Artemisia. Xerxes destroyed the Greek capital, Athens, and consulted his generals. Artemisia advised him boldly. Xerxes did not take her advice to claim victory and leave Greece, insisting on again engaging at sea. Artemisia's prediction came true that the Greeks would beat the Persian navy this time, but she displayed tactical genius that earned Xerxes' admiration. So we have read our passage, and one quick note here, just because we don't understand or don't know all the names of this Greek story does not mean we cannot answer this question. All we have to do is use a process of elimination of audience and styles to help, crossing off whether we believe that this is not meant for carpenters, parents, nurses, or historians. So take a minute, take a look at our answer options, and cross some off using the process of elimination. Do you think you're ready to move on to the answer options? Let's give it a shot. Our first option was carpenters. Now, this passage is about an ancient queen and would not be helpful to perform the duties of a carpenter. It has nothing to do with construction at all. It's about naval battles. The next option is parents. This passage does not have any information that's pertinent or helpful to a parent's life, so that one doesn't work either. For nurses, C, there's no reference to patients, physicians, vital signs, or a hospital, so this is not written for anybody in the medical field. And that leaves us with historians. As a historical passage on a queen in 500 BC, this is clearly meant for someone who studies history, or a historian. This is your correct answer. Very, very nicely done, with a rather tough passage, might I add. Here's sample passage number 4. Our question remains the same. For whom is this passage probably being written? Here are options. A, teachers, B, doctors, C, carpenters, or D, university students. Now, we read the question and the answer options, so now let's read our passage, which is titled, Dear CBU Students, as an opener. The governor recently announced statewide lifting of COVID restrictions. We bet you're as excited as we are to resume in-person studies, as all of us at CBU do our best to maintain everyone's health and safety. It's our pleasure to welcome everyone back onto campus on Monday, August 20th. We know you'll bring along your motivation to the classroom and beyond. Although we are not requiring vaccination as a condition for in-person attendance, it eases our mind to know that many faculty, staff, and students have received the vaccine. So far, about 45% of the state has been vaccinated, and we expect to see that number increase to almost 70% very soon. We are committed to the well-being of everyone on our campus, and we encourage you all to join us in that commitment by getting vaccinated as soon as you can if you have not yet. So, for whom is this passage probably written? Teachers, doctors, carpenters, or university students? Use a process of elimination of audience and styles to help you now. Do you think you know our answer? Let's move on to our answer options. Our first option was teachers. Now, this passage talks about education, so this is a really close one, but it's clearly addressed to students and talks about student needs, not those of faculty or staff, or in this case, teachers. For doctors, well, this message does dive into medical protocol. It's clearly not written to a doctor or for a doctor, and is more geared towards a different audience. For carpenters, again, this one has no references to building, construction, or any of the other work that a carpenter might do, so this is not the correct audience. And that leaves us with university students. The biggest hint in this one was that the letter or memo is addressed to students directly and talks of protocols at a specific university, in this case, the made-up CBU. This is our correct answer. Great studying. So, we just went into audience, but we also got to cover style. Style is the way a piece is written. In this case, instead of it for a specific audience, it's for a specific purpose. Or style is where you would find the selected passage or piece of writing. It's pretty similar to genre in that way. In TEAS type questions, these publications are going to be used and asked for, among others. Manuals or guides, user manuals, guidebooks, training packets, recipe books, among others. Informational texts, encyclopedia, textbooks, biography, newspapers, etc. And also personal or entertainment texts, which could be letters, novels, which are books, stories, magazines, planners, among others. So how do you write for a specific purpose? Just like with audience, there are 4 things to look at when writing or identifying intended writing purpose. The word choice and vocabulary. A children's book is going to have much simpler language than a textbook per se. Content. Is the content typical of that type of writing? Does it fit in with what that type of writing asks for? We have text complexity, which is the length and the type of sentences that are used. Themes. Are the overall themes and takeaways appropriate and helpful? With all this in mind, let's take a look at a couple passages and try out our skills. The first could be a fictional story or a textbook entry. Claire lived alone by Spring Bayou, 80 miles from Baton Rouge. The neighbors were miles away. Sunlight never reached the ground, even at midday. It was always quiet besides nature sounds. Claire sipped sweet tea, watching the sunset. When bugs came out in full force, she escaped inside. Despite the fan and open windows, the air inside was heavy and clingy while she read her book. Once she turned off the light to lie down, someone started whistling outside. She went on the porch and called out, "Who was there?" It stopped. Claire squinted at a dim, soft light glowing in the bayou's pitch black. The door squeaked as she shut and locked it behind her and laid back down. She slept a minute before a sound woke her. Whistling. She glanced around, confused to find her book open in her lap and the lights on. So is that a fictional story or textbook entry? Well, yeah, this creepy little story is a fictional story. Well, at least I hope it's fictional. That's terrifying. But it would not be a textbook entry. So there, you would use a process of elimination to say, that's nothing I would read in a textbook. That's a fictional story. Let's try one more. This one's titled Breakthrough in the Study of Memory Loss. Now, would this be a science text or an owner's manual? Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to adapt. Researchers have recently found the function of perineural nets, or PNNs, in controlling neuroplasticity. Human PNNs develop around age 5 to surround neurons and limit plasticity. This reins in the brain's ability to quickly absorb large amounts of information, instead making brain processing more efficient. Some compounds of PNNs, chondroitin sulfates, adjust their balance over the human lifespan, changing neuroplasticity. That is why the capacity to form new memories deteriorates with age. Cambridge and Leeds scientists experimented with altering the chondroitin sulfate makeup of PNNs in mature mice with declining neuroplasticity. When testing the mice in object recognition and maze learning, the treatment regenerated the mice's learning and memory to the level of much younger mice. These insights have promising implications for treating human neurological conditions. So is this a science textbook or an owner's manual? Yeah, we don't own PNNs. Well, at least we don't buy them at the store. This is clearly a science text and clearly showing some sort of scientific study in neuroplasticity, which actually sounds pretty fascinating. So here's some common text to consider when you're studying. Number one are manuals and guides. These can be user manuals, self-help manuals, owner's manuals, how-to guides, guidebooks, training packets, recipe booklets, style guides, handbooks, etc. It's showing you how to do something, how to perform a task. Our second type is informational. It can be encyclopedias, textbooks, biographies, autobiographies, which are just biographies written by the subject, newspapers, announcements, memos, among others. And finally, we have personal or entertainment texts. These could be letters, novels, stories, magazines, planners, reviews, and many more. If any of these types of writing are unfamiliar to you, take some time and read them during study breaks. See, what do they look like? And what are the major hallmarks of these types of texts? What makes an encyclopedia entry, etc.? So, we're about to dive into some questions, but how do we approach them? First, you want to identify our needs. Read the question and see what it's asking. What are they looking for there? And then read the answer options. Then you want to review and recall the style and purpose of each answer option. What makes an autobiography an autobiography? Then you want to read the passage. And finally, you want to use a process of elimination, crossing off some answer options as a helper if you need it. Let's give it a shot. Here's our style passage number one. Here's our question. The style of this passage is most likely that found in an newspaper, user manual, persuasive essay, or informative article. So we already read the question and the answer options. Let's now read the passage with the answer options in mind, our second step there. This passage is titled Dogs and Eye Contact. In the animal kingdom, direct eye contact usually signals confrontation. In most humans, however, eye contact is an anchor of communication and relationships. This is why pet owners naturally seek eye contact with their pets. Dogs in particular are so adapted to living with people that many of them have learned to interpret eye contact similarly to how humans do. They pick up on where humans direct their eyes to figure out when a human is communicating with them. Both dogs and humans' oxytocin levels increase during eye contact with each other, which contributes to social bonding. Some dogs are more disposed to eye contact because of their eye and head anatomy, breeding, age, and personality. Hungarian ethologist Eötvös Loránd University have found some variables that make dogs more inclined to make eye contact. They examined 130 family dogs, measuring head length and width. Mixed breeds and those bred for visually as opposed to vocally guided work were better at eye contact. Boxers, bulldogs, and other snub-nosed dogs have greater use of their central field of vision, facilitating easier eye contact with people. On the other hand, dogs with longer noses have more panoramic vision. It's harder to focus on the center of their visual field without getting distracted by the periphery. Additionally, younger dogs have better focus and vision than older dogs, and thus tend to make more eye contact. So we read our passage on dogs and eye contact. We've read the question and the answer options that are down below. Now we're going to use a process of elimination of audience and styles to help if needed. I'll do this one with you. So the first one I cross off would be newspaper. While this is a pretty interesting article, and I think one that dog lovers might really love, it's not one that would fit in a newspaper. It's not really a current event. The next is a user manual. Usually dogs don't come with a user manual, and if they did, it would not be something as specific as dogs and eye contact. This is also not a persuasive essay. It's not persuading us to look at our dogs in their eyes more frequently. It's simply just stating information. That places it as an informative article. But why? Let's take a look at our answer options. So for a newspaper articles contain information and interviews on current events or happenings. And this passage is more just generally informative. A user manual offers directions on how to use a piece of equipment, not a piece on dog bites or in this case, dog eye contact. A persuasive essay is something that's going to convince the reader, and this piece doesn't do any convincing. It's more just informative, which brings us to informative articles. This is something that pet owners can use. and this article works to inform its reader in an article form. This is our correct answer. Great work. Let's take a look at number 2. We're going to go through all the answer options together, but you're going to do the process of elimination and deciding an answer on your own. Are you ready? Here's our question. The style of this passage is most like that found in a or an fictional story, textbook entry, user manual, or CDC or Centers for Disease Control announcement. So, taking a look at our strategies, we've read the question and the answer options, so let's read the passage now on a listeria outbreak. An outbreak of salmonella is linked to pasteurized milk. So far, CDC has documented 3 illnesses, 3 hospitalizations, and 1 death in 2 states. There is an active investigation and a recall in progress. The food recall applies to dairy fresh pasteurized milk products, whole milk, 2% milk, and dairy creamers. Dairy fresh pasteurized milk products under recall have shipped to retailers, hospitals, nursing facilities, schools, restaurants, and DoD locations. The recalled products are whole milk, 2% milk, dairy fresh low-fat half and half, and dairy fresh creamer. Many of the recalled products have the establishment number ESD.D-4792 on the product bottle or in the USDA mark of inspection. See the list of products recalled by Dairy Fresh, including product and date codes, on the USDA SIS website and FDA website. Businesses are warned not to serve or sell recalled products. Schools, long-term care facilities, hospitals, and other facilities that serve people at high risk for severe salmonella illness should take extra precautions. Salmonella is particularly harmful to people who are 65 years or older, pregnant, or have a weakened immune system. Follow the USDA FSIS's guidance to help prevent the spread and growth of salmonella. The public is warned not to eat any recalled products. Instead, throw them away or return them to where you bought them. Clean your refrigerator, containers, and surfaces that may have touched the recalled products. Especially in children under 5, call your healthcare provider right away about abdominal pain, diarrhea, fevers and chills, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, headaches, muscle pain, or bloody stool. Seems like a pretty serious recall there on these milk products. But let's take a look at our answer options. Is this a fictional story, a textbook entry, a user manual, or a CDC or Centers for Disease Control announcement? Use a process elimination now to try to find the best possible answer. All right, do you think you're ready? Let's take a look at our answer options now. Our first is a fictional story. While this could be a piece of a fictional story to set the scene, it is unlikely because it has no real characters, plot line, which is the story of a book, or a conflict, so it doesn't really work as a story. As a textbook entry, they're usually way more general, and the passage is about past history. This has neither of those hallmarks. A user manual offers directions on how to use a piece of equipment or technology, and this is about a milk recall, and that leaves us with the CDC announcement. With information regarding milk, food, and food safety to stop the threat of disease, this passage is an announcement from the Centers of Disease Control. Really great work on this one. So let's take a look at sample passage number 3. Our question's exactly the same. The style of this passage is most like that found in a or an fictional story, historical text, business memo, or science text. So we've read the question and the answer options. Now let's read the passage with those answer options in mind. This one's titled, How Unique is Human DNA? Of the entire human genome, only 1.5 to 7% has DNA individual to humans. This small percentage codes brain function and development. It probably diverged 600,000 years ago, then again 200,000 years ago. Researchers are unsure what roles such genes play in the evolution of human thought and behavior. The human species' extinct cousins and ancestors, like Denisovans and Neanderthals, likely thought and behaved similar to modern humans. UC Santa Cruz scientists comprehensively collected and analyzed 279 participants' genomes. Each person had roughly 1% Neanderthal DNA, all in different regions throughout the genome. UC San Francisco biologists have explored the entangled lineage of humans with unknown extinct hominids, including Nesha Ramla Homo, which could be more closely related to humans than Neanderthals. So, is this a fictional story, a historical text, a business memo, or a science text? Use a process of elimination now to try to find the best possible answer. Do you think you're ready? Let's move on to our answer options. Our first is a fictional story. This passage is just giving information and it has no characters or story, so this doesn't work as a fictional story. Historical text. This is a factual text, and it does talk about how long ago something was and is something in our human history, but this is more science-based over historical. All the studies are by biologists, not historians. C is business memo. With no policies or any business-specific jargon, this wouldn't be useful to a business owner or employee, so this one doesn't really work as a business memo. And that leaves us with science text. You did it. This passage is an overview of the unique nature of human DNA, and it is a science text. This is the right answer.
Hey everyone, Johnny from NurseHub here. Hope you're doing well. Today's lesson is about identifying appropriate language for different types of writing.
So before we get started, let's review our goals. Our goals are for the end of this lesson, you'll be able to define and correctly identify the intended tone of a passage or a piece of writing. You'll be able to read a passage and determine what is a tone of individual lines or the entire passage, and which lines do or do not fit the overall tone. Here's some key vocabulary for today. First is tone. Tone is the mood created by an author's choices and the way that the writing can make a reader feel. Some tone options include nostalgic, indignant, regretful, objective, satirical, sentimental, bitter, among others. And don't worry, we're going to break down all of these later. And what's our approach going to be? Well, to best set you up for success, we're going to dive into each individual tone one by one. We're going to dissect passages and dig into some TEAS type questions. Are you ready? Let's begin. So what's our purpose for today? Well, across our lives, whether it be professionally in our jobs, personally, socially, or in any other area, we're going to need to write. Often when we write, we have a purpose. And part of that purpose is how we want our reader to feel, whether it's a professor, friend, or someone we want to entertain. Being able to influence the emotions and sentiments of our reader, and thus to know when and how we're being influenced as a reader, is a really important tool in a writer's toolkit. So first, what's tone? Tone is the mood created by a writer's choices and the way that the writing can make a reader feel. Or, simply put, the tone is the feeling a piece of writing gives us. This may range to any specific type of audience, including emotional pieces that could be happy, funny, sad, nostalgic, angry, interest level, whether it's engaged or unengaged or uninterested or interesting, and finally, language specific, which could be a formal piece of writing or an informal or casual piece of writing. Now, we have a lot of different tones here, and they all have their different purposes, and we're going to break down each of them in groups. So how do we write for a specific tone? There are three things to look for. The first is the word choice and vocabulary. Are there specific words that are making us feel a certain way? Look closely for those modifiers. The content. What is the general feel and emotion of the piece? And our themes. While you're reading or when you finish reading, how does the piece make you feel? What are those major takeaways or lessons that that piece is trying to evoke? But before we begin, here's one more quick note. We're talking a lot about the way writing makes you feel or the emotion of a piece of writing. But what does that mean? Now, I want you to stop for a second. I want you to think of your favorite scene in your favorite movie of all time. Do you have it? Now I want you to close your eyes. It's all right. And play out that scene in your mind. What do you see? Now I want you to take a look at what's your face doing. Is there a smile there? Are there tears rolling down your cheeks? Is there this utter look of excitement? And what is your heart or mind doing? How do you feel in this moment? That is the emotion and feeling in writing. Filmmakers do this so well, and writers really attempt this as well. And some of them do it really, really well, great accuracy. So before we begin, let's try one out just for fun. Here's a passage. As I packed my bags, I thought for a second about hiding in the bunk, hoping my parents would never find me. It was my last day of summer camp, and I wasn't ready to leave. The friends, the moments I would never forget, the stories around the campfire, it became too much, and I wanted to stay forever. Sure, I was ready to see my family, start school, and count down the days until I was back at camp. But for now, all I could do was cry that it was over and take my dirty feet, packed bags, and loads of memories with me. So here's our question. What's the author's tone of that passage? Is it optimistic, satirical, disgruntled, or sentimental? So here are steps for success. Here's how we navigate questions like this. First, we want to read the passage just as we did there. Then we want to read and define our answer options. And then finally, we want to use a process elimination to help. So what do optimistic, satirical, disgruntled, and sentimental mean? Well, optimistic is hopeful or confident in the future. Satirical is critical or mocking, poking fun at. Disgruntled is angry or dissatisfied. And sentimental is tenderness, sadness, or nostalgia, a yearning for the past. Now, I'm looking at this, and this writer seems super bummed out. So optimistic doesn't really work here. And this isn't really mocking anything, so satirical doesn't work either. Is it angry, or is it more tender and yearning for the past? Yes, this is a sentimental piece of writing. They're a kid just not wanting summer camp to end, just hoping to just replay back to July 1st when they first stepped down in their bunk. So let's go through our first types of tone. The first is nostalgic. We already kind of talked about it, right? It's showing a longing, desire, or sentimentality for the past. It's wanting those past experiences back. Sometimes I sit there and I'm like, I'm a high school teacher, and I'm like, I would love to have a Friday night basketball game again, right? To just go out there and play basketball with my friends. I'm nostalgic for that. And how is it exhibited in writing? It's recalling past stories, reminiscing on old experiences, and hoping for simpler times, right? As we get older, sometimes we do this. To be sentimental is dealing with feelings of sadness or tenderness. It's highly emotional or a sad or tender tone. It's made to make the writer kind of feel bad a little bit, right? We're sentimental. We're yearning for something that's not there. And finally, regretful is showing sadness or disappointment over something we did in the past, right? It's wishing for it to change. And it's less anger and more just a general malaise or sadness. And here we have three more tones. We have objective, which is only representing facts, factual information. No feelings at all. It's matter of fact. It's an even tone. It's completely void or removed from emotion and feeling, right? It's kind of like a textbook entry. Satirical is sarcastic or mocking for humorous purposes, and it usually features an over-the-top description, some funny stories. It's sort of like a mocking, sarcastic tone. And finally, we have indignant, which is so different from all the others. It's annoyance or anger at something that we see as unfair. Sometimes it's discussing inequities or unfair treatment, and it shows words that show disdain, anger, and frustration. So we have our 6 tones here. So let's identify these tones in 2 passages. Here's our first passage. Marie just couldn't believe it. After all these years, after the countless hours worked for that company, they were going to treat her like this. She knew the company was struggling, but to let her go, she did the job of 3 people, and they were going to let her go and attempt to downsize and make a few more dollars in profit. She was disgusted at the treatment by management she trusted. So what's the author's tone? Is it nostalgic, indignant, objective, or satirical? So let's remember our steps. We read the passage. Now I want to read and define the answer options. So nostalgic is wishing for the past. Indignant is anger at some unfair treatment, frustration. Objective is completely void of any emotion. And satirical is kind of poking fun at something. So which ones don't fit? Well, I'm looking here and they're not wishing for the past at all. They're just really angry. So let's get rid of nostalgic and It has a lot of emotion here. When I was reading this one out loud, which I think is a great tip if you can, even really like kind of whisper it to yourself. And objective, oh, this is the opposite of objective. This is showing a lot of emotion. So is it indignant, which is that unfair treatment and getting very angry about it, frustrated, or satirical, poking fun at something? Yes, it is indignant. Marie is so frustrated at the unfair treatment by her company. She just can't believe it. The direct definition of the indignant tone. We have one more. From the moment it happened, Gerald wished he could take it all back. He didn't want to lie, but the lie made his life easier. And now he didn't know how to get himself out of it. He created a world for himself where he definitely would be caught. And now he wished he had a time machine to go and change everything that caused him shame and disappointment. So what's the author's tone here? Is it regretful, satirical, sentimental, or objective? So regretful is sort of wishing you could change the past, right? Feeling some sort of really just regret, right? Wishing you could change your prior actions. Satirical, again, is poking fun at something. Sentimental is really yearning for the past, but more in like a nostalgic way. And objective, again, is void of any emotion. Which one is this passage about Gerald? Yeah, Gerald's feeling a lot of regret. He lied and he wished he could take it all back. That is the very definition of the word regret. So let's break down 6 more tones. Here we have bitter, which is regretful or angry about past experiences or mistreatment. This could be very, very similar to indignant. I bet you will never see the two of them on the same question, right? This is very, very similar. Optimistic, which is thinking that the best will happen in the future. It's looking at the bright side. It's hopeful and confident. And pessimistic, that's the antonym. That's thinking the worst is going to happen, seeing all the negative in something. And loving is feeling or showing some sort of deep affection. Right? It's lost in this positive emotion and love that you feel for someone else or something else. We have worried, which is anxious or troubled, just nervous. That could be about an upcoming or past event, sort of perseverating on it, obsessing over it. Disgruntled is angry or frustrated or not satisfied. This could show very similar to a bitter tone or an indignant tone. It's showing a very frustrated nature, but with a focus on just not being satisfied. Finally, we have cheerful, which is full of joy or praise. This is really happy, excited, pumped up, especially in the presence of others. It's trying to bring everyone's spirits up. So let's identify our 6 pieces of tone in 2 more passages. Here's our first one. Am I ready for my upcoming test? Of course I am. I've studied. I met with my professor, who's so helpful, by the way, and I know the material in and out. This semester, things are looking up for me, and I feel really great about where things are going. I can't wait to see what the next few weeks bring me. So what's the author's tone? Is it optimistic, pessimistic, bitter, or cynical? So remember, we read the passage. Now we read the answer options, but let's define them. Remember, optimistic is looking at the best of everything, looking at the bright side. Pessimistic is the opposite of that, looking negatively. Bitter is that really anger, frustration. And cynical's very, very similar, but thinking that everybody's out to get you and not trustworthy. Which one fits this passage about this person's upcoming semester? Yes, they're optimistic. They're looking at the bright side of everything. They're meeting with a professor who they think is so helpful and so great. Everything's looking up for this person, which is great for them. Here's the next one. Laura simply wasn't happy. She did everything her manager asked, and it never felt like it was enough. After cutting shorter lunch breaks, taking on extra assignments and duties, and being the best possible employee, she had enough. She was going to do everything possible to apply for a new position, as she couldn't take another day. So what's the author's tone here? Is it cheerful, disgruntled, loving, or optimistic? So remember, cheerful is sort of being a cheerleader for everybody else. Disgruntled is just utter frustration. Loving is showing that real compassion, love, and care for someone else. And optimistic is what we saw in our first passage, looking at the bright side of everything. Yes, Laura here is disgruntled. She just feels like she can't win. So she's very, very frustrated. Here we have 6 more pieces of tone. We have compassionate, which is Feeling or showing care or concern for others. It's helping them if they need it, right? Showing that empathy, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, wanting to understand, help, and support those around you. Jovial is very similar to cheerful, right? It's just a super good mood, outwardly showing happiness. And compelling is either being interesting or being interested. It's either being super into what you're doing or having other people be super into what you're doing. It's sort of charisma or being super interested. Cynical is distrustful. It's the thought that everyone around you is selfish. It could be seen as pessimistic, but it's the focus on lack of trust in others. And then finally, we have formal and informal. Formal is really official. It's super proper. This could be seen as stiff, something like in a textbook entry, an academic journal or an essay, or a company-wide memo. And informal is the opposite. It's way more casual. It's two friends talking, or a letter to somebody, or a quick email to somebody that you talk to and you probably go out for drinks with after work. So with those tones in mind, let's identify them in two more passages. Here's our first one. The passion and feelings I feel for them, I've never felt for anyone. There's never been a time where I felt more like home. I've never looked at someone's eyes and seen exactly what I see when I look at them. The first moment we met, I knew I could spend the rest of my life with this person, and I wouldn't change a single thing. So what's the author's tone here? Is it compassionate, compelling, jovial, or loving? So what are our steps for success? Well, we read the passage, and now we read the answer options, but let's define them. Remember, compassionate is caring for others. It's wanting to understand them. Compelling is either being interested or being interesting. Jovial is being a cheerleader for everyone else, being super, super upbeat. And loving is showing that real passion for somebody, that undying love. Now, let's use a process elimination to help us. Well, it's definitely not jovial. Even though it's happy, it's not like super like yay, yay happy, right? It's more like passion. It's interested in somebody, but I wouldn't say it's like compelling. It's not working to engage somebody. Yes, this one's loving. This is showing this undying love for someone else. It's straight out of a romance book. Here's another one. According to the data cited in the following study, the committee expects the outcomes to the following decision to be favorable to the aforementioned community. The studies show a steady increase in economic outcomes in accordance to the state statutes outlined, and thus will ultimately aid in our town's stature and quality of life for all of its residents. Is this tone formal or informal? Remember, formal is super buttoned up, professional, and informal is between friends. Yes, this one's formal. If I talk with that with my friends, they'd be like, what is going on with you? Why'd you become so strange? This one is 100% formal, part of some town-wide or city-wide ordinance. So we're gonna dive into some questions. How do we approach them? First, we want to identify our needs. We want to read the question asking, what are we looking for? And we want to read the answer options and define them, thinking, what are the hallmarks of that tone? Then finally, we want to read the passage and use the process elimination as a helper if needed, trying to cross off those ones that definitely don't fit. Do you think you're ready? Let's get started. Here's our first passage. I'm so happy to see everyone here today. My name is Juan, and I'll be your advisor through the entire fun-filled and amazing process. Before we begin, do any of you amazing people have any questions? If not, I am thrilled and excited to get started with all of you. If you can't tell, I am incredibly happy. What's the author's tone of this passage? Is it A, pessimistic, B, compassionate, C, jovial, or D, regretful? So let's walk through our strategies. How do we approach this question? So first, we want to read the question. What are we looking for? Well, the question is, what is the author's tone of this passage? So we know we're looking for tone and appropriate language. Next, we want to read the answer options, and especially working to define each answer option. So we know pessimistic is looking negatively at everything. Compassionate is really trying to understand where everyone's coming from and caring for them. Jovial is being really upbeat and sort of like a cheerleader. And regretful is looking at our past decisions and thinking that they weren't the best, wishing we could change them. Now we're going to read the passage. Let's do it again. I'm so happy to see everyone here today. My name's Juan, and I'll be your advisor through the entire fun-filled and amazing process. Before we begin, do any of you amazing people have any questions? If not, I'm thrilled and excited to get started with all of you. If you can't tell, I'm incredibly happy. Now, let's use a process elimination as a helper. Well, Juan is definitely not pessimistic. This guy is looking at the bright side of everything. And also, it shows that he's not really having any regrets, or at least nothing that he's showing to the reader, right? He's not talking about any of his past experiences. So is it more compassionate, wanting to understand people, or jovial, being really upbeat? Let's take a look and find out. Our first option was pessimistic. Now, this is far too positive to ever be considered pessimistic. It's almost the opposite. It's more optimistic than anything. Now, this option, compassionate, is a really close one, as the speaker clearly cares about the people they're speaking to, but it's more just generally excited over solely caring about others. But jovial. Juan is acting like a cheerleader in this passage. He's all about spreading spirit wherever he goes. This mode is 100% jovial. Great job. And finally, we have regretful. There's nothing regretful here. The speaker and this passage are all about having the best day ever, not thinking about the past. So now we have another one. What's the author's tone of this passage? Is it loving, sentimental, satirical, or indignant? So let's walk through our strategies again. We read the question. We're looking for the tone. We read the answer options, loving, sentimental, satirical, and indignant. Now let's define each answer option. Remember, loving is having that undying love for someone, right? Sentimental is sort of like yearning for the past, showing that sort of like rose-colored glasses, optimism and positivity about the past. Satirical is poking fun at something, and indignant is that utter frustration and unfair treatment. So let's read the passage now. He couldn't believe it. He worked so hard and did everything right, and they were still cutting him from the high school soccer team. And why? It was all to have an open roster spot for the coach's son, a kid that doesn't even like the sport, doesn't practice hard, and isn't even liked by his teammates. It was a slight and an awful show of leadership on every level, and he was ready to walk away from the sport entirely. Now let's use a process elimination. Which ones is this passage not? Which tones does this passage not show? Well, I'll tell you, it's definitely not loving. This person showing no love to their coach, to the sport, anything. It's definitely not sentimental either. It's not talking about their times in youth soccer and all their great memories they had. So is it satirical or indignant? Let's take a look at our answer options and see if we got the right one. So loving. There's no love here between our speaker, teammates, coach, or even the sport of soccer in general, which, by the way, I love playing and watching. Sentimental, there's no feeling of sentimentality here. The speaker is just really frustrated. For satirical is meant to poke fun at individuals or groups with exaggeration and humor. This passage is way more heartfelt than that. And that leaves us with indignant. The speaker's angry. They're frustrated. And they feel that the treatment's unfair, and this is the direct definition of an indignant tone. So the correct answer. Great work. Here, we have another one. What is the tone of this passage? Is it cynical, satirical, formal, or informal? Let's walk through our strategies. How do we approach a question? So we're still looking for tone here. The question hasn't changed. And we read the answer options. Now let's define them. Cynical is looking negatively at anything, thinking that nobody can be trusted. Satirical is poking fun at something. Formal, super buttoned up, professional. And informal is the opposite of that. It's talking amongst friends. Let's read our passage now. Hey, buddy, what's going on? It was absolutely killer to see you yesterday. It has been way, way too long. I wanted to write you and catch up. How's everything been since high school? I was thinking yesterday about how funny you were in Mrs. Smith's algebra class. Do you remember that? You used to stick those pencils up your nose. Yo, that had me dying with laughter. So let's use a process elimination as a helper. Which ones could you cross off here? Well, it's definitely not formal. This couldn't be released as a business memo or on a job resume. Any others you could cross off? Yeah, I would definitely cross off cynical too. This is way too upbeat to be cynical. Do you think you have the right answer? Do you want to test your luck? Let's go for it. Let's take a look at our answer options. So for cynical, this is not showing a lack of trust for people. So this passage does not fill the needs for a cynical tone. Satirical writing is poking fun at something, and this writer is super sincere in their friendship. They're really asking how somebody's doing. Now for formal is really buttoned up, and this is the antithesis or the opposite of formal. It's very casual, and that leaves us with informal. For this passage, the speaker's loose, flowing with the language, clearly writing to a friend they've known for a while. This is the correct answer. Great work. This isn't our only question type. Next, we're going to look at identifying individual sentences within a passage. Here's what a question looks like. Which of the following sentences from the passage does not follow the overall tone of the passage? A, Janet felt that today was never going to get better. B, the morning started with the wrong coffee order and it really didn't get better from there. C, she got stuck in traffic and it was only made worse by a flat tire a mile from work. Or D, it was a really nice day out with blue skies. So let's watch through our strategies. How do we approach a question like this? So first, we want to read the question. What are we looking for? Now it asks, which of the following sentences from the passage does not follow the overall tone of the passage? So here, we have to look at what's the overall tone of the passage, right? And then which of these sentences does not fit? So is the opposite of that tone or does not fit within that tone. Next, we want to read the passage to identify the tone. So let's go ahead and do that now. Janet felt that today was never going to get better. The morning started with the wrong coffee order, and it really didn't get better from there. She got stuck in traffic, and it was only made worse by a flat tire a mile from work. It was a really nice day out with blue skies. Janet then showed up to work to the busiest and most hectic day she could imagine. All she wanted to do was to go back to bed and start over. This is a very downer passage, right? This is somebody that's not really feeling great and is having a really tough day. They have every right to feel pessimistic. Now, which of these four options doesn't fit the tone? Let's read them through one more time. A, Janet felt that today was never going to get better. B, the morning started out with the wrong coffee order and it really didn't get better from there. C, she got stuck in traffic and it was only made worse by a flat tire a mile from work. Or D, it was a really nice day out with blue skies. Then we want to use a process elimination. Well, A, feeling that the day was never going to get better. That fits the tone. That's looking at things in a pessimistic way. And B is talking about a wrong coffee order. And I know how I feel when I get a wrong coffee order. Ooh, you would think a cold brew black would be simple, but sometimes, hey, people make mistakes. But it makes me in such a bad mood in the morning. And C, we all know how we feel about traffic, plus a flat tire. So we could cross off all three of those, leaving D. It was a really nice day out with blue skies. That flies in the face of everything else that's going on. It should be a gray day that's rainy with thunderstorms, right? It's the opposite of that. It's a nice day with blue skies. So let's take a look at our answer options. Check our work. A is Janet felt that today was never going to get better. Then it sets off and introduces the pessimistic tone that the rest of the passage is going to follow. B, remember, is talking about that coffee order. This continues the pessimistic view of the day, because who enjoys a wrong coffee order? C, we all know how we feel about traffic, plus the flat tire. She's having an awful day. This one totally fits the passage. But D, it's the one line that doesn't fit. A bright day is reserved for a good day. And Janet's day should be cloudy and gray. Maybe tomorrow would be better. I would love for Janet's tomorrow to be sunny, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, This is wonderful birds chirping sort of day, but this is not it. So this is our correct answer because the tone doesn't fit. Let's go through our next one. This one, I'm going to give you the reins a little bit. Which of the following sentences from the passage does not follow the overall tone of the passage? So let's walk through our strategies again. First, we're going to read the question. Again, we're looking for the sentence that does not fit the tone of the passage. Next, we're going to read the passage and identify the tone. Let's read it together. Did I ever tell you how much I absolutely adore you? You're sweet, you're funny, and you make my life so much better. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and I have an incredible day planned for the two of us. We're going to go for a hike. I found the perfect breakfast spot, and then we're even going to go see a movie. I'm going to be furious at you if you eat any of my candy at the movie. Keep your hands on your own snacks. What time are you getting here? So what's the tone of that passage? It seems like two people that are going to have a great day together. It's either loving or optimistic or compassionate, right? They're either two friends or maybe two people that are in some sort of relationship together, whether platonic or romantic. But which answer here, A, B, C, or D, doesn't follow the tone? Now here you can cross off any that sort of fit the tone of the passage, right? Well, did I ever tell you how much I absolutely adore you? That's kind of fitting the passage, right? These people are in some sort of either platonic or romantic relationship. Any others you would cross off as being part of the tone? Are there any you can identify as being the outlier or not fitting the tone? Let's take a look at our answer options. Did I ever tell you how much I absolutely adore you? Even though this is the only question as an answer option, it still follows the tone of the passage. It's showing that sort of like loving tone. B, you are sweet, you are funny, and you make my life so much better. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and I have an incredible day planned for the two of us. This passage showcases the loving tone of two people who are going to have a great day together. It does sound like a great day because it says we're going to go for a hike, perfect breakfast spot, and then we're even going to go see a movie. This is also showcasing the excitement and optimism of a loving passage. But D, listen, I get very protective of my popcorn and my candy as well, but this is almost threatening, right? And after all that excitement and love, this speaker is getting super stingy with movie theater candy. It does not follow the tone, even though it might be true for the romantic relationship. It doesn't fit the tone of that passage, and this is our correct answer. And still, just funny to read. Which of the following sentences from the passage uses informal language? So this one's a little different, right? What is this question asking for? This one's looking specifically for informal language, right? So here it's telling us the rest of the passage is formal, right? Because that's the opposite of informal. And we're trying to find the one sentence that is informal or doesn't fit the rest of the passage. So let's read the answer options. A, to whom it may concern. B, I am writing you today to inquire about the job opening you listed on your website. C, plus that vacation time sounds awesome. Or D, please respond to this correspondence with available times to go over the position more completely. Next, read the passage for context, right? Try to find that informal language. To whom it may concern. I'm writing you today to inquire about the job opening you listed on your website. I believe that I have the qualifications, experience, and drive to succeed in the role. This position also is something I'm very passionate about, as I believe in your company's mission, and I want to do everything I can to help. Plus, that vacation time sounds awesome. Please respond to this correspondence with available times to go over the position more completely. Thank you for your time. Now, which of these, if we're looking for informal language, cross off any of the ones that feature formal language? Do you think you have the right answer? Did you find the one sentence with informal language? Let's try it out. So our first one is to whom it may concern, and that's a formal greeting for a letter or a message. That's how we open a formal letter. B, I am writing you today to inquire about a job opening you listed on your website. This sentence is setting the formal intention of the message to the employer. It's saying, hey, I saw this on your website and I'm asking about it, but in a formal way. But C, plus that vacation time sounds awesome. As much as we all love a good vacation, and I love a good vacation, I love to travel. Putting the sentence in a formal job seeking message is not the most formal maneuver. Plus, the exclamation point and the word awesome are really informal pieces. So this is our incorrect answer or our informal tone. Finally, D, please respond to this correspondence with available times to go over the position more completely. In the sentence, this writer is following up and trying to get some more information, but all with that formal tone. So here we have the same thing, except it asks, which of the following sentences from the passage uses formal language? And so what are we looking for here? Well, we have an informal passage here because we're looking for the one sentence that has formal language. So let's read the answer options. A, get on down to our store now for these huge savings, huge, all capitals. B, televisions are on sale, video games are on sale, even home security systems are on sale. It's our best sale of the year, exclamation point. C, make sure you get in early for a coupon for an extra 25%. These are truly outrageous deals. Or D, television sets, while expensive, are rapidly decreasing in price as component parts have become more efficient to manufacture. So next we want to read the passage for context, trying to find that outlier, in this case, the sentence that has the formal language. This sale is going to be off the charts. Everything is on sale. Televisions are on sale, video games are on sale, even home security systems are on sale. It's our best sale of the year. Make sure you get in early for a coupon for an extra 25%. These are truly outrageous deals. Television sets, while expensive, are rapidly decreasing in price as component parts have become more efficient to manufacture. Get on down to our store now for these huge savings. So now let's use the process of elimination. Let's cross off all the ones that have informal language. Now, for informal language, we're looking at a couple things. Things we wouldn't say in an official business letter, right? And some other things to take a look at are, honestly, all capital letters are pretty informal, and exclamation points. That we use exclamation points to kind of scream. We have a lesson on end punctuation if you need a little bit of a review, but they're also rather informal. We use them more in creative storytelling. So which one of these has formal language, the opposite of informal? Which one doesn't fit here? Let's take a look at our answer options and find out. Get on down to our store now for these huge savings. And this one's tricky because it's out of order, right? It's a first answer option, but it's from the last sentence in the passage. But it's still informal, right? And sometimes it can be a little tricky like that. B is a list of everything's on sale. This sentence, because it has that exclamation point, still follows the informal tone. C is talking about the coupon you can get for an extra 25% off and the outrageous deals. And that word outrageous and the friendly tone here, make sure you get on early, makes this another informal sentence. But D is this objective sentence about how television sets are decreasing in price. And it's really helpful to know, but the tone of this sentence is formal and it doesn't match the casual tone of the rest of the piece. Even when I was reading it out loud, it was hard to read it with the same energy as the rest of the passage. So this is our correct answer for this electronics store sale.
Hope you're having a great day. It's Johnny from Nurse Hub here, and in today's lesson, we're going to identify the stages of the writing process.
And before we begin, let's review our goals for today. Our goal is at the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to define and correctly identify the different steps of the writing process in order. Here's some key vocabulary for today. First are our pre-writing stages of the writing process, which can include brainstorming, planning, and outlining. The writing stages, which include drafting and writing, and finally the post-writing stages, which include revising or proofreading, citing sources, and finally publishing. With all that in mind, let's get started. So why do we need this? Well, we write all the time. We write to share ideas, to communicate with the outside world, and to explore our own creative identities. However, there is a more effective way to writing than simply just sitting down in front of a notebook or like I am today in front of my computer. The steps in the writing process ensure that we're spending our time as writers effectively and efficiently. So let's jump into the steps of the writing process. They include brainstorming, planning and outlining, drafting and writing, revising and proofreading, citing sources, and publishing. We're going to dive into each of these steps in the writing process individually, but here are the steps in the writing process in order, in case you need them. So our first step is pre-writing, which starts with brainstorming. Brainstorming can take many different forms, including sitting quietly with the assignment and thinking of the expectations, what's being asked of us as a writer. It could be assessing our feelings on the assignment, whether we feel prepared or not. And it could be exploring options for our topic. It could be exploring options also for research methods or anything else. And finally, it's going to be creating a plan for upcoming sessions. What do I want to do tomorrow, the next day, and the week after? Essentially, brainstorming is the thinking that happens before we even begin our work. Our second step is the outlining and planning process. This step is when we take all the work we've done in our brainstorming phase and we begin to put it into action. But it's just taking steps to explore what our final product would be without actually writing. This could include Making a plan for each paragraph. What are we going to say? Creating a formal or a more casual or informal outline. And organizing the information into where we think it's going to be most effective. By planning and outlining, we're making sure our drafting process is the most efficient it can be. So our pre-writing steps are the steps that we take before we write, and they all come before we begin writing. As a reminder, these steps include brainstorming and outlining planning. So let's dive into the drafting and writing process. This step is when we finally put pen to paper or we start typing on our computer, putting our plan and our outline into action. This could include crafting an introduction, writing a thesis statement, informing our audience of next steps or future activities, including our supporting evidence to back up our claim, and many other steps in the formation of our writing, depending on what your goals are for the assignment. This step puts the words directly onto the page, and it's when we put our pre-writing steps into action. After we're done with our writing, we're going to start to revise and proofread. Now, writers often revise their work, which means making small or significant changes, often multiple times before we submit. Revisions and proofreading can include reading it out loud for awkward wording, meeting with peers or trusted readers for a conference to get their feedback, moving around pieces or elements for a better fit, rewriting parts of the piece that may not be that strong, checking for spelling, grammar, or punctuation issues, and finally, looking at word choice and organizational decisions. Essentially, revising and proofreading is all about changing our content and the delivery of that content to make our writing as strong and clear as it possibly could be. After we draft and revise, we're going to work on citing our sources, which is our fifth step in the writing process. When we cite our sources, we're giving credit to the outside sources we consulted or used in writing our paper. Could be pieces that we used for research or studies that we cited. Citing sources can include in-text citations, which can be parenthetical citations, footnotes, or endnotes, depending on what style you're being asked to use, including a works cited or a source list page. And finally, citing images, studies, graphs, videos, or any other elements we use in our paper. Note, the format of the citations are going to depend on the formatting guide required. The most common ones are APA, MLA, or Chicago style. Citing sources helps us to avoid plagiarism, which is the practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and passing them off as your own, and is honestly a really serious offense. After we're done with all of that, our last step is publishing. This is our last step because we're sending it off as a final copy, ready for our audience to read. There are many ways to publish our work, and they can vary. It could be submitting it to a professor, our teacher, or coordinator for them to read and for us to get a grade back. It could be sending it to a research journal, magazine, or newspaper to publish for a vast audience to read. It could be posting it to an online forum, website, or blog. Essentially, publishing is putting our work out there for the world to see and read. It's getting all the work that we've completed read. So, we've gone through all the steps. How do we study and prepare for these? For the TEAS exam, you're going to be assessed on your ability to identify the steps of the writing process. Not only what the steps are, but what they are in order. Now, there are two primary ways to study and prepare for questions of this type. The first is to memorize, or the second is to go through each step yourself with your own writing. Now, even though I'm an English teacher, I'm not going to force you to write an essay for me, even though it would be really fun. So let's talk about memorization. Here's a list of the steps in the writing process in order, as well as some quick notes. They include brainstorming, which is just thinking about our writing, outlining or planning, which is creating a plan, drafting or writing, which is putting words on the page, revising or proofreading, which is changing or improving the content of our writing, citing sources, which is giving credit to outside sources, the things that we use in our research, and finally, publishing, submitting our writing. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to pause our video for 3 to 5 minutes. Don't do it yet. I'll tell you when. I want you to review our list that's on this page, and I want you to go back to any other part of this video using the little scrub bar if you need a refresher before we look at some TEAS sample questions. You might even want to make some flashcards to give you a helping hand. And finally, I want you to smile. You totally got this. All right, go ahead and pause now. All right, so you paused. Did you do your studying? Did you make some flashcards? So let's try it out. Here are the steps in the writing process in order, in case you need them one more time. Take a look now. All right, but we definitely have to scramble these because we got to make this a little tough. So take a look at it one more time. Oof, now they're gone and they're in a totally different order. All right, here we go. What is the first step in the writing process? Take a look now. What is it? Yes, it's brainstorming. Before we do anything else, we have to think about our assignment. That's before we even plan or draft our writing. And what step comes just before publishing? Use our word bank if you need it. Yes, it's citing sources. And finally, what steps completed first? Outlining or revising? Yes, we're definitely going to outline or plan our writing before we begin our revision process because we have to know what order our writing is going to be in before we start to fix our writing, right? Great work. So we're about to jump into some TEAS type questions. How do we approach them? First, we want to identify our needs. We want to read the question asking what are we looking for, and then we want to read the answer options. Remember our writing steps and choose the best possible answer. If you ever get stuck, just use a process of elimination and try to imagine going through each step in your own writing, right? Try to think of what does revising look like versus what does planning or outlining look like. Are you ready? Let's jump into our first one. Which of the following steps is the final stage in the writing process? Is it A, brainstorming, B, publishing, C, drafting or writing, or D, revising? So let's walk through our strategies. First, we read the question and the answer options. Then you want to remember and review the steps in the writing process, thinking which one comes last because we're asking for the final stage. And finally, you want to use a process of elimination or imagine your own writing process if it's needed. Do you think you're ready? Let's take a look at our answer options. First option is brainstorming. Now, brainstorming is the first step in the writing process where we map out our ideas, not the final stage that we're looking for. But B, publishing. That's the correct answer. Publishing is our final step when our work is ready to be seen by the world. This is great. Go ahead and publish that answer. Now, we also have to go through the other two. C is drafting and writing, which those are the first steps we take after preparing and doing all of our pre-writing steps. And finally, we have revising. Now, while revising comes close to the end, we've already written our first draft, we still need to cite our sources and publish before we're complete. So B is our correct answer. For our second question, we have the following. Which of the following steps in the writing process comes after brainstorming? Is it A, citing sources, B, drafting and writing, C, revising and proofreading, or D, planning and outlining? So let's walk through our strategies yet again. How do we approach this question? Well, we read the question and the answer options, and now we want to remember and review the steps in the writing process, especially thinking what comes after brainstorming. Well, brainstorming is our first step in the writing process, so we're still going to be in the pre-writing phase, but what comes afterwards? And then we want to use a process of elimination or imagine our own writing process to help us out if needed. So take some time and do that now. Do you think you have the answer? Well, let's take a look at our answer options. Our first answer option is citing sources. Now, we cite our sources after we complete our revision, so this comes in the pre-writing stage, so that doesn't really work. Next, we have drafting and writing. We draft and write after we plan an outline, not after brainstorming. So while this one's really close, it's not it. For C, we have revising or proofreading. Now, revising is a step after we draft and write, so that one doesn't work either. And that leaves us with planning and outlining. After we brainstorm, writers plan or outline their piece organizationally, putting all the steps in order. This is our correct answer. Great job. So here, for our third question, we're given something a little different. Let's take a look. Edwin sat back in his chair. He was really proud in finishing his first draft. Here's our question. Which step of the writing process should Edwin complete next? A, revising or proofreading, B, drafting and writing, C, publishing, or D, citing our sources. Now, let's walk through our strategies. They don't change. We're just going to be looking at things a little bit differently. So how do you approach this question? Well, first, we want to read the question and the answer options, and also our sentence, asking, what are we looking for here? Well, it says, Edwin was really proud in finishing his first draft. So we know we finished the drafting and writing phase. So now all we're looking for is what happens afterwards. And then, knowing that information, we want to remember and review the steps in the writing process, especially what comes after drafting and writing. And finally, we want to use a process of elimination or imagine or picture our own writing process if it's needed. Do you think you're ready to take a look at the answer options? Let's go ahead. So let's take a look at our answer options. Yes, if you picked A, revising and proofreading, you got it right. After writing, Edwin should go back and look at his piece for revisions, making changes to make his piece even stronger. That's our correct answer. Great work. Now, B was the drafting and writing phase, but that's a stage that Edwin just completed. It said he was really proud of his first draft, so that answer doesn't fit. C is publishing, and publishing is the last step in the writing process, after Edwin completes his revisions and after Edwin cites his sources, which is answer D. Now, if this was Edwin's final draft that he said he was proud of, this would be correct because we'd have to cite our sources before publishing. But he still has to revise and proofread his piece before citing those sources. Let's take a look at our next one. It's set up in just the same way. Carl just made his final edits and he thinks he is ready to publish. Carl is missing a step in the writing process. What should he do before publishing? The first option is editing. B, draft or write. C, revise or proofread. Or D, cite his sources. So let's walk through our strategies again. How do we approach this question? So we read the question and the answer options. So let's dive into what we're looking for here. It said Carl just made his final edits, which means he did his revision stage, he did some editing, and now he thinks he's ready to publish. What's missing in between those two things? Between revising and proofreading, which are edits, and publishing, which is the last step. We're missing a step here, and that's what we're looking for to help Carl out. So now we want to review and remember the steps in our writing process so we know what comes in between those two crucial steps. And finally, we want to use a process of elimination or imagine our own writing process if needed. Go ahead and do that now. Do you think you're ready? Let's dive in and help Carl out. So, what step is Carl missing in the writing process? What should he do before publishing? The first option is editing. Now, Carl's just finished his editing process. It said he made his final edits, so that one doesn't fit for us. B is drafting and writing. But because Carl has already completed his final draft, he's already written this piece, so he doesn't have to go back and draft or write again. C is revise and proofread. Now, if Carl's already made his final edit, then revisions have already been completed, so this one doesn't work either. So if you just use process elimination, you could cross all three of those answers off, leaving citing our sources. To ensure Carl is not plagiarizing, he must cite his sources before publishing, giving credit to any outside sources that he may have consulted in the creation of his piece. That's our correct answer. Great work. So we went through our big TEAS sample questions. Are you ready for a quick bonus round? Let's go. So, what comes at the beginning of the writing process? Is it brainstorming, publishing, revising, or drafting and writing? Yes, brainstorming is the first step before we do anything else. We want to think about our assignment. What comes after brainstorming? Is it planning and outlining, publishing, revising, or editing? Yes, it's A again. We plan an outline after we brainstorm. This allows us to show what's going to happen in each paragraph. What's our paper going to look like before we start drafting? If Olivia has just finished writing her first draft, what is the next step? Is it planning and outlining, researching, revising or proofreading, or editing? So Olivia just finished her first draft. What's next? Yes, it's revising and proofreading, making changes to make Olivia's piece even stronger. Last one. Jada just completed her outline. What should she do next? Should she plan an outline, complete the writing and drafting phase, do some editing, or start citing her sources? Yes, after outlining, Jada should begin writing or drafting, using her plan and her outline to do some writing and write that first draft.
Hello, it's Johnny from Nurse Up here, and today's lesson, you're going to look at parts of a paragraph.
Before we get started, let's go over a few things. Let's start with our goals and objectives. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to define and correctly identify the different parts of a paragraph. These are going to include topic sentences, supporting details, transition sentences, and concluding sentences. Here's some key vocabulary for today. First is a paragraph, which is a section of writing identified by spacing, indentation, or numbering. Topic sentences are a sentence that expresses the main idea of a paragraph. Supporting details are examples, evidence, or other facts or details that support our main idea. Transition sentences help to connect one topic to another in a piece of writing. And finally, concluding sentences are sentences that end a paragraph. Don't worry, we're going to go through all of these in depth. Are you ready? Let's go. But why? Why do we need to know the parts of a paragraph? Well, when we read, we expect a certain format and organization, in especially academic writing. By recognizing and writing in this format, it ensures that our writing is read and understood by a wide audience. As a reader, understanding the form helps you to be able to efficiently read the content, as you're able to anticipate or guess what type of information should come next in an essay or a piece of writing. So what is the paragraph form? Well, paragraphs are usually comprised of 5 to 7 sentences on a singular topic or one piece of an argument. But some paragraphs can be upwards of 12 or more sentences in length. They usually begin with a sentence that tells the reader the topic of the paragraph. We call that a topic sentence. Then it follows with details to support or add information to that idea, which are supporting details. Then afterwards, we have transitions between points, which are transition sentences. And finally, the paragraph ends with a closing sentence, which we call a concluding sentence. So our approach for today is going to be a little bit different than other lessons that you've taken with me. While we're working with each piece of a paragraph, we're going to use the same exact paragraph as a reference point to make things simpler. Let's take a look at that sample paragraph and read it now. It's an argumentative paragraph that's titled Voting as a Holiday, and it's asking for the US government to make Election Day, which is actually today for me, a national holiday, a day where we don't work. Let's read it. Election Day should be a national holiday, a day where no Americans work and can have ample time to get to their polling place. In the United States, the first Tuesday in the month of November is reserved for Election Day, the day when Americans from coast to coast vote to elect new officials. However, it is also a day of work for most Americans. This should change. Most American citizens above the age of 18 can vote, but only 61.4% of the 214 million registered voters cast their ballots in the 2016 election, according to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Even with those low numbers, 2016 was still the election year in the U.S. with the most votes cast. If only 61.4% of voters turned out for the most popular election cycle, then it is scary to think about what occurs in smaller but still important political races at the state, local, and federal level. One idea is to give people time off work. With some polling places seeing wait times that far exceed 2 hours, giving Americans a day off work may allow for higher voter turnouts. However, work schedules aren't the only thing keeping voters at bay. Additional polling places would also help voter turnout. In conclusion, voting holidays should be considered in the United States. So we have our paragraph here. Now we're going to use this paragraph to break down each individual part of the paragraph. The first is the topic sentence. Now the topic sentence is often the first sentence of a paragraph, and it expresses the main idea or argument of that paragraph. Essentially, the topic sentence tells the reader what the paragraph is going to be about. So let's take a look at an example from our sample paragraph. It says, Election Day should be a national holiday, a day where no Americans work and can have ample time to get to their polling place. Notice how this is setting off our argument, stating that Election Day should be a national holiday. And because of that, we know exactly where our paragraph's going. So what do we look for when writing a topic sentence or reading a topic sentence? Most topic sentences have two parts. The topic, which is what the paragraph's going to be about, and for some, it has an argument, which is what you're trying to prove. The final exam schedule is unfair for many reasons, is an example of a topic sentence. Also, the current weather is extreme and will only get worse with climate change. If you notice, the final exam schedule is unfair and the current weather is extreme, that's what our paragraph is going to be about. So, where's a topic sentence in our paragraph? In this one, it is right at the first sentence of our paragraph. As you can see, Election Day should be a national holiday, a day where no Americans work and can have ample time to get to their polling place. That's our topic sentence. Our second part of a paragraph are supporting details. Supporting details are examples, evidence, or other facts or details that support our main idea. Or supporting details work to help our topic sentence or our main point by making that point more full with more detail. Let's take a look at one example from our paragraph. Most American citizens above the age of 18 can vote, but only 61.4 of the 214 million registered voters cast their ballots in the 2016 presidential election, according to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, often the election in the United States with the most votes. Notice how here, and this is one of many others, but notice how this sentence uses the lack of voter turnout. Only 61.4% of registered voters cast their ballot in the 2016 election to support the argument for a national holiday, that maybe if people have the day off of work, they would have more time to get to the polls. But it's using that data, that supporting evidence. So where are the supporting details in our paragraph here? Well, first we have the sentence that we already went through with the 61.4%. But we also have that if only 61.4% of voters turned out for the most popular election cycle, then it is scary to think about what occurs in smaller but still important races, right? And also, we have a third one. With some polling places seeing wait times that far exceed 2 hours, giving Americans the day off of work may allow for higher voter turnouts. These are all supporting details to our main central argument. So what do we look for when we're writing or identifying supporting details? Well, supporting details are often going to be found in the middle of our paragraph, providing information, data, or evidence to support our topic sentence. They usually do not begin or end or conclude a paragraph. Sometimes they're going to use one of the following words or phrases to kind of set them apart. Things like, for example, in addition, in fact, furthermore, as a result, first, second, third, next, lastly, or among some others. Here's some examples. For example, 60% of town residents supported adding recycling to town services. Or, in a recent study, the average home price in the city rose by $20,000, showing the need for affordable housing. So note, not only are these using our target phrases, but they're also citing evidence or studies to help our main argument. Next are transition sentences. Transition sentences connect one topic to another in a piece of writing. When moving between different points in a paragraph or between two different paragraphs, writers use transition sentences that give the reader a little bit of a clue that we're moving on and where we're moving to. Let's take a look at an example. However, work schedules aren't the only things keeping voters at bay. Additional polling places would also help voter turnout. Notice that in this sentence, it notes that while it starts by discussing the work schedule, our main argument, it ends by bringing up adding additional polling places, letting the reader know and cluing them in that we're going to be moving on to that next point, probably in a second paragraph. So where's a transition sentence in our example? If you see, in this case, it's after our evidence, but it doesn't always have to be. Sometimes transition sentences can also be concluding sentences, and they can pull sort of a double duty. So what do we look for in transition sentences? Transitions move from one point to another, either in the paragraph or from one paragraph to another. They work to make connections between our points, so it doesn't come off as harsh, and it's something that we can anticipate. They often include words such as however, moreover, in contrast, moving on, etc. However, several town leaders are against this idea, saying it could be too costly. So now we know we're transitioning to saying that whatever we're arguing could be too expensive. In contrast, apartment prices in the city are slowly decreasing, showing a vulnerable housing market. You notice how both of these sort of use our target words, and especially in context of a paragraph, it's going to be keying in that we're moving on to a different idea. Our last piece of a paragraph are concluding sentences. Concluding sentences end our paragraph. They tie up any loose ends and they summarize our main point or idea. Concluding sentences essentially let the reader know that we're finished with this thought and we're moving on to another idea. Let's take a look at the example. In conclusion, voting holidays should be considered in the United States. In this sentence, we can see it summing up the prior argument, setting the writing in motion to move on to the next point or to finish off completely. It's closing the book on this part of the argument. Where is the concluding sentence in our sample paragraph? Yeah, it's right at the end. Usually concluding sentences are going to be our last sentence of a paragraph. So what do we look for in concluding sentences? Concluding sentences are showing that you've completed that part or portion of your argument or paragraph. These sentences should feel like they're giving closure. They should feel like we're closing the book, so to say. They often include words such as in conclusion, therefore, as expressed, as a result, overall, lastly, for this reason, among others. These key phrases let us know that, hey, we're ending this part. Here are a couple of examples. In conclusion, recycling service are a divisive issue, but would be helpful to residents. Here, we're wrapping up the argument. And we do the same exact thing here. Therefore, we must stabilize our housing markets with viable options for families. It's oftentimes restating our main point with a little bit more detail so we can know to move on to the next one. Which of the following will most likely act as a supporting detail? Is it A, ultimately the decision and vote is yours to make? B, scientists believe there may be life on other planets? C, in a recent study, 30% of residents live at or below the poverty line? Or D, in contrast, many people believe you should have the freedom to choose. So how do we approach a question like this? The first is to read the question. What type of sentence are they asking for? Here, we're looking for a supporting detail. And then we want to remember the hallmarks and qualities of that sentence. Now, supporting details give evidence or studies or support to our main idea, so we know it has some sort of factual basis here. And finally, we want to use a process of elimination to help your decision. Well, I know that word ultimately usually means a concluding sentence, so we can cross off A. And D, in contrast, many people believe you should have the freedom to choose. In contrast is sort of adding in a transition, so I'm sort of between B and C. What do you think? Yes, the key is that recent study. That recent study lets us know it's a supporting detail because it's giving evidence to support our main idea. So let's dig into our TEAS type questions for real now. But how do we approach them? First, we want to identify our needs. We're going to read the question first, asking ourselves, what are we looking for here? The sentence type that we're looking for is usually within the question, so it makes it a little easy for us. Then we want to recall the style and the hallmarks, what makes that sentence type in the paragraph. And then finally, we want to read each answer option, and especially using that process of elimination to help, crossing ones off that don't make sense to us to make our answer process easier. Do you think you're ready to dive into your first TEAS sample question? Let's do it. First one, which of the following would most likely act as a transition sentence? A, in conclusion, movie theater tickets should be less expensive. B, have you ever wondered how much a night at the movies costs? C, movie tickets are not the only expense when you go out. Let's talk next about concessions. Or D, according to studies, the average price of a ticket is $12.25. So let's walk through our strategies. How do we approach this question? Well, we read the question, but what are we looking for? Yes, we're looking for a transition sentence. Remember, a transition sentence is moving us from one point to another in a paragraph. And now, what's the style and hallmarks of that question? Well, yeah, we just said it, right? A transition sentence is going to be transitioning or moving us from one idea to the next. So oftentimes it acts as sort of a bridge or a gateway. And remember, our last strategy is to read each answer option. using the process of elimination to help. Well, we know in conclusion means a concluding sentence, so we can cross off A. And we know D says according to studies, which means that's most likely a piece of supporting evidence. So we can also cross D off as well. So if we cross off A and we cross off D, that leaves us with B or C. What do you think? Let's dive in and take a look at our answer options. Our first one is, in conclusion, movie tickets should be less expensive. With the word conclusion in the introductory clause, this is a concluding sentence, so that one doesn't work. B, have you ever wondered how much a night at the movies costs? While this could be used as a transition, it's most likely a topic sentence, as it's not clearly transitioning from one point to another. So while it's not technically the wrong answer, it's not our best answer. Now C, however, movie tickets are not the only expense when you go out. Let's talk next about concessions. By using the word however and moving between two areas of focus, this sentence is working as a transition. We now know we're going to talk about not the movie ticket price, but how much popcorn is or some gummy bears. This is our correct answer. You can go ahead and get some popcorn now. You deserve it. Or maybe a little snack, something like that. Now D says, according to studies, the average price of a ticket is $12.25. With a study cited and used here, this is a supporting detail, so that one doesn't make sense either. And our answer is C. Talking about concessions next. Let's dive into our second. Which of the following would most likely act as a supporting detail? A, in conclusion, social emotional learning is important in the university classroom. B, college students learn from who they care about, and professors should use that in their teaching. C, as a result, college professors must use care when working with students. Or D, in a recent survey, college students are more likely to learn from professors and teachers that they feel care about them. Let's walk through our strategies again. Same exact strategies as last time, because honestly, the question hasn't changed. Now, we read the question, but instead of a transition sentence, what are we looking for? Yes, we're looking for a supporting detail. It's right there in our sentence. So we're looking for a supporting detail. And next, we want to recall the style and hallmarks of that sentence type. Well, supporting detail often uses statistics or studies or any other type of evidence to support our main point. So now we're looking for a sentence that does just that. Now I want to read each answer option again, and again, using the process of elimination to help. So let's just cross off one now to make it sort of easy. Well, at least easier. Which one do you want to cross off first? Yeah, I think we might be looking at the same one here. I'm looking at answer A, and those words in conclusion just shout out to me concluding sentence. So let's cross off A. So now we're left with B, C, and D. Are there any others you can cross off? I'll let you do this one on your own. Do you think you got the right answer? Let's look at our answer options and see if you're right. So we're looking for a supporting detail. Now, A is the one we already crossed off, right? Because we have that introductory phrase of in conclusion. Now that marks that it's a concluding sentence. So this one doesn't work for us. But let's take a look at B. College students learn from who they care about, and professors should use that in their teaching. Well, this sentence is more setting the scene for the argument rather than supporting an argument. It's not really introducing a study or any sort of piece of evidence. So this is going to be a topic sentence, most likely. C, as a result, college professors must use care when working with students. This is yet another conclusion, right? As a result means, hey, we have all of these things here, and it's resulting in this. Resulting means sort of ending. It's reflecting. So we have two conclusions in this one. So this question was tricky. But D is the right answer. How do we know? In a recent survey. That lets the reader know that we're citing research, which indicates a supporting detail. Great work. You get 100 on this one. Let's take a look at another question. Which of the following would most likely act as a concluding sentence? A, as a result, the American dream can be many different things to different people. B, many people think the American dream is just homeownership, but it's so much more. C, according to the Wethersfield Times, the definition of the American dream has changed over time. Or D, many high schools are even including an entire class on the American dream, including myself. I teach a course called The American Dream. So let's walk through our strategies for this question type. How do we approach this question? Well, first we want to read the question and ask, what are we looking for? So what are we looking for in this one? I'm going to let you do this one completely on your own. Next, we want to recall the style and hallmarks of that sentence type. So what are we looking for? And then what are the major style and hallmarks of that sentence type? How can we tell that it's that type of sentence? And finally, we want to read each answer option. And we want to use a process of elimination to help us to cross off a couple of the ones that we know are not the correct answer. All right, do you have them crossed off? Do you think you have the right answer? Let's put it to the test. So we're looking for a concluding sentence here. And our first one is our concluding sentence. So we gave it away right off the jump. As a result, the American dream can mean many different things to different people. With the words as a result, this is the only sentence that could work as a concluding sentence. So the correct answer. Great work on you. Our second one says many people think the American dream is just homeownership, but it's so much more. This sentence is either setting the scene as a topic sentence, or it could even be used as a transition, but it's definitely not a conclusion. C, according to Wethersfield Times, the definition of the American dream has changed over time. The key here is that starting clause, that introductory clause that says, according to the Wethersfield Times. It states that this is coming from another source or outside research, which is setting it as a supporting detail. And finally, many high schools are even including an entire class on the American dream. With a new fact and information, this sentence is definitely a supporting detail. So A is our right answer. And you did that one all on your own. For our last question, we have the following. Which of the following would most likely act as a topic sentence? A, however, if people work less days, would they work more hours? B, in conclusion, while it may not work for all industries, a 4-day work week should be considered by some companies. C, a Swedish study on the matter showed that productivity did not change with the 4-day work week, a promising sign. Or D, many believe Americans should switch to a 4-day work week, but is it the very best option? Let's walk through our strategies for this question type. How do we approach it? Well, we want to read the question and ask ourselves, what are we looking for? So what are we looking for here? The sentence type that we're searching for is usually within the question itself. Yes, so we're looking for a topic sentence. But do you remember the style and the hallmarks or ways we can identify that topic sentence? You do? Well, then use it and jump into our last step. Read each answer option using the process of elimination to help you. So cross off those ones that you know are incorrect. Do you have it down to 1 or 2? Do you think you made the best possible choice? Well, let's dive into our answer options and we'll see. Our first is really close, right? It says, however, if people work less days, would they work more hours? While this sentence could work, that word however kind of states that it's not a topic sentence because it's not going to be leading off our paragraph. This sentence is more working to move us from one point to another, moving to, hey, if they work less days, are they going to work more hours per day, making it more of a transition sentence. Our second sentence uses those words in conclusion, and that makes it a concluding sentence. C cites a Swedish study that shows that productivity did not change with the 4-day work week. Now, this sentence is giving us brand new information and also citing a study, so it's a supporting detail. And that leaves us with D. Many believe Americans should switch to a 4-day work week, but is it the very best option? This sentence is setting up our exploration on the 4-day work week, and it works as a topic sentence. This is the only one out of the 4 that could be used as a first sentence of a paragraph. This is the correct answer. Great work. So, are you ready to test your understanding with a quick bonus round? Oh, I know you're game for it. Of course you are. Let's dive in. So for our bonus round, we're going to be taking a look at a bunch of sentences. Let's get started. In conclusion, many computers only have a 3-year lifespan, which is unfair to many consumers. Our second sentence is, computers do not last long enough. Should companies allow customers to fix their own? Third is, however, computer lifespans aren't the only option. Their price has risen astronomically in the last 5 years. Which sentence out of our three is a topic sentence? Yes, our second one. About computers do not last long enough. Should companies allow customers to fix their own? That's setting off our argument. And it's the only one of the three that could be a topic sentence. Which one's a concluding sentence? Yes, those words in conclusion always give it away. Our first sentence, is a concluding sentence. And finally, which is a transition? Well, using the process of elimination, we know it's our third one. But look, it says, however, computer lifespans aren't the only option, right? Saying that, hey, this could be a good fix as well. Great work.
Hope you're having a great day. It's Johnny from Nurse Hub. In today's lesson, you're going to look at identifying unrelated sentences.
Before we get started, let's review our goals and also some key vocab for today's lesson. Let's start with our goals. At the end of today, you're going to be able to correctly identify unrelated sentences in a passage because of issues in the following: tone, the point of view of that sentence, formal versus informal language, and the content. And here's some key vocabulary. First is unrelated sentences, which is a group of words or phrases that does not belong with the theme, structure, content of a paragraph. The tone, which is the mood implied by word choice or what a text makes the reader feel. The point of view and perspective. Now, that could be singular or plural perspectives in the first, second, or third person point of view. The language, which is the word choices and structures that writers use. And finally, the content, which are the themes, information, and subject of that sentence or passage. So, you think you're ready? Let's get started. But why are we doing this? Why is all this so important? Well, in our own writing, we're expected to present our words and sentences into an engaging, organized, and a sensical order. When a sentence doesn't fit with the rest of our writing, it can confuse our reader and end up actually hurting our writing. In the TEAS exam, you are assessed in your ability to find unrelated sentences in order to make your own writing clearer and better organized. But first, what is an unrelated sentence? Well, unrelated sentences are either a single sentence or a group of sentences in a passage that just doesn't fit into the rest of the passage. By removing these unrelated sentences from our writing, we're ensuring that our writing is clear and organized. But what makes a sentence unrelated? Well, let's continue. The first way a sentence can be unrelated is through tone. Now, tone in writing is how we writers make someone feel through the word choices and emotion used in a piece of writing. Tone can be in regards to emotions, our feelings, the qualities of our life, or more. For unrelated sentences, we're looking for a sentence that does not match the tone of the rest of the passage. So here we have a great little passage. So let's read it together. Since childhood, Andre is always awakened with the same tune stuck in his head. It would play when he got up in the morning. Sometimes it kept him up at night, but it was always the same melody. He thought it sounded like a lullaby mixed with a folk song or hymn, but he could never figure out where it came from. The tune was getting more persistent lately. He couldn't stop hearing it in his mind, and he couldn't focus on anything else. Songs are Andre's favorite thing. Andre called his mother and hummed it over the phone. She recognized it, but it wasn't something she sang to him as a baby. For a week, he questioned all of his friends and hummed the song to see if they knew it. Everyone found the melody strikingly, eerily familiar, but no one could place it. So here we have this mystery tone, right? It's a song that Andre's hearing in their head all of the time, but he can't really put his finger on what it is. But there's one sentence in this passage, and it's a single sentence, that does not match up with the tone of the others. And that is the sentence here. Songs are Andre's favorite thing. While the rest is all focused on this song that is stuck in Andre's head, we have this little fun fact about the fact that it's Andre's favorite thing, where we have an eerie tone in the rest of the passage. Here, we have a light tone, and that means it's unrelated. Another way we can find unrelated sentences is through point of view. Now, what is point of view? It's the tense, past, present, future, or the plural and singular forms, and the perspective, which could be the first person perspective, second or third person perspective in our writing. Now, the first person perspective, if you don't know, is the I form. That is in the style and in the perspective of just the speaker. The second person is you form. You are studying. You are going to do this. And finally, the third person is the he, she, they, or person name forms, right? That's just like our passage with Andre. Andre hears a song in his head. Andre asks his friends what he thinks about it. For unrelated sentences, we're looking for a sentence that does not match the point of view or the perspective of the rest of the passage. So we have another passage here. Let's read it together. Dear diary. Oh, it's a diary entry. That gives us a little bit more information. Today was a great day. After waking up early, I went to see the sunrise. It was so beautiful. Janice loves sunrises in Hawaii. After hiking, I had an amazing breakfast and started my workday. I hope tomorrow is just as great as today. This sounds like an amazing day. But what sentence doesn't match the point of view and perspective of the rest of this diary entry? Yes, the sentence, Janice loves sunrises in Hawaii. Why? Because first of all, we're talking about this person's day, the writer's day, and everything is in that first person perspective, the I form. This is the only one that does not have that first person perspective. This sentence, Janice loves sunrises in Hawaii, is in the third person, the he, she, they form. So that is point of view and perspective. Another thing to look for and to consider in unrelated sentences is the use of informal or formal language. Now, informal language is how we communicate with our friends, family, and those we're familiar with. It's really relaxed. It's the way you would go out to eat with a friend or hang out at a bar after work. Formal language is a little bit more businesslike and has strict form, buttoned up structure, and no slang or informal terms. It's the way we talk to somebody at a job interview or somebody at a networking event we have not met yet. For unrelated sentences, and for the purpose of what we're doing today, we're looking for a sentence that does not match the language of the rest of the passage. So of course, I have another biographical passage here, and this one's on Marie Curie. Let's read it. Marie Curie was born Maria Salomea Sklodowska in 1867. She was a naturalized French physicist and chemist from Warsaw, Poland, who contributed major scientific advancements in radioactivity. Curie was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize and the first person to win 2 Nobel Prizes in both chemistry and physics. She was a really cool lady, and she discovered a lot of cool things. She discovered the elements polonium and radium and developed mobile units to help World War I field hospitals provide X-ray services. So here we have this biographical passage on Marie Curie, amazing scientist, but one of the sentences about her life and in this passage doesn't fit. Which one is it? Yes. Even though this is true, she was a really cool lady and she discovered a lot of cool things. This is in an informal tone where the rest of the passage is rather formal in nature. How can we tell? We have some slang words like cool, and also we have that exclamation point where usually in a biographical passage, we're not yelling or screaming. So this one doesn't fit, and that is informal or formal language. Next is content. It's our last major category, and it's something else that we just have to consider when looking at unrelated sentences. Content is the information that we use in our writing. So we're looking for unrelated sentences because of content. We're looking for actual information that doesn't fit with the rest of the passage. So here we have a passage on playful biting in dogs. So it's for a manual for dog owners. Let's read it together. Looking for that unrelated sentence in regards to content. Playful biting is normal dog behavior. It's not the same as aggressive biting. Gnawing on your arm or hand is a sign of a teething puppy or a dog's eagerness to see you and play. 80% of dogs under 1 year old gently put their mouth around owner's hands and arms. Teeth are made up of calcium. If you have a puppy, remember that it's probably teething and needs plenty of chew toys. If your dog is older, avoid teasing it by putting hands and fingers in its face while playing. If your dog is mouthing to get you to play, ignore the behavior to show your dog that playtime starts on your terms. So we have this really helpful information for dog owners. But what sentence doesn't fit in content-wise? Which one's information doesn't match up with the purpose of the passage? Yes, it's the sentence on calcium. We have all this information about playful dog biting. And while the statement that teeth are made up of calcium is true, and I guess would be helpful for anybody that owns a pet with teeth or anybody who has teeth themselves, it doesn't fit with this passage on playful biting. So with all this in mind, let's dig into our first TEAS type question. Here we have a passage, and our question is, which of the following sentences contains information that does not belong in the paragraph? A, bodily gestures are a fundamental component of human expression. B, some gestures mean different things in different cultures, and some are more universal. C, anthropologists think people pointed for communication before they even spoke language. Or D, gestures can be literal, like tracing objects or miming, or they can be symbolic, like thumbs up. So how do we approach questions like this? Well, we already did the first step. We want to read the question and the answer options. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a sentence that contains information or content that does not belong in the paragraph or an unrelated sentence. Next, we want to read the passage, analyzing each of our 4 sentence options for its fit within that passage. So let's go ahead and do that now. Bodily gestures are a fundamental component of human expression. Almost everyone talks with their hands, even when they've been blind since birth. Some gestures mean different things in different cultures, and some are more universal. Anthropologists think people pointed for communication before they even spoke language. Gestures can be literal, like tracing objects or miming, or they can be symbolic, like thumbs up. So after reading the passage, our next step is using the process of elimination to remove some sentences to help us. So we're looking for sentences to cross off here. So we're looking for sentences that fit. Well, A, bodily gestures are a fundamental component of human expression. That's what this passage is about. So that one totally fits. So we can go ahead and cross that one off. And D, gestures can be literal, like tracing objects or miming, or they can be a symbolic, like a thumbs up. That's also required in that sentence. And it also fits. So let's keep that. So now we're down to a 50-50 split, either B or C. Which one do you think is our answer? Yes, it's C. Anthropologists think people pointed for communication before they even spoke language. Now, everything here is about cultural change, right? And this one's more about history. So it doesn't really fit with our passage here. So we're going to dig into some more, but how do we approach these questions? What are our strategies? First is we want to read the question, what are we looking for? And also read the answer options. Next, we want to read the passage, thinking about each option to analyze its fit within that passage. And then finally, we want to use a process of elimination, crossing off sentences that we know aren't the right answer as a helper if needed. You think you're ready to get one started? Let's go for our first one. So here's our question. Which of the following sentences contains information that does not belong in the paragraph? Next, we're going to read the answer options. Lauren unclicked the baby's car seat strap and held him to her chest, diaper bag slung over the other shoulder. B is beaming. He pushed up his glasses and spread his arms out wide to greet them. C, little Ben mirrored his granddad's excited expression and giggled. Or D, smiling and laughing helped babies bond with the people around them. All right, so we have our 4 sentence options here. Now we want to read the passage, stopping and thinking and really just having a quick mental pause to analyze each one for its fit, asking which one is the unrelated sentence or which one doesn't fit. So let's go ahead and do that now. Lauren unclicked the baby's car seat strap and held him to her chest, diaper bag slung over the other shoulder. Her father opened the door before Lauren even had a chance to knock. Beaming, he pushed up his glasses and spread his arms out wide to greet them. Little Ben mirrored his granddad's excited expression and giggled. Smiling and laughing helped babies bond with the people around them. Lauren told her dad about her day so far while carrying Ben inside for a visit. So we have a story about a baby and visiting a grandfather. Really sweet story. So now we're going to use a process of elimination, trying to find sentences that work or sentences that are not the right answer in this case, to try to make our work a little easier. So here, I know Lauren unclicking the baby's car seat strap works because that's sort of the motion of the story. And Beaming, he pushed up his glasses and spread his arms out wide to greet them. That's sort of showing the grandfather's excitement to see his grandchild. So now we have C and D as sort of our answer options. Which one do you think? Let's take a look and let's decide. So A is Lauren unclicked the baby's car seat strap and held him to her chest, diaper bag slung over her other shoulder. This is the start of our story, and it introduces our characters, Lauren and the baby. It's vital to our sentence. B is beaming, he pushed up his glasses and spread his arms out wide to greet them. That's a description of the grandfather in the story, and this one's necessary and it fits. C, little Ben mirrored his granddad's excited expression and giggled. This is a cute little detail that brings little Ben or the child to life in the story, so this one also fits. Now D, smiling and laughing helps babies bond with the people around them. This is the one that doesn't fit. While it's an interesting fact about babies, and it's true that babies smile and laugh to help bond with people around them, it doesn't fit the tone or the content of the story. It's more scientific over story-based. So this is our correct answer, or the sentence that doesn't work. Great job. So next, we have our second question. Here it is. Which of the following sentences contains information that does not belong in the paragraph? So how do we approach this question? Well, we read the question, so what are we looking for? We're looking for the same exact thing as our first example. We're looking for a sentence that contains information that does not belong in the paragraph, or a sentence that doesn't fit in this passage. Next, we're going to read our answer options. Let's do that now. A is food's not just for enjoyment. B is that the immune system depends on the energy and nutrients from a balanced diet. C is there is no miracle food that can boost everyone's immune systems, but poor nutrition impedes the immune response. Or D, a body needs the phytochemicals within fruits and vegetables to maintain a properly functioning immune system. So let's dive in. By next, reading our passage. Food's not just for enjoyment. The immune system depends on the energy and nutrients from a balanced diet. There is no single miracle food that can boost everyone's immune system, but poor nutrition impedes the immune response. A body needs the phytochemicals within fruits and vegetables to maintain a properly functioning immune system. This is due to the influence of gut bacteria diversity. More dietary variety in plant foods yield healthier, more diverse gut microbiomes to keep the body healthy. So now we want to use a process of elimination as a helper to decide which one of these sentences doesn't fit. Now, here's the really tricky part about this question. All four of these sentences actually do fit. So it's which one is the worst fit based on the information and, in this case, the tone. So all of these have a really scientific look, right? Which one doesn't? Use the process of elimination to help you now. All right, do you think you have the right answer? Let's go ahead and put it to the test by taking a look at our answer options. A is the correct answer. I put it right at the top there. It was a tricky one, and it's all based on tone. And now this one's really hard because while it's on the topic in content, it nails the content portion. This has a much more relaxed and informal tone compared to the rest of the scientific passage. So this is our correct answer. So again, all of these fit naturally, but which one is the worst fit out of the four in this case? So if you got that one right on your own, great job. That one was really tricky. Now let's go over the other ones. B, the immune system depends on the energy and nutrients from a balanced diet. This sentence is a topic sentence of the paragraph, giving us a point of the piece that our immune system, our ability to stay healthy and not become ill, depends on what we eat. Now, C, there is no miracle food that can boost everyone's immune systems, but poor nutrition impedes the immune response. This sentence is a warning of some of the effects of poor nutrition or not eating correctly for your body. And D, a body needs the phytochemicals within fruits and vegetables to maintain a properly functioning immune system. This sentence is giving some of the science of the connection between food and our immune system. It's giving some of those supporting details that the passage needs. So A, because of the tone, is the wrong sentence for the passage, or in this case, the right answer for us. Let's take a look at another. So we have the same exact question here and the same approach. So let's read our question and our answer options now. Which of the following sentences contains information that does not belong in the paragraph? A, there is an artery in the center of the forearm while infants are still in utero that normally disappears at 8 weeks. B, however, humans are increasingly retaining this extra artery through adulthood. C, while 10% of individuals born in the mid-1800s kept this artery, the artery remained in 30% of people born in the late 20th century. Or D, we're still sort of evolving. Now, with all this in mind, let's read the passage, stopping at each option to kind of analyze its fit. And then we're going to use the process of elimination, which actually you're going to do on your own in this one, as a helper. So let's dive in. There is an artery in the center of the forearm while infants are still in utero that normally disappears at 8 weeks. However, humans are increasingly retaining this extra artery through adulthood. While 10% of individuals born in the mid-1880s kept this artery, the artery remained in 30% of people born in the late 20th century. We're still sort of evolving. It could be a genetic mutation or that natural selection favors those with additional blood supply. So from here, you want to look at our 4 answer options, taking a look at tone, content, and point of view to determine which sentence in this case doesn't fit. Go ahead and do that now. Do you think you're ready to take a look at the answer options? Let's go ahead and do so now. So let's take a look at our first answer option. There is an artery in the center of the forearm while infants are still in utero that normally disappears at 8 weeks. This sentence fits because it's giving readers the facts regarding this artery and some background. That fact that it normally disappears at 8 weeks and that it's right in the center of your forearm. Answer option B says, however, humans are increasingly retaining this extra artery through adulthood. This sentence connects with the sentence before it and sets up our article regarding its use, talking about the fact that babies are keeping this artery through their adult years. Now, C, while 10% of individuals born in the mid-1880s kept this artery, the artery remained in 30% of people born in the late 20th century. This sentence is using data and statistics as sort of supporting details to back up the claim regarding this artery staying in people through adulthood. Gone up from 10 to 30%. Really cool jump. Now, D is the sentence in this passage that does not fit. And again, it's on topic as far as content's concerned, but it does not have the scientific focus of the rest of the paragraph. It's more of an informal statement as to everything else that's more formal. This is our correct answer. Great job. So we have another. Let's take a look at our question again. Which of the following sentences contains information that does not belong in the paragraph? A, especially with so many working remotely, it is vital to find strategies that boost cognition and productivity. B, overworking yourself is not your solution. C, studies underline the importance of regular breaks during the workday. Or D, making space throughout the workday does not have to mean strictly regimented rest breaks. So we have our question and our options. Now let's read the passage. Especially with so many working remotely, it is vital to find strategies that boost cognition and productivity. Overworking yourself is not your solution. Studies underline the importance of regular breaks during the workday. This may be because pausing creates space for individuals to shift their approach to problems. Making space throughout the workday does not have to mean strictly regimented rest breaks. Cognition, creativity, and productivity benefit from any activity that gives the mind a brief time to wander. So from here, we want to use a process of elimination as a helper here, taking a look at content, tone, and point of view and perspective. Go ahead and do that now. Which sentence does not fit? Do you think you're ready to take a look at the answer options? Let's go ahead and do so now. So our first option says, especially with so many working remotely, it is vital to find strategies that boost cognition and productivity in remote workers. This sentence is setting up the initial problem to explore, in this case regarding work productivity and cognition strategies, helping people to improve their brain function while working remotely. Now, B is our correct answer. While this is helpful advice and on topic, this has the wrong focus. It focuses on what not to do, while this passage is all about strategies for success. So this is more negative and more deficit in its connotation and content as opposed to positive. So this is our correct answer because this sentence is not the best fit. So C, studies underline the importance of regular breaks during the workday. This sentence discusses the importance of breaks, adding credibility to the statement in A. And finally, D, making space throughout the workday does not have to mean strictly regimented rest breaks. This sentence is setting up for alternative strategies to rest breaks in working. So B is our correct answer, or the sentence that does not fit.